We gon' separate, laugh, jab. You might understand me. Am is better than am. Oh, you better than know me. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in trap. 357, nigga on his ass down. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. 357, I laid his ass down quick. Blah, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. Oh, with all that shit. 20s, 50s, 100 shit, I want it all. First round draft pick, that's how I ball. Bitch think she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap. I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA baller, I'm that trap pick. 57 lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the dish. I'm on my trap shit. For 48 a bitch. Nigga playing with the G shit. Simo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause they don't make you shit. 93, gang bad, they trap big. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believe in it.
Ignorant Boxing was good.
It was good, H.
How you feeling, my brother?
Oh man, listen, I took a muscle relaxer and a couple of shots of tequila. I'm feeling great, bro.
For real?
Hell yeah!
Pop one of them with a Percocet.
It's like a Perk 30s or some shit like that.
For real? Oh yeah, shit!
I'm feeling great.
Oh, cause your back, huh? Your back was
I
fucked
told you my back was fucked up. Yeah.
Damn. So how's that going? How's it feeling since you popped the 30?
I'm feeling great, bro. I'll box one of these fucking 135 pounders right now.
For sure, bro. What you thought about the fights this past weekend? What did you think about Lomachenko's performance? Did you like what you see?
Yeah, Lomachenko looked good, man. He looked great. I don't know what else to say, but I mean, it was Comey though, but Comey is a prior champion, but I understand what Lomachenko was trying to do. He was trying to fight Teofimo's old opponents to show that he could do it better. But yeah,
so,
he looked good though. He looked good.
So comparing Lomachenko to Devin Haney's performance and Tank's performance, who you thought looked the best in your honest opinion?
I'd probably say Lomachenko. I think so. I would say Lomachenko.
He did look good. I ain't gonna lie.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter though, because Kambosos is the one who's gonna pick. You know, it don't matter. I don't even know what Kambosos is looking for, because it's not money apparently. Because he keeps talking about, you know, you heard him, right? You heard his interviews.
Yeah, he was saying he wants the legacy. He said he doesn't care about the money. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, so I don't know who he's gonna pick. So.
For sure, man. Loma did look good. I ain't gonna lie, man. Loma looked sharp. Well, shout out to my boy Aries in the chat. Aries says Loma. He said Loma looked good. He said Loma looked the best. Aries come back and said, but T.O. beat them boys easier than Loma. Who talking about? He beat Comey easier than Loma because T.O. knocked him out in the second round. But what about Nakatani? I thought Loma beat Nakatani better than T.O. did because Loma knocked him out. And Loma, he damn near won every round against Nakatani, where T.O. struggled a little bit against Nakatani. He was only 21 years old at the time. What you thought about that fight?
And he knocked him down, right, too? I can't.
Nah, he didn't knock. He slipped. It looked like a knockdown, but they didn't call it a knockdown when T.O. fought him. They never called it a knockdown. What's good, man? Chad Boxing. Salute, brother.
Hey, the thing about when T.O. fought Nakatani was that they used the excuse that he was having family issues. Remember that? That was a big thing. That's all I remember.
Even like before the fight, they were saying, "Oh, he had family issues, like you said. He got married to his wife, and I guess his family didn't want him to marry her, and all of that. He was going through a lot. I guess he said he had like a mental breakdown around that time.
But that's the reason. That's the reason they said he couldn't KO him, right?
Yeah, that's part of the reason. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the reason. But he did struggle a little bit against Nakatani. He did. Nakatani gave him some good work in there.
He's
It
a
wasn't
tall guy.
easy.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
I think we watched that
Nakatani was
fight
a big
together
guy
back
for
in the day.
135.
I think me and you, we watched that fight a long time ago when we was on the Boxing Boys back then, and we was on Skype, and we was all watching it, and I wasn't impressed that time. I think that was one of my first times really just watching T.O. because I would see T.O. highlights. He was knocking everybody out, and then I'm like, man, let me see what this kid is all about. You know what I mean? Let me watch this fight with Nakatani, and it kind of like it wasn't that good. You know what I mean? He kind of, struggled a little bit against Nakatani, to be honest. But I guess, T.O. Sr., his father told me that they broke his orbital bone. Like Ronan said. He said, I think T.O. broke Nakatani's orbital bone in that fight. He did, but Nakatani still went 12 rounds with him. Despite having a broken bone in his face, Nakatani still gave him good work. And that was one of T.O.'s worst performances.
Speaking of orbital bones, have you seen Caleb Plant's recent interviews? His eye looks fucked up still.
What, the cut under his eye, or
no? His eye still looks fucked up. Where Canelo punched the fuck out of him. So
and
I was watching. Listen, I was watching the interview earlier, and his eye. He tries to like not look at the camera with his eye. Like he's trying to get an angle and shit.
Yo, even that mark when Canelo slapped him and Canelo put that cut under his eye, I still see that mark under his eye too. That shit was kind of deep, that little cut that when Canelo slapped his glasses off, you could still see it. Shout out to Danny the Great. He said Haney broke Saul Abdullah's orbital bone, and he was the number one contender of the WBC. Yeah, Zaur Abdullah. Devin Haney did break his orbital bone. He did, you know what I mean? Nakatani. Okay, Tiafimo, he broke Nakatani's orbital bone. Devin Haney, he broke Zaur Abdullah's orbital bone. But Devin Haney stopped Zaur Abdullah. Nakatani was tough. He was able to fight with a broken orbital bone. I think even against what's the name of Felix Verdejo? I think Felix Verdejo had a broken orbital bone too. And no, Felix Verdejo, he broke Nakatani's orbital bone.
Hey, that dude went to jail, right? He's still in jail, right?
Yeah, he is. Man, he was supposed to be a champion. That motherfucker was supposed to be one of the best prospects.
Yep. Hey, look at him now. Shit.
Hey, you remember people talking about him a couple years ago, Verdejo?
Yeah, before he was undefeated. Yep. He was supposed to be the next Puerto Rican star and shit, but
he came up short, man. He actually had a lot of talent, man. I just don't know what it was. I heard he got in some type of a motorcycle accident. He came back and he lost to Lozado.
Yeah, he had a motorcycle accident, yep.
He lost to Lozado. Lozado was the first man to beat him. He had a loss. Verdejo already had a loss before Nakatani beat him. Some people just can't get it right outside the ring.
Hey, he wasn't supposed to lose to Nakatani, though.
And what you thought about Tank Davis' performance against Isaac Cruz? Were you impressed with that one or no?
Nah, man. I thought Tank's supposed to go forward, not backwards. Last time I looked at a Tank, they just go straight forward.
He had to make his adjustments, though.
Yeah, he had to back up. Hey, I don't want to hear none of that broken hand bullshit, though. Come on.
You see the picture of his hand after the fight?
Yeah, I saw it, but I don't care. You know what I said? Hey, Wilder had a dent skull, so I don't want to hear none of that shit,
Yeah, for sure. But what you thought about Tank making those adjustments in boxing?
But, hey, smart. Yeah, one thing I noticed about Tank, he can actually box. It was actually weird. I'm not gonna lie, he was actually fucking weird watching him box because he never does that shit. So I don't know.
Make those adjustments, man. It's all about making adjustments in there, and that's what he did. But once Tank started moving like that,
yeah, he kept turning around. You watch the pivots and everything.
Up Cruz. It offsetted Cruz's attack. Cruz wasn't, he wasn't able to put that pressure on him like that. Tank started moving, and it fucked up Cruz. it fucked up his attack right there. He wasn't able to get to him like that because Tank start moving, and that says a lot about Tank's IQ. You know what I mean? Did you think that was a good thing to see Tank make those type of adjustments, even though he was backing up? But it helped him win the fight, though.
It definitely did. You know what? Like I said, the strangest thing was watching him box because he usually goes forward. So I don't know, but he did good though. He did good.
Were you impressed with that skill? Like, did that kind of impress you that he was able to move like that in box the way he did?
I mean, he did okay, but I wasn't impressed. You know, it wasn't like type of shit. You know, none of these guys actually did that, to be honest. Not even.
What about Loma? Did Loma do that?
A little bit at times, but not really though. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to Kambosos. It doesn't matter.
So out of all of these guys on his list, who do you think
all of them
is beating? Who do you think Kambosos can beat out of the pictures? Like, you got Loma, Tank, Haney. How would you rank it? What would be Kambosos' best chance of beating one of these guys? Who does he have the best chance of beating?
I think he has the best chance of beating Tank Davis.
Even though Tank got that power and Tank can box too?
Yeah, I mean, Teofimo had power and he could box too. So, and he proved it. Teofimo compared to Tank Davis, Teofimo proved it at the highest level that he could do it. You know, that's a big difference. You know, who the fuck is Tank Cruz? You know, I never heard of Cruz.
Cruz was top 10 though, a tough fighter from Mexico who was a warrior, but he was.
Yeah, he's top 10 in the WBC, right? Or is
I think through every sanctioning body. He was top 10, Ring Magazine top 10, Box Rec top 10 in every sanctioning body.
So that's what I'm saying. There's a big difference, though. That's what I'm saying. Power-wise, one was actually tested at a higher level compared to Tank. I think Tank is the easiest opponent for Kambosos, and then Loma or Devin Haney.
So who's the tougher fight for Kambosos, Haney or Loma? Who's tougher? You would say
both of them. Both. I would say both.
But if you had to pick one, which one would be the tough?
I couldn't say because they bring both like different you know, like styles to the fight. So I don't know. I always say it's the same way.
Equal. You would say Haney and Loma fight is equal for Kambosos.
Yeah, 50-50. Yeah, 50-50 for Lomachenko's no joke. Even though he's older and shit, and people want to say he was fighting Comey and he fought Nakatani.
His cardio was good though. You see the way.
Yeah, he's still in his angles. You watch his angles and shit. And he was.
Comey was a real power puncher, bro. And
he was telling the corner to stop the fight. Like, yeah, it's crazy.
Loma wasn't getting caught with no clean punches. You know, I love Devin Haney, but shit, fucking JoJo was catching him clean with shots. JoJo was hitting Devin Haney with some hard ass power shots and hit him clean, flush. I didn't see Loma get hit with those same type of shots. I didn't see Lomachenko get hit with big power shots like that.
Hey, I actually want to see Lomachenko fight Devin Haney, to be honest. That's what I would rather see.
They both want to fight Kambosos.
I know, but that's the fight I would rather see, to be honest.
I would rather see one of those guys fight Kambosos. So if that's the case, who's Kambosos going to fight? He ain't going to have nobody to fight then.
Listen, Kambosos can take a tune-up.
He said he doesn't want that. He already said he doesn't want that.
Man, fighters say shit all the time, and then once shit gets going, they change their mind. And once the promoters start talking, everything changes. So he can say whatever he wants, but at the end of the day,
I'm just going by what the man said. He said he wants to fight the best. He don't want no tune-up fights. He said he's going straight for the top guys.
Man, he's crazy. I would ask for a tune-up in Australia. Get some of that free. A free check, man. That's a free check.
Yeah, but I want to see the best fight the best.
And he's got a kid. I mean? He's got a family, man. Kambosos is stupid. Come on, Kambosos.
Fight the best. Me as a
who cares? He can. Hey, you can always fight the best though. After that, you can always fight the best. After that, I mean, look who they're fighting. Look who fucking Tank Davis is fighting. Everybody else is fighting. Why can't Kambosos do something like that? Teofimo was supposed to be the number one at 135, right? He just beat him. So why can't he get a fucking tune-up in his home country?
He said he doesn't want that. So I'm just going by what he said.
Oh, he did say that, though. That is true. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah. So with that being said, you know, he said he wants to go against the top guys. He said he wants to fight Lomachenko, Devin Haney, Tank Davis, or even Ryan Garcia. I think at this point, Ryan Garcia hasn't fought in so long. A lot of people forgot about Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia hasn't done anything, man, in a very long time.
Nobody really believes in Ryan Garcia anymore. Like that
I'm not
hype.
going to throw him under the bus, though.
No,
You know
no,
what I
no.
mean?
But I'm just saying that though, after he disappeared with the whole mental shit, like nobody really gives a shit about him anymore. And he has to come back and prove it in the ring. So, I don't know what else to say. Shit. Like we all got mental problems, shit. It depends how we deal with them and shit. So I don't know. It's up to him. If he comes back, he has to show it in the ring. Nobody else gives a fuck about those mental issues and all that extra shit. Because we all got mental issues. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, like I think I heard Teofimo say, like you got to deal with it in the ring and shit. Like you got to go work through it and shit. So that's what I expect Ryan Garcia to do. Not fucking take off months and shit. And
For sure.
Canelo shouldn't have to tell him to come to the fucking gym, bro. Come on. Like too many
Canelo's saying like you're wasting time, bro.
Yeah, too
You
many
gotta
red
focus.
flags. There's too many red flags of Ryan Garcia.
But
So
I like the fact that Canelo is telling the kid the truth. You know what I mean? I do like that about Canelo, that Canelo's, being hard on him, showing him tough love. It's tough love at the end of the day. Canelo's telling him the truth. He's not being a yes man for Ryan. Danny the Great says Kambosos versus Haney. Then Haney can whoop Lomachenko after he get it. No problem, my nigga. He said after he can get it.
but I heard Devin Haney say 135 is getting difficult to make. So
yeah, he did. So he said he wants to make the big fight.
Yeah, so obviously he's going to go after the belts. But if he can't get that, he's not going to stick around and fight Lomachenko. But Lomachenko can't go past 135. So either you fight him now or you will never fight him because he can't go past 135. He's too little.
Yo, Gerald Field says Tank versus Loma needs to happen. I think all of these guys are chasing Kambosos, and if they can't fight Kambosos, they might as well just fight each other, right? I think Tank and Loma is a fight we all wanted to see years ago. HT boxing in the building. HT salute. He said, "Did Haney prove he has a chin?" What do you think about that question? Ignorant boxing. Did Devin Haney prove he got a chin?
Listen. You can get knocked down so fucking 10 out of the fucking 10 rounds. As long as you come back and win the round, it doesn't even matter. Do
you feel like Haney proved that he got a chin? Did you think?
I mean, JoJo's a 130. He's a smaller weight class, so I don't know.
He's not a big puncher, but Haney.
Yeah, he's not a big puncher, so I don't know.
He did take his best punch, but JoJo is not the biggest puncher. So, you know what I mean? It's not like he was in there with a puncher.
Who would you say Devin Haney has to fight to prove he has a chin? Who would you say?
You got to see him in there with some of those top punchers. Like
who, though?
Like Comey is a puncher. I want to see him take a Richard Comey right here and how he reacts. Linares was a good puncher. He showed he could take a Linares punch. He was hurt, though. Like a Teofimo or Tank. Those guys, these are the guys, man, like the Tanks, the punchers. Loma got popped. A Loma punch. These are the top guys. Take punches from the power punches from the top lightweights in the weight class. A William Zabata, who's a knockout artist, that can show us. You know what I mean? But Haney showed that he got a good chin against JoJo Diaz. He showed it. JoJo hit him with his best shot, but JoJo's not a puncher. JoJo's not a knockout artist. JoJo has never knocked anybody out. I can't even remember somebody JoJo knocked down. JoJo never knocked down Tevin Farmer. He never hurt Gary Russell. He didn't hurt Rocky Moth. You know what I'm saying? He didn't hurt Javier Fortuna. Never knocked these guys down. So I would like to see Devin Haney in there with better punchers, the elite punchers. The Richard Comeys, the Tank Davis, Lomachenkos, Ryan Garcias. These are the top punchers. Even a William Zabata. These guys could hit. A Cruz. I don't think.
If Devin Haney can't get George Kambosos next, and let's say somebody else gets him, either Tank or Lomachenko, who would you like to see Devin Haney fight next?
Who you said? Who would I like to see him fight besides Kambosos?
If he can't get the Kambosos fight.
Well, for me, the only fight for him at 135 is Kambosos. But if he can't get Kambosos, he want to stay at 135. Lomachenko, of course. Lomachenko is one of the top guys. Tank Davis. Who else? Shit, why not Comey? Comey is a possibility if you're gonna stay at 135. You want to stick around. Even the Isaac Cruz, why not Cruz? The Ryan Garcias. These are the fights. The top guys. I want to see him in there with the top dogs. What's good, nostalgic, and my boy Godzilla, the one and only boxing historian.
What's up with him?
Man, we good, man. We just breaking
Hey,
it down.
boxing historian. I was watching some of the old show from last night earlier.
I think we want to release that. If you
What's
could
going on,
copy,
Ace Money?
chop it up.
I saw you couldn't stop laughing.
That shit was funny.
Yeah.
What up, brother boxing? Brother, what up, though, brother?
Doing good, man.
Man, we good. So, do you feel like Devin Haney proved that he got a chin? Did Devin Haney prove that he got a good chin in his last fight with JoJo?
I think he do got a chin, bro. Because JoJo do know.
Do you think JoJo hurt him at all in that fight?
Like
Was
Yeah,
he
but
buzzed at
JoJo's
all
not
by
a puncher
JoJo?
though, so you can't really say
I
he
just
proved
said
he
he's
has
not
a
a
chin
big
against
power puncher, so
JoJo.
I'm not sure.
Do you feel like
Like,
JoJo
if
was
he
hurt at
gets
all?
like, kinda like with
At
a-
all?
a
In that? I mean, do you
co-main,
feel like
could
Devin
be
Haney
like
was
something
hurt
like
against
that,
JoJo?
like some power.
Did JoJo hurt Devin Haney at all in that
Never
fight?
really been tested like that, bro.
I don't think he hurt him, but he landed a good
Linares
shot
did
here
test
and
the chin,
there.
I hold you.
All right, historian, do you feel like Devin Haney was hurt by JoJo at all?
I think he got buzzed a couple times, and he was able to recover to a certain degree. But I think there was 3 times that overhand left kind of backed him up and wouldn't say rock him, but it stunned him. You know what I'm saying? And he had to get on his back foot a little bit. That's what I would say.
So Rodney, shout out to Rodney Evans. He said JoJo hurt Haney more than Haney hurt JoJo. JoJo was clipping the shit out of Haney all night, straight left and left hook flush.
I don't think he hurt him. He just landed good shots. You know, like I don't know. I don't think he hurt him though at all.
Some people think he was hurt. Some people feel like
I mean, he
got
smiled
hurt.
and all that shit. I seen him smile, but
What
I don't
about
think
in
he
the
was
12th
hurt.
round? JoJo hit him with some clean shots.
Yeah, but it wasn't compared to Linares though. Linares
Yeah, it wasn't
definitely
the
hurt
same.
him.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the same.
That's
But
what
some
I'm saying.
people do feel like he was hurt though. Go ahead, historian. Continue.
That's why, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he was hurt. You know what I'm saying? I think that because he was definitely hurt against Linares. Linares actually, it took him several rounds to recover in that fight. You know what I'm saying? I would say that he got clipped and he got caught. You know, I'm not gonna say that he has a bad chin, but he is chinny though. You know, when he gets hit, because I mean, whatchamacallit is not a hard puncher, bro.
Hey, I think you might not like his reaction when he gets hit, but he might not be chinny though, but he does react a little different. You know what I'm saying when he gets hit.
Because after the fight, Regis Prograis said, "Oh man, Devin Haney got a fucking chin." But there's some people that still question his chin, right? There's people out here like historians thinking that he's chinny.
Yeah, because JoJo's not a puncher. That's why.
Rodney Evans is saying that he felt like Devin Haney was hurt in there. What about you, nostalgic? What about you, bro? You feel like Haney proved that he got a chin in his last fight? Or you still got questions?
No, I don't think. I actually think he is chinny. I don't think he takes shots well, in my opinion. I think he's gonna be like a guy like Tony Harrison. I feel like down the line in his career, where like he's gonna like fight a guy who can hit, and then he's gonna probably get knocked out like a Julian Williams. I mean, it is what it is. That's what I feel like. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I mean, not everybody's gonna have the greatest chin and be so durable. You know, I mean, you can't just build a perfect fighter. I mean, that's Devin. I just feel like JoJo hit him like 2 or 3 times where he just looked like the shot was just like a little too much. And if JoJo would have kept hitting with punches, he might have could have really had him really hurt. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
Do you think Kambosos could drop Haney or hurt Devin Haney?
Yeah, if he lands the correct shot, I mean, on a button. But I mean, it has to be flush.
I think he could hurt him, but not drop him.
Kambosos is not a big puncher either, even though he dropped Tio. He did drop Mickey Bay. He only got 10 knockouts, right?
But I think you can hurt him, but not maybe drop him.
Okay, so HT Boxing said Linares is a big puncher who has dropped Loma. And Luke Campbell, Haney never fell. I feel like Haney stayed in the pocket and tried to make the fight interesting. Yeah, but you can't put yourself in harm's way. You still got to be smart. You could try to make the fight interesting, but Devin Haney's a very good boxer. I was impressed by Devin Haney's performance. I still feel like he can improve. tighten up his defense because JoJo was hitting them clean with some clean shots, catching them flush right on the button. Same thing with Linares was catching them clean. He can't get hit with those big shots, especially when you go against the big punchers like a Tank Davis or even a guy like Teofimo. You can't get hit clean with those type of shots. Guys like Loma.
You don't want to get hit. If he's moving up to 140, you don't want to get hit with those kind of shots at 140.
For sure. Hell yeah. Yeah, man.
Is he staying at 135?
Got bigger punchers.
Is he staying at 135 or what's the plan?
Haney wants to stay at 135 to fight Kambosos. Yeah, he wants to stay.
Yeah, but one more fight, bro. Is it one more fight or is it like?
I think fights? So, bro. He wants that undisputed fight with Kambosos. I'm thinking if I had to say, it's probably one more fight, and that one more fight would be Kambosos. That's my honest opinion. And he's only staying.
Fight, then he's going to 140, right?
Yeah, and if he can't get Kambosos, he probably moved to 140 right now. To be honest with you.
Okay, so I mean, I would still like to see Devin Haney versus Teofimo at 140. That's still one of the good fights. They got so much fucking beef too. Hell yeah, they got so much fucking beef and shit.
It's just
I like to see that
Wilder,
shit,
huh? It's just like Fury and Wilder all over again. Man, I miss Fury.
I don't care that Teofimo lost. I still want to see that fight. I'm telling you,
for sure.
I want to see that shit.
Yeah, I think T.O. Sr. just called them out too, because T.O. just accepted his award for Fighter of the Year, and T.O. Sr. got his award for Trainer of the Year, and they said they still want to fight Josh Taylor and Haney. That fight, I don't even know if that fight would ever happen, to be honest with you, bro. After all the bad blood, I want to see it. I want to see it, but to see the way, when T.O. was on top, T.O. was the man. I remember T.O. and his dad saying that, we on top now. He said, you guys are lucky that we even mention your name. They were saying that we don't even have to mention your name.
That doesn't matter. Remember
they
how
was
many
acting
losses?
Like kind of funny, like a little bit.
Remember how many losses Manny Pacquiao had? And they wanted him still to fight Mayweather. Like, that's how much you can build it up. Yeah, like, right. I still want to see that fight, though. I'm not even kidding.
Haney might feel a certain type of way, like, when you were the champion, you didn't give me one opportunity. But now, since
but at 140, they all start fresh, though, so it doesn't even matter. 135 is different. So at 140, they all got the opportunity to
like hold grudges.
Listen, if they all, man, I don't want to hear none of that shit because that's the same shit. Jermall Charlo got a grudge against Andrade. For something that it has nothing to do with him. It's about his brother. I don't want to hear that shit.
I want to see it, but I just know how it goes, right? Like, for some reason, Canelo was saying he'll never fight Andrade. Like, you'll never get it fight. I'll never fight you. So, they're not in the same weight class, but, people do hold grudges for whatever reason. I want to see the fight, though. Hell yeah. I always want to see T.O. versus Haney, bro. Fuck yeah.
Yo, what's good, everybody?
Well, what up, Khaled? What's good, brother? Salute.
How you guys doing today?
We good, my brother. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good. Have you guys heard about Tank and TMT not wanting to release their PPV numbers?
Yeah. No, I didn't hear that. You must have just
heard it.
Or some shit. How do you guys feel about that? They're not trying to release the numbers.
Man, honestly, I don't give a fuck about pay-per-view numbers, right? Mm-hmm. All I want to see is Tank Davis fight either Devin Haney. Actually, I would rather see him fight Lomachenko. If they can't get the Kambosos fight, I want to see one of them guys fight Lomachenko.
Man,
either Devin Haney or Tank Davis.
Loma's not getting a fight with anybody after that fight.
Lomachenko, man, look at man. Loma need to fight somebody else, bro. He's fighting out Lopez's washed up opponents, man.
Bro, those are top five.
You didn't say that before the fight, though.
He fought Cole, fought Nakatani, right?
You didn't say that before the fight.
He's a Lopez.
Why? Why did he do that? Why did he fight Nakatani?
Like, come on, bro.
Comey was already.
Why did he fight Nakatani? Can you explain why he fought Nakatani?
Bro, first of all, Nakatani was already destroyed.
Why did he fight Nakatani, though? You can't explain why he fought that. Can you explain why he fought Nakatani?
Bro, I'm saying
why did he fight? He fought Nakatani because Teofimo wouldn't give him the rematch, so he wanted to show that he could beat Teofimo's prior opponents better than Teofimo did. So.
No, he just explained it, bro.
I'm not saying that Lomachenko. I like how Loma's looking, but bro, let's just be. I feel like he needs a fresher name at 135 that we didn't see that Lopez fought, bro.
Wait, so
Before, because we already
you're saying
know.
Loma
I
got a
feel
weak
like
resume?
Kambosos, Lopez.
So Lomachenko needs a fresh
Bro, let
name
me
at
go, my nigga.
135, and who else? Who else needs a fresh name at
I'm saying
135?
he
Who
needs
else?
a fresh
Who
guy,
else?
bro. I don't want to
Who
see it.
else?
Bro, nobody want to keep on seeing him.
Who
Fight
else at
Coleman. He fighting
135 needs a
Lopez and Coleman,
fresher name? Who else?
Loma did all the
Tank
heavy
Davis could
lifting.
use a fucking fresher
Davis,
name.
bro. What about the
Couldn't
Tank
he?
fight? What about
Tank Davis could use a fresher name, right?
Well, nigga, Tank Davis not fighting boxing people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lomachenko
he
collected
fighting who
3
he fought that
belts
was
one by
roster that
one by
Lopez
one
already
in that
destroyed,
division.
bro.
He did all that heavy
Stop it,
lifting,
bro.
bro. In my opinion.
Well, how
Yeah,
can you
Loma
say
fought
Lomachenko needs to
but Tank
fight
already knocked
a
his ass,
fresher
bro.
name when he fought a prior champion, and fucking Cruz is not even a prior champion?
Cruz was a bad. Now I get it, bro. I didn't even like the Cruz fight. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, and I agree with you, bro.
At least
Facts are
Jojo was a
facts, bro.
prior champion at a lower weight
bro,
class,
the
you
Coleman
know?
fight, bro, was a fight that I think that they see Lomachenko's going to the Lopez rematch, bro. If y'all could tell, bro.
Yeah, but
that's
not
what he just said.
anymore.
That's what Top Rank was setting up because look what the opponents that he fought. He fought Nakatani, right? And he fought Coleman.
Bro, I just explained that to you.
Opponents, bro.
And I asked you why he was fighting those guys, and you didn't say anything but about how Lomachenko was fighting. It needs a newer name. Or a fresher 135 pounder.
I bet you next fight for Lomachenko is going to be a fresh fighter,
bro. I want to see Kambosos. See, I think Kambosos and Lomachenko gonna get made next. I don't think Kambosos want that smoke with Haney.
All right, then there you go, fresh fighter.
If he don't take the Haney fight, would you guys call him a duck? Yes or no?
No, bro.
I'll call
He's
him a
got
duck for not
options.
fighting Loma. I'll call him a duck for not fighting Loma. Loma had the best performance.
Why would you call him a duck, though? Why would you even bring that up? Why would you even call
Haney, right?
Listen. Why would you call Kambosos a duck? Why would you even bring it up, though? Why would you bring up Kambosos as a duck if he doesn't fight Devin Haney?
Not fighting Loma, but you would not call him a duck for not fighting Devin Haney. For what, bro?
He's got options. Why would I call him a duck for picking any of those guys?
Bro,
you're fucking stupid, bro. You're trying to say it's a duck because he's not fighting Devin Haney, but if he chooses to fight Tank Davis or Lomachenko, then he's a duck.
What the fuck this Loma, man?
You're crazy, bro. That's biased as fuck. That's the way you're thinking right now.
Fucking Lomachenko couldn't even finish Coleman, bro.
All right, but
stop it, bro. Y'all niggas
the leftovers.
Lomachenko couldn't finish Comey, who was a 135 pounder, right? Fucking Devin Haney couldn't finish Jojo Garcia, Jojo Diaz, who was a fucking guy that came from lower weight classes. So what the fuck you talking about, bro?
Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about?
Clearly you fucking trying to say Loma didn't finish Comey, who was a legit 135 pounder. You're not complaining about fucking Devin Haney not finishing Jojo, who came from the lower weight classes.
Bro, I gave him credit, nigga. Like, that was a good win, and I said that was a good win, bro. But I'm saying this, bro. All I'm saying is, nigga, I don't want to see Lomachenko get another opportunity, nigga, until one more fight, bro. Until one more fight. I think the Haney and Kambosos fight should happen, and the winner of that, they need to fight Lomachenko. Could you agree with that, bro?
Listen, opportunities are up to the fucking opportunities. Has nothing to do with the fans and the way fans think. That shit comes with the fucking Top Rank and all those people that are willing to put up the money, though.
Top Rank wants those belts, bro. See, they want to control the 135-pound division.
So who do you want Loma to fight next, then? If not Kambosos, who do you want him to fight?
Nah, man, Tank Davis is at Daycare Promotions, man. The Jake Paul fight.
Yeah, who else is he gonna fight?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, so who else is he gonna fight next?
That's that fight. But I'm just saying, like, bro,
there's nobody else. He beat the next people after them, man. He beat the next people after them.
I can't understand. So you're just saying Lomachenko needs to fight somebody, but no one else does, right?
Bro, after Tank and Devin is Nakatani and Coleman.
He beat Coleman. Yeah, that was a good opponent, but Coleman already been knocked out before, bro.
Oh my God.
We need to fight somebody like
Richard Coleman just knocked out Jackson Marinez, bro. Richard Coleman was a top 5 lightweight who just knocked out Jackson Marinez and a former champion, though.
Coleman. I said, bro, Coleman's a good opponent.
Hey, who's better, Comey or Cruz?
Oh, bro, Cruz is way better than Coleman, bro.
Coleman was the only champion at 135 that all the guys.
Coleman was a former
Cruz has never been a champion, bro. Cruz has never been a fucking champion. See what I'm saying?
And I'm gonna let you go in it. Richard Comey was a bad motherfucker, bro. Like he was in that Robert Easter fight. I thought he won the fight, bro. I thought they.
Hey, listen, just because Tank Davis isn't who you thought he was, it does not mean you got to take away from fucking Comey, bro, who is a prior champion.
Away from Loma, bro. Lomachenko has earned everything he has in the sport, bro. I give the man credit, bro.
Even Tank Davis has never even been a legit champion at 135.
Most washed up opponents. Go fight Isaac Cruz, bro. That's the fight I want. If he
so you know now you want Loma to fight Isaac Cruz? Why? What the fuck? Just because
he wants Isaac Cruz
because he gave Loma fucking Tank Davis a hard fight, bro? You crazy now?
Come on, man. See if he fought
this dude's fucking
bro. We all. I'm not, bro. We not even talking about Tank. I said Tank Davis is not gonna take the fucking rematch. Everybody up here knows that shit. They're not doing that, bro. You know
I think they might do that.
Against Isaac Cruz. Isaac Cruz is a dangerous opponent. What
I don't think so.
I think
nah, man.
Loma should fight
what makes you say that Isaac Cruz is the dangerous opponent? Based on the fight he gave Tank Davis?
He just is.
He just is? He just is, huh?
All I'm saying is I think Kambosos will be a duck if he don't fight Haney. I'm gonna just keep it. That's my opinion.
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
He was your boy, man.
He is my boy, nigga, for life, nigga. But
like, bro, you should agree with me, man. Like,
I'm saying though, I'm just laughing because you called him a duck, though. That shit is funny. Go, I want to hear what they think.
He is, man, nigga, like quack duck, nigga.
I mean, how can you call a guy a duck who's got options, though? He went to all of their fights. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Nigga, the fight is to make his Devin Haney. Fuck all
what the fuck? It's George's choice. It's up to George. So who the fuck does it matter who he picks? They're all good opponents, right?
Oh, he gotta have
and he doesn't want a tune-up. He doesn't want a tune-up. He wants one of those high elite 135 pounders. So what does it matter? What does it matter if he picks Loma, Tank before Devin Haney?
You don't want the division cleared up, bro. You don't want this division cleared. You want to fight Loma. You want to fight.
You say
the division is cleared up. What the fuck?
Haney and
they say Kambosos is already undisputed, though, bro. You know, I love Devin Haney, but the WBC, they already said that Kambosos was undisputed champion, bro. And that's why when ESPN,
hey, listen, I'm not gonna call him a duck just because he doesn't fight Devin Haney. You can say the same about the other ones. If he doesn't fight Lomachenko, he's a duck. Or if he doesn't fight Tank Davis, he's a duck. Then.
Like Loma, if he gets a title shot, I will say he deserves it because he beat 2 top 5.
That's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't matter what we think. It's up to George. George is the one who's gonna pick who gets a shot.
Nah, man, nigga, I just want to see the fights, bro. I just want to see the Haney versus Kambosos fight. These are the two dudes I want to see.
What about Kambosos versus Tank? Kambosos versus
that's a good fight, bro.
These are good fights, but let's do it after Haney, bro. If he beats Haney, then okay.
Because you like Haney, though, right? You pushing for Haney. You a Haney fan, so that's why you want Haney.
No, nigga, I'm not no Haney fan, nigga.
You are a Haney fan,
fights, bro. Nigga, I just want to see Haney win, nigga. I like Haney, nigga. I like P.
Yeah, nigga. I mean, I like Haney too.
I don't really care. Hey, honestly, I don't really care who George picks. But it's up to George, though. We all know that. So.
Bro, you're right, bro.
And you can't call him a duck if he doesn't pick one.
Bro.
But you cannot call him a duck for not picking the person you like, though. It doesn't make sense.
Man that doesn't fight in the ring, bro. You can't get upset.
Hey, I want him to fight Loma, but if he doesn't fight Loma, I'm not gonna call him a duck. Like that doesn't make sense.
Then what the fuck are we gonna call him? Come on, bro. Come on. We can't do that. Come on.
No, you're trying to create a fucking narrative, bro. That nobody's supporting. So I don't care.
So we're gonna say Ducks Loma, we're gonna say Ducks Haney, right?
That's my whole point. Just because he doesn't want to fight somebody you want him to fight doesn't mean he's a duck.
Dude, this is
Tank Davis, Lomachenko, Devin Haney, they're all good threats. They're all good fighters, bro. Like, it doesn't matter who he picks. They're all gonna be good fights.
Like, I get what you're saying, bro. He has an option, and I know he's not gonna fight Haney.
And he just beat the guy who beat the guy. So why can't he get his options? Why can't he pick?
Bro, like,
and he's not trying to get a tune-up either. It's not like he's trying to get an easy fight, right? He's trying to get one of those guys that are up at 135. I
thought that we was here for this shit. I thought this was boxing, the best fight, the best, not no casuals, nigga. I thought we was hardcore niggas, man. Not no motherfucking.
Bro, what are you talking about? But
isn't Lomachenko one of the best, though?
Yes,
isn't Lomachenko one of the best?
He's gonna be a 58th ranked guy. He's gonna be a 58th ranked guy, bro. He gonna fight in Australia. He gonna fight a bum in Australia. Everybody knows it. As I believe it. I don't think he gonna fight Haney or Kambosos or Loma. I don't think he gonna fight those dudes, man. I think he gonna fight a bum next, man.
Man, Kambosos is himself. Why would he fight himself?
I say he'll fight a bum. Kambosos versus.
Well, he already said that he's not gonna do that. He said he's gonna fight the best.
Yeah, he wants to fight one of the top 135 pounders.
Man. Everybody says they're on camera, man. Motherfuckers get in the room, they have a whole different attitude. We can't believe these.
If that's what he does, let him do it first before you start talking like that, though, bro.
No, man. Look here. Do you want to see him fight a guy that's 60 ranked in the nation, man?
Hey, he's not. Who the fuck did he fight that was 60 ranked?
I'm talking about his next fight.
He said he want to fight. He said he want to fight Tank, Loma, or Devin Haney next.
Well,
so what are you talking about?
But I don't think his team's going to will anything. His team is going to move him. Like,
how you know?
How do you know? Bro, they're going to be like,
he called a shot.
Bro,
Kambosos said he's the boss, bro. He called a shot. Even the promoter said that.
Kell Brook used to do, bro. Remember how Kell Brook used to defend his belt against all the UK guys, man? It's the same thing they're going to do. He's going to be like kind of like Kell Brook in a sense, bro.
You talking about Kell Brook who fought Triple G, fought Earl Spence?
No, bro, we not.
Back to back, back to back.
No fucking Kell Brook is a warrior, bro. You can't even play with Kell Brook like that, nigga.
No, I like Kell Brook. Yeah, I like Kell Brook, bro.
Yeah, don't try to play him like this nigga is a duck or motherfucking Kell Brook been fighting the top guys. He fought Triple G.
He beat Sean Porter. He beat Sean Porter. He beat Sean Porter before anyone else did.
He fought the best Kell Brook. You can't even say that.
Kell Brook, I don't think Kell Brook is a duck. I'm not going to say. I never said that. What I'm saying is, I think Kambosos should fight Haney. If he can't get the Haney fight, then fight
that's your preference, though. That's what I'm saying, though. Just because you want him to fight Devin doesn't mean he should be called a duck if he doesn't fight Devin. You know what I'm saying?
Especially if he fight Loma or somebody like that.
Or Tank Davis. Shit, Tank Davis is still a good fighter. Like,
you man, motherfucking Loma looked good as hell this past week, though. Khaled, man, that boy would look sharp, bro. Look, Khaled, who you think is more of a threat, Haney or Loma for Kambosos?
Oh, definitely Loma.
Yeah, Loma, bro.
Loma will cook that dude.
So you saying Loma is a more dangerous fight than Haney is?
Yep.
I think Tank Davis.
Well, how is he ducking Haney if he fights Loma, brother Box? If
That's
you're saying Loma is the tougher
that doesn't make any
challenge.
sense. That doesn't make any sense.
I never said that. I think stylistically,
you did say that.
Haney can outbox Kambosos.
Nah, you said if he doesn't fight Haney, anybody else is a duck. If he fights anybody else, it's a duck. That's what you said. Right?
Love, come back, brother Boxing. Don't leave now.
He ran.
He
left.
He's not in here.
Oh, he left. He's contradicting himself the whole night, bro.
Man. Come on.
Yeah, that really didn't make sense. You just said, brother Boxing, you just said Loma is a tougher challenge than Devin Haney, but you said if Kambosos fight Loma, he's ducking Haney. How is he ducking if you're saying Loma is the tougher challenge? That's all I'm saying. I want to see the Haney fight. I would like to see the Loma fight. I want to see the best fight the best. So he's back. He didn't run. Here we go. Brother Boxing, so they had a question for you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that Loma Chica will give him more problems, bro. We all know this, man. But I want to see the Haney fight to clear up the undisputed shit. But the WBC put out there.
Obviously people argue about it, but the WBC made it clear. The WBC said that Kambosos was undisputed, and after Kambosos,
the WBC also said that they had a 5 different belts, bro. They also said that. They also said
that the franchise was the super and the supreme title. You know, Kambosos is going around doing interviews saying Devin Haney has the WBC regular belt. You know that's what Kambosos is saying right now. He's calling Devin Haney the WBC regular champion.
Right? Does it say on the title a regular belt? Does it say a world title?
I'm just telling you what Kambosos is calling. I'm just telling you what the WBC said. The WBC, Mauricio Suleiman said Kambosos was undisputed, bro. I know me and you, we argue and debate that all day, but the WBC, they said that the man was undisputed. Kambosos, he's calling himself undisputed.
Undisputed, but let's be honest here. Is Haney the regular champion or the world champion?
He's the world champion, but the WBC said that the franchise is the supreme champion in the weight class. That nobody's above the franchise in the lightweight division. That's what the WBC said, brother.
The franchise.
I didn't make it up. That's what they said.
it's kind of like the Super WBA, right?
Well, that's what they kind of saying it like that, bro.
Bro, why you just couldn't say it was WC Super Belt? Why
Hey,
just
did
couldn't
you
say it
know
like
that WO has a super champion too?
who they have?
That's just a title they have. Depending on what you've done for them, they'll grant you that super WBO champion status.
Oh, for real, I didn't know
the
that. For real,
WBA
they got that
Yeah,
too.
belt.
I heard B talking about that the other
Bro,
day.
you already know the WBO. That's Ball's belt, man. Ball
It
won't
doesn't
do
I
that.
mean,
matter. What I'm saying
that's
is
the
they all
narrative.
have
It's
some
not
sort of
Bob's belt.
crazy shit. Yeah.
Demetrius Andrade is a WBO champion, and he fights on the zone.
No, bro.
Brian Castano got that belt, and he's PBC. So
Nah,
I
bro,
mean, it's not
honestly,
true,
bro.
bro. Even the
Brian
PBC
Castano
they
not
got a good
PBC.
relationship. PBC in the fucking
No, PBC, he
WBA.
not. I don't think Castano.
What about the PBC and the WBA?
No, WBA. That's Al Heyman's belt. I would have said the same thing, man.
I don't think it is. It's the world belt, bro. It's the world
like
title.
all PBC fighters, all they do is fight for the WBA belt. Like you rarely see a PBC fighter ever fight for the WBO belt. Be honest, H.
I mean, I can't say that.
Like, bro,
I'm not gonna say that, bro. I seen PBC fighters have the WBO belt. Brian Castano's a PBC fighter. He got the WBO belt. Jamel Charlo just fought
Big Dog Willie,
Castano.
what's going on?
Who did Jermel Charlo fight for the WBO?
Stephen Fulton. Stephen Fulton got the WBO belt. Are you serious?
Nigga, I knew he got the WBO belt. Well, I'm saying he fought Angelo Leo. He fought Angelo Leo for him, man.
And who's Angelo Leo? Mayweather Promotions fighter.
Hey, hold up. Hey, he talking about Big Dog Willie, man.
Yeah, shout out to Big Dog Willie with the super chat. I know I got a lot of smoke right now. He said, H Money, did you know Punch is actually Jesus? Man, I can't believe this man lied about that car accident. Punch Drunk done lied to all of the fans about the car accident. He said he was in ICU. He was bleeding from the brain. He had brain damage. He was in the coma, and he lied to everybody.
You had niggas up here. Hey, we was up here praying for this nigga. We was reading fucking.
Hey, somebody said. Somebody said he was in a coma for like a few days, and he came back in 6 days.
Yeah, he came back from the dead in a couple of days.
We had Bible scripts for this motherfucker.
Yeah, man, I fell down and almost broke my back, and I haven't even want to be on social media. What the fuck?
Let me say something, bro. We had
fuck that bitch ass nigga and that lying ass shit he did, bro.
For you to fake that shit, you was a piece of shit human, bro.
No, listen. I fell from a fucking ladder, almost broke my back, and I barely want to be on fucking social media. For somebody to be, listen, for somebody to want to be, somebody saying they were in a coma and shit, and it came out in like 6 days.
Hold on, let me cook, bro. Hey, you saw that shit on Rap Star. We prayed for that brother, man.
Man, them niggas is bullshit, bro.
This motherfucker done lied and shit like that. Motherfucker's a liar, bro. Motherfucker done come back.
Hey, money, bro. Money.
Oh, Mr. Moonshine, get the fuck out of here, man.
Not even a scratch on his body. You know what I mean? You were supposed to be in ICU. You were fighting for your life. You were saying you were dying. And motherfucker back on YouTube smiling without even a scratch. Did that shit for. Yeah, man, let's talk about boxing. I ain't want to talk about that bitch ass nigga, man. Ignorant boxing. I want you, in case you could chop that little piece so we can release it if you want to. If not, we're gonna expose the shit.
You just gotta send me the link, but sometime next week, though, not this week.
I don't want to hear nobody protect Punch Drunk Boxing, bro.
That was some hoe ass shit. You know what I mean? Let's get back to the boxing talk. Shout out to my boy Shadow Ghost.
Hey, did you watch the Bivol fight or nah?
What you say?
Bivol fight. Did you watch Bivol?
Bivol fought this weekend?
He did.
Oh, did you watch it? Tell me what you thought about Bivol's performance.
I ain't watch it. I gotta go watch the replay, man.
I wasn't impressed at all. I think Canelo can take him. I think Canelo could take that belt.
He didn't look that good?
Nah, he didn't, bro. He did not look that good.
How was his jab? How was his movement, his boxing skills? Did he look good?
Nah, he just looked very sluggish and, like slow. And I don't know. I felt like he could knock that dude out, but he just wasn't really putting the pressure on or anything like that.
Ah, that sucks, bro. For real.
Listen, based on that performance, I don't think he could beat Canelo. Based on that performance, I don't think he could be. I don't know. I think he just
went 12 rounds
hostage. Huh?
Did he go? It went 12.
Yeah. That shit went 12.
He's one of the best boxers in that weight class.
Huh?
I think he's one of the best boxers in that weight class as far as skills.
Yeah, but he didn't look that good though. So I don't know if he's trying to play possum, trying to get the Canelo fight or what, but he didn't look that good. He won the fight, but shit, it's just the way he looked though.
You guys think he's better than Better Beef?
Nah,
I mean, he might be the better boxer as far as just footwork and jab and all of that. But you got to understand, Baturviev, he got the one punch knockout power. He got that equalizer. He's a knockout artist. I don't know what y'all think.
Bibble's power might not be what I thought it was, man. So I think Beterbie's a way stronger fighter than Bibble is at 175.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I still think Canelo beats both of them, though.
I think the toughest fight for Canelo would be probably either Bivol, either Beterbiev or Sordo Ramirez at 175.
Zurdo.
Yeah,
Zurdo's good, man.
I think Canelo beats Zordo, to be honest. Zordo is good, but I think Canelo's on a different level. I've seen Zordo in some pretty tough fights. That dude Maxime gave him a tough fight. That one Russian dude.
And he fought Jesse Hart twice at a 168 in the top rank before he left.
I want to see more Zordo fight on Saturday. Matter of fact,
you know why? Because people didn't want to fight him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. But I ain't gonna call Bivol a duck or anything like that.
No, I'm just saying Bivol didn't want to fight him. So
that's what I heard though. But I don't know how true it is. Why he didn't want to fight him or what. What was the reason why he didn't fight him? I'm not sure. I would love to find out though. But I heard some people try to call Bivol a duck. He's ducking Zordo. I'm not gonna say that. People use that duck word and just throw it out there. It's called everybody ducks. But that's not the case.
No, but listen. Bivol has the opportunity to get the Canelo fight. Obviously, he's going to stay undefeated and try to take as easy fights as he can until the Canelo fight comes around. So it already's been offered to him. So why not fucking stick around and wait for it? That's a big money fight. I mean, look at fucking Charlo. He's been waiting for years. Look at Andrade. So it doesn't even matter. These fighters will wait around for that kind of money. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, I know Eddie Hearn is his promoter. Eddie Hearn is advising him. Maybe it's Eddie Hearn that told him to do that for whatever reason. You feel me?
Yeah, and the more fighters or the more champions Eddie Hearn has for Canelo, the better.
And who would you rather fight, Canelo or Zordo? I'd rather fight Canelo. Canelo's the number one pound for pound. Canelo's the man to beat in boxing.
Zordo's with Golden Boy, and Canelo most likely work with match for him.
Somebody got some music. I wouldn't mind though. You know what I mean? Those are some good fights. I want to see the best fight the best. And you can't sit around and just wait for Canelo forever. Canelo is gonna do what he do. You know what I mean? Canelo, he's gonna move up to cruiserweight and fight Makabu. So what are you gonna do in the meantime? Hey, y'all, man, stop trolling Shadow Ghost, bro. Come on, man. Shadow Ghost is cool, bro. Y'all chill with that, bro. Shadow's my boy, man. Come on, man. Shadow family over here, y'all.
Oh, why are they trolling him?
I don't know why, but you know what I mean? Hey, come on, y'all. Shadow cool. Punch is the one that lied to Shadow. Punch Drunk lied to Shadow Ghost. You know what I'm saying? So you keep that, you know what I mean?
A lot of people got Marcus Brown beating Beterbiev. What do you think about that?
I think it's a good fight. I think the athleticism of Marcus Brown can give Beterbiev some problems, but I'm gonna go with Baturviev though. I got Beterbiev, man. I'm gonna go with him.
Knockout? You think he'll knock him out?
Yeah, I think so. But I think the youth and the speed of Brown could give him some problems, but I just think the power is too much. He got too much power. Yeah, hey, y'all just chill with that, bro. Hey, Alex Shadow, cool, bro. Punch lied to Shadow Ghost, Alex.
Punch who cares about that shit? Who cares? Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Who gives a fuck about that? Hey, listen.
Okay, I'm just saying, Shadow.
Hey, what'd you think about Conor Ben? What'd you think about Conor Ben? I saw that clip.
He probably washed up Algeria, dog.
Exactly. They're fucking hyping him up, man. That's crazy.
Because his dad, his dad is a legend, so he's the son of a legend.
And now that he's calling out Adrian Broner, come on, man. How the hell you beat Algeria, who was in a retired for 2 years, came back, had a thriller fight, and it looked like shit, and now you fucking want to fight AB. Like, that's crazy, man.
I mean, I kind of understand it, though. because like that's a fight he could actually get.
What, AB fight?
Yeah,
Yeah, because they're gonna
because AB's
overpay
going to
AB.
AB's going to Eddie Hearn. But I mean, yeah, he could. I mean, he should fight like Virgil Ortiz, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Bro, yeah, I don't think he's no. They're not
It's
gonna
not gonna
fight.
happen.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys think he's gonna be one of the top welterweights
From the UK, but that's
from
about
the
it.
UK?
Yeah.
What you think about that
Yeah.
Broner fight though?
It's
Adrian,
pointless.
Salute,
It's pointless.
everybody. Salute.
Hey, listen.
what up,
Salute.
Rakesh?
H money. H money.
Hey,
What's good, Rakesh?
hey, you got the
Salute,
carpet out or
man.
what?
Yo, I have some good news, man. I'm going to the Veterinaire fight in the Bell Center in Montreal, Canada.
Damn, that's good, man.
For
I
real,
will
Make
be
sure you go
seeing guys.
live. Hey, make sure
Yes,
you go
I'm going,
live.
brother.
Oh, that's what's up,
I
homie.
don't think we can go live.
Yeah, I
They're
don't.
gonna
I
kick me
think
out.
you can't show the fight. You can't show the actual fight on a live, but you probably to go around the arena, you know, sitting in the crowd or
Yeah,
something.
Yes,
before you go.
probably.
Yeah, before the fight starts and shit.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like
Yeah,
how Nick
it's
be
gonna
doing.
be a good fight, man.
For real, you excited?
Oh, you
Yeah,
you
very
from
excited,
Canada,
brother.
huh? You live in Canada?
Yes, I'm in
Okay.
Toronto.
And
Okay,
Rakesh,
that's what's
man, you
up.
excited about that one, bro?
Yeah, it's very excited, man. It's
That's
gonna
a
be a
good fight.
knockout, man.
Hey, Canada be lit, especially Montreal, and for boxing, they got a, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They
they
got
have a
some
lot of
fighters
fights.
that came yeah, they got some fighters that came out of Canada, like, you know, even though, like, say Adonis Stevenson, he was
Yeah, he
patient.
was crazy.
But yeah, Adonis Stevenson.
And they got Oscar Rivas,
Jean
the
Pascal.
new
Yeah, Oscar
Bridgerweight.
Rivas, he's Colombian though. He relocated.
I know, but he still lives in Canada, though.
Yeah, he does. Who else? You had
Jean
John
Pascal, David
Pascal,
Lemieux.
David Lemieux, John Pascal.
Hey, David Lemieux about to fight David Benavidez.
Lennox Lewis won
They
the
have a
gold
new.
medal for Canada. Lennox
Yeah,
Lewis represented
Lennox.
Canada in the Olympics. He was gold medal for Canada. You know what I mean?
Who else you got? Who else?
You have a heavyweight prospect named Mahmoudov.
Mahmoudov.
Yes, he's going to be in the heavyweights, maybe
Oh, he's pretty
championship
good.
titles.
He's
I
pretty
think he's
good.
10-0, 10 knockouts.
10-0, 10 knockouts. For sure. I gotta check him out. What's his name?
Arslanbek Mahmoudov.
I think I seen him. He's tall. How tall is he? I think I did see this dude before.
I think he's like 6'6" or 6'5".
For sure, for sure.
Damn, that's a tall motherfucker.
Yes, 240, 230 is very big, man. Maybe more than 240.
And Fury 6'9", goddammit.
And you saw
Yeah,
Jared Anderson.
that's
Did you see
tough.
that Jared Anderson?
Oh yeah, Big Baby.
Yeah,
What you
very
thought about
impressive.
him? You liked him? Very impressive, Rakesh.
Wow, only 21 years old, man. He's already fucking up these dudes, man. He's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, yeah, Big Baby, the future.
My favorite heavyweight.
For sure. Yeah, he's good. I like him. What's up with it? Anthony, what's good, my boy?
Yeah, honestly, with Big Baby. This is why I'm excited about him specifically. It's rare that you see a young heavyweight like this. And like, he's only 22, right? 22, 23?
I think he just
Yeah,
turned
he's
22.
young. He's young.
Yeah, it's rare in general with the heavyweight division that you see a guy in his early 20s. It's always either in their late 20s, early 30s, maybe even late 30s that you see these fighters. So we need to be. I wouldn't say he's the next Riddick Bowe, Danny. That's a little bit too much pressure on him, on Big Baby. To be honest, when I look at him, he kind of reminds, like, his fighting style actually doesn't remind me of Riddick. It reminds me a little bit of Lennox, like how he fights.
I think I never seen someone like him, man. He fights like a welterweight, man. The way the flexibility and everything, man. The
Yeah, the way
speed.
he moves, huh?
Isn't Jared? Did Jared used to play football or something like that in college?
No, I don't think so. But he does remind me of Riddick Bowe, to be honest. I agree with Danny the Great as far as his speed, athleticism, his quickness, his skills. He reminds me of a young Riddick Bowe. And we know Riddick Bowe was the last undisputed champion from America that we ever had. You know what I mean? Honestly, bro, Riddick Bowe was a special fighter. He got a long way to go, though. Jared Anderson's still young. He got a long way to go. He still got to prove it. But the talent is there. Yo, what's good, Wayne? Talk, you there?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
What's good, Wayne?
I seen Jared. I seen him fight the other day. You know, he got talent. He got speed. He got some power. I'm trying to get a good gauge on him, so I need to see him a couple more times to really give a assessment on him. But I hear that Kambosos might be fighting Lomachenko instead of Devin Haney. Now, it's a lot of people that have you know, problems with the Devin Haney, him not fighting Devin Haney, him talking about Lomachenko. But I look at it like this: Lomachenko is the legacy fight. Devin Haney, yes, he does have the other piece of the title, so you need to be undisputed, so it won't be no dispute. But I have no problem with him fighting Lomachenko first. I don't know what y'all think, but I have no problem with him fighting. It's like when Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence had Pacquiao in their sights, but those two are the guys that people wanted to see fight. But Pacquiao was the legacy fight though, so I have no problem with him fighting Lomachenko before Devin Haney.
Yeah, no, I said this. I said this, but I had another way of looking at it. I said, to me, to eliminate all these arguments that some boxing fans are having, that it was a fluke, that he got lucky being Tio and stuff, to beat the guy that Tio beat for the undisputed championship before, would eliminate all these fluke arguments that people are. There's still fans saying that it was a fluke, like he got lucky. Tio was on a bad night. They're not discrediting him. It's just saying like it was a fluke. It was a fluke win. Like he got lucky. So I agree with you.
Well, I don't think it was a fluke win. I think T.O. came in there and he thought he was going to run him over. Just be honest. He thought he was going to run the man over. The man stood his ground, and T.O. found that he was in the fight. And T.O., see, one thing about boxing, I used to box. One thing about boxing, once you make up on your mind that you want to fight a certain way, it's hard to revert back to where you want to change your mindset by round 4, round 5, and say, okay, now I got to fight this way. No, your mind is already made up. Like T.O. mind was already made up. Now, if T.O. would have went in there like he fought Lomachenko, a little bit patient, more looking for the counters, using his jab, I think T.O. could have won. You know what I'm saying? But he went in there with the game plan. He wanted to fight. Now, we can't take nothing from Kambosos because T.O. wanted to fight the way he wanted to fight. That's how he wanted to fight, because he thought he was going to outclass the guy, right? So it didn't happen.
No,
so I don't think it was a fluke win.
It's a legacy, but yeah, no, but there's certain boxing fans that saying Kambosos got lucky, like that Teal came in unprepared, like not focused.
Yeah, but that's not luck. That's fucking undisciplined on Teofimo's behalf. You know, you can't take that and use that against Kambosos.
Look, part of being great is being ready. Okay, part of being great is being ready. It's not just the physical and the mental. You got to have that too, but you have to be prepared. And one thing, you know, people talk a lot of stuff about Mayweather. One thing I can tell you, that man was always ready. You know what I'm saying? The man was always ready.
Yeah, exactly. You stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So it wasn't it wasn't Kambosos' fault that Teofimo didn't take him seriously, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I agree. I don't agree with that sentiment. For me, I think it's a legacy fight for Kambosos. If he beats the guy that T.O. beat before to get the championships, that's a legacy fight, and he becomes a new king in that division and stuff like that.
Yeah, because look, I like Devin Haney because he's saying that he want to fight everybody. He's willing to go to Australia. You got people like Tank Davis, some of him want to go to Australia. Look, man, look. Look, Tank ain't fought nobody. I'm gonna be honest with you. Tank hasn't fought. And this man is what? How old is Tank? 26, 27?
They got some good wins though, Wayne. We can't just
Listen,
fully discredit what Tank has done. Tank just beat him. Let me say this. You know, because Tank just beat Isaac Cruz, and Isaac Cruz is a somebody.
That's fine. That's fine.
Let me finish. Isaac Cruz was a top 10 lightweight in every sanctioning body, bro. So we can't just devalue Isaac Cruz and say he's a bum when he's not.
I've been watching boxing for a long time.
I understand. Me too. I've been watching boxing since I was a baby, nigga. I was watching the boxing.
We all been watching boxing for a long time.
We all been watching boxing for a long time, bro.
I'm gonna give y'all a little tidbit right here. Tank is 27.
I'm saying you can't say that Isaac Cruz is nobody.
Oscar De La Hoya was fighting guys like Janelle Hernandez at 21, 22 years old, man.
It don't matter, bro. Isaac Cruz is a good fighter. You can't say that Isaac Cruz is a nobody.
I'm not saying he's a nobody.
You just said he fought nobody.
I'm saying to me, he hasn't fought anybody.
Okay.
To me, I'm talking about level of competition. He has not fought anybody where you going to look. He hasn't fought anybody that he went into a fight and you say that's a 50-50 fight.
Shit, neither has Devin Haney.
No. I ain't saying that. No. What I'm saying is,
who else has done that?
Hold on.
T.O.'s the only person that was doing that with the young niggas.
T.O. did it, and he's young. He's younger than Tank.
Yeah, I'm saying T.O. did it, but ain't nobody else doing it.
Okay, but he did it, and he's younger than Tank. What I'm saying is this. Devin Haney, yes, Devin Haney hasn't been in a 50-50 fight where you going to say he's 50-50, or your boy Davis. But what I'm saying is this. You had guys like Oscar De La Hoya fighting a fight of his career at 26. He was fighting Tito Trinidad. They were fighting at 26. You got this boy, 27 years old, on pay-per-view, and shouldn't be on pay-per-view, first of all.
Why not? He's a star. He's a star, right?
No. When you go to pay-per-view,
Tank is a star.
No.
Stars fight on pay-per-view. So Tank is not a star now. He just put 15,000 people in the Staples Center, and he sold out in fucking Atlanta 2 times. And Tank is a star, bro. Now you tripping, bro. You just tripping. Tank is a fucking star, bro. That's some bullshit, bro.
Hold on. Oscar De La Hoya had 10,000 people coming to his weigh-ins, man. I'm talking about weigh-in. So,
yeah, but you comparing, I said a fucking star. Oscar De La Hoya was a fucking superstar.
Yeah, superstar.
Why are you comparing Tank Davis to Oscar De La Hoya?
Because Oscar De La Hoya,
Tank Davis is still a star. I didn't say he was a superstar.
Deserved to be on pay-per-view.
You saying Tank Davis fighting nobody? That's not true. Isaac Cruz is a somebody. And so was Leo Santa Cruz. He was a somebody. And so was fucking Mario Barrios. He was a somebody, bro.
So hold on.
Nah, nigga, because you try to take away from the man.
Are you gonna let me speak?
Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't give a fuck. That's a motherfucking lie, nigga. You act like you're the only person that's watch boxing, nigga. You ain't the only person, my nigga.
Are you gonna stay in your feelings or you gonna let me talk?
Isaac Cruz is a somebody, homie. He risked his life in that ring.
Okay.
Don't you disrespect Isaac Cruz like that, bro.
Hold on.
That's a fucking lie, bro.
When I say
that's a lie. And Tank Davis is a fucking star. He's selling out everywhere he go. Even in the fucking Staples Center, nigga. In Atlanta, nigga. Motherfuckers pay up.
Somebody on the level.
It's your love, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
Did Tank Davis fight somebody on the level of Lomachenko yet? Did he fight somebody on that level yet?
Has Devin Haney fought somebody on the level of Lomachenko?
That's not a comparison for Devin Haney.
No, you just was praising Devin Haney. You would say that I like Devin Haney. Has Devin Haney been
in
a 50-50
fight? Lomachenko for 3 years?
You say Tank Davis ain't been in no 50-50 fight. Has Devin Haney been in a 50-50 fight?
Why did Tank Davis duck Lomachenko?
Has Devin Haney been in a 50-50 fight? Name another young fighter that's been in a 50-50 fight.
Tank Davis for 4 years. Why he haven't took the fight?
Nigga, has Devin Haney been in a 50-50 fight?
No,
yes
never. Okay,
then. But you pointing at Tank.
I'm comparing him to one of his comrades. One of his comrades is Tio. One of his comrades is Tio. Tio done it, though.
Stop lying. Has Devin Haney been in a 50-50 fight?
Tio has.
You want to criticize Tank Davis?
No, Tio done it. So why can't Tank do it?
Davis.
No, Tio done it. So why can't Tank Davis do it again?
Has Devin Haney did it?
No.
You was just on Devin Haney saying, Devin Haney doing this and that. But Devin Haney, he hasn't been in a 50 fight either.
No. I'm criticizing both of them.
I'll say criticize both of them then, nigga.
I'm criticizing
both. No, don't single out Tank Davis. Don't single out Tank Davis.
Neither one of them has
don't single out Tank Davis like he's the only one that's doing it, nigga.
But Devin, look. Devin Haney is not
Ain't
on
no
pay-per-view.
buts.
Hold on.
Ain't no
The
buts.
last time I checked, Devin Haney is not on
been in a
pay-per-view.
50-50 fight either.
Devin
nigga.
Haney is
And
not
I'm a
on
Devin Haney
pay-per-view.
fan.
Devin
I'm a
Haney is not on
motherfucking Devin
pay-per-view.
Haney fan, nigga.
Devin Haney is not on pay-per-view.
Fuck outta
Last
here,
time
bro.
I checked, Devin Haney is not on pay-per-view.
So what, nigga?
So that
Tank
means
Davis, nigga
the
selling out.
guys that he's fighting.
Devin Haney ain't selling out like Tank Davis.
Hold on, man.
He's not selling out like
He's
Tank
not on
Davis, nigga.
pay-per-view. He's not
Tank
dragging
Davis is
people
a
to
star,
pay-per-view.
bro. He's a
not
fucking
dragging
star,
people
bro.
to pay-per-view.
You
He's
hating
not
on
Yeah, but the
dragging
zone
people to
isn't free though.
Davis
Bro, the zone
is
isn't free
dragging
though. You
people
got to
to
pay for that.
pay-per-view.
Is that
You
Jimmy?
have to pay for the zone.
Jimbo!
Jimmy, what's good?
Jimmy's
He's
back.
not dragging people to pay-per-view. That's all I know. Devin
Hey, but
Haney
Tank
ain't doing
Davis is a
that.
star. You can't take that away from him, though.
No. I'm not taking away anything from Tank Davis. What
He's
I'm
a
saying
star,
is
though.
this. What I'm saying is this. He's 27. His resume is not that strong for a 27-year-old.
A lot of fighters' resumes ain't that strong, bro.
Man, okay, look.
Look at fucking
T.O.,
Benavidez.
hold on. T.O.
Look
is
at
24.
Demetrius Andrade, 33
Hold
years
on.
old. He still ain't fought nobody.
T.O.
Tank
is
got a better
24.
resume than Demetrius
T.O. got a
Andrade.
better resume. T.O.
Tank got a better resume
at
than
24.
Demetrius Andrade. Tank Davis, he beat more champions than Andrade. Who the
T.O.
fuck
has a
Andrade?
better
Who
resume.
Andrade
T.O.
beat,
is
nigga?
24. He has a
Fuck outta
better
here.
resume. He
Who
got a better
Andrade
resume.
beat? Tank Davis got a better resume than Andrade, and Andrade 33. Fuck out of here.
Andrade is a disappointment anyway.
Nah,
Andrade
nigga,
is a
stop
disappointment.
hating
Anyway.
on Tank. Like Tank ain't doing nothing, nigga.
Tank ain't
more
doing
than a lot of
nothing.
niggas,
He not showing me nothing. He's not.
but he just beat fucking Isaac Cruz, a top 10 lightweight.
Listen. Hey, look.
That's some
Okay,
straight
look.
hate.
He beat the
Tank
Isaac
Davis
Cruz.
knocked out.
I'm gonna clap my hands for him.
Tank Davis was the youngest champion in boxing when he knocked out Jose Pedraza. Nigga,
I'm gonna
fuck
clap
outta
my
here,
hands.
nigga.
Hey, look, I'm gonna clap my hands.
Tank
Has he
Davis,
fought
Tank
anybody
Davis
on the
knocked
level
out
of
Jose
Lomachenko?
Pedraza. He
Has
was
he
the
fought
youngest
anybody
champion
on the level
in
of
boxing.
Lomachenko?
Nigga, shut up, nigga.
How
Let me
he
talk.
fought anybody on the level of
Talk, nigga.
Lomachenko?
Hold
Has
up,
he
bro.
fought anybody on the level of
Let me talk,
Lomachenko?
nigga. Hold up, nigga. Hold
And
up.
there's only
How
one
he
person that's fought
anybody on the
Lomachenko,
level of
though.
Lomachenko
Nigga,
yet?
Tank Davis
There's only
knocked
one
out Jose
person out of the
Pedraza.
young guys that fought
Tank Davis
Lomachenko,
knocked out
though.
Jose Pedraza.
Thank you. So
Nigga,
that's T.O. and T.O.
Tank
is
Davis,
younger than
nigga,
him.
was the
T.O.
youngest
is
champion
younger than
in
him.
boxing.
So
He
what
was
is
the
his
youngest
problem?
champion in
So
boxing,
why
nigga.
haven't Tank Davis
Tank
fought
Davis knocked out
anybody on
Jose
that
Pedraza
level yet?
for
Because
a
he
world
can't.
title.
We
He was
all
only
know Tank
21.
Davis can fight somebody on that level, right?
He was
We all
only
know.
21, nigga.
Hold on.
Hating ass nigga.
Hold on.
Now you hold on, nigga.
We all
Don't
know
fucking tell
that
me to hold on.
Lomachenko
Nigga,
is
it's my show,
asking for
nigga.
that fight.
You hold on. This my
Lomachenko
shit,
been
nigga.
asking for that fight for
This
3
my
years.
shit,
Why
nigga.
can't he get it?
Fuck wrong with
Why
you?
can't he get it?
Tank
No.
Davis
Why can't
knocked out
Lomachenko get
Pedraza.
that fight?
He knocked out
Why can't
Pedraza, nigga.
Lomachenko
He
get
was
the
the
fight he's
youngest
been
champion
asking for
in
3
boxing.
years? You ain't answering the question. Why can't
Shut the
Lomachenko
fuck
get
up.
the fight? He's been
Nigga,
asking
shut
for
the
3
fuck
years.
up, nigga.
He's
Shut
been
your
asking
ass
for
up,
3
nigga.
years. You can't answer the
Bitch
question.
ass nigga.
You can't
don't
answer
hear
the
me
question.
talking, bitch.
You can't ask. Look, I'm
Shut
gonna let
the
you be in
fuck
all
up,
your.
nigga.
Look, I'm gonna let you
Shut
in your
the fuck
female
up,
traits,
nigga.
but
Shut
you can't
your
answer
ass
the
up.
question.
Shut your bitch
Answer the
ass up.
question.
Shut your
Answer the
whole ass up.
question. I answered
You
your
don't know
question.
shit about
You're not
boxing.
answering my
Nigga
question.
talking about
Why
you
can't
know all this
Lomachenko
about
get the
boxing.
fight? He's been
You've
asking
been
for
watching
3
boxing
years.
for this long. And
Why
you don't
can't
know shit.
Lomachenko get the fight
How
that he's
you
been
been
asking
watching
for 3
boxing
years?
for this long and you don't know shit about
Why
boxing,
can't
nigga?
Lomachenko get the fight?
Motherfucking Pedraza, nigga.
No.
Tank Davis knocked
Why
out
can't
Pedraza.
Lomachenko
He
get the
was only
fight?
21
I'm
years
asking
old.
about Lomachenko. Why can't
Nigga,
Lomachenko
shut
get the
the
fight?
fuck up, nigga.
Why
Real
can't
talk, you
Lomachenko
been
get the
yapping
fight?
this whole
You know
time.
it's. Hey, look.
Shut
You
the fuck
know.
up, nigga.
You know Tank
Shut
Davis
the
has been
fuck up,
ducking that
nigga.
man for 4
Look,
years.
hey, listen.
Tank Davis has
You
been ducking
trying to hate
Lomachenko
on
for
Tank,
4
nigga.
years.
I'm not even a Tank Davis
4
fan,
years.
nigga. Shut
4
your ass
years.
up, nigga.
He's been
Real
ducking this
talk.
man for
You don't
4
know
Yo,
shit
years.
about
Tank's a
boxing.
good fighter, bro.
Tank
Okay,
is a
look.
good
Tank
fighter,
may be
bro.
a good fighter.
Come on.
Why can't
Tank
Lomachenko
ain't
get the
did
fight?
nothing. Tank did more
Why
than
can't Lomachenko
Demetrius
get the fight?
Andrade. Y'all be all up on his dick.
I'm asking you a
Y'all be on
question.
Andrade's dick.
Why
He
can't
ain't fought
I'm asking
nobody.
anybody
He's
on the
33.
panel?
How old is
Why
Andrade?
can't
How
Lomachenko
old
get the
is
fight with
Andrade,
Tank
bitch?
Davis? Why
How old
can't
is he?
Lomachenko get the fight
He's
with Tank
33.
Davis?
And
That's
Andrade
all I'm
still ain't
asking.
fought nobody.
That's all all I'm
Fuck
asking.
out of here. You don't
Why
niggas
can't
do all this
Lomachenko
shit.
get the fight? I want
But you hating
Lomachenko to
on
fight
Tank,
Tank
nigga.
Davis.
Fuck out of
I
here,
want to see
nigga.
Lomachenko and Tank
Niggas hating
Davis.
on Tank.
I want to see
Motherfucker, Tank
Lomachenko and
Davis.
Tank Davis.
Nigga, Tank Davis knocked out.
Hey, that's
And I
a
bet you
fight that
Lomachenko
He
win
was
the
only
fight.
21, bitch ass nigga.
I bet you Lomachenko beat Tank Davis. I bet you. I'm willing to bet how much
Nigga,
money
that's
you
your
want to bet.
opinion.
How much money you want to bet? How much money you
So
want
what?
to bet? that
Nigga, shut
Lomachenko
your
beat Tank
bitch ass
Davis?
up. Nigga,
How
shut your
much
pussy
money
ass
you
up,
willing to
nigga.
bet that
Shut your
Lomachenko
bitch
dog
ass
walk
up.
Tank Davis?
Shut your
He's
bitch
gonna
ass up.
dog walk
You a
Tank
bitch.
Davis.
You a fucking
Dog
bitch.
walk Tank
Shut
Davis.
your pussy ass up, nigga.
Dog
You're
walk Tank
motherfucking
Davis.
woman.
He's going to
Shut the
dog
fuck
walk
up.
Tank Davis.
Shut your bitch ass up. All
You
you
can,
doing
hey,
is
look,
hate,
you
nigga.
can be all in your
You
feelings.
on
I
that
don't know.
Jordan.
I don't agree with that because
He still ain't fought nobody, bitch. But you on his dick.
Who? Lomachenko?
I said Andrade. I said Andrade, bitch.
I don't care about no Andrade. I'm not talking about.
Shut the fuck up. I said Andrade, bitch. I said Andrade, nigga. Fuck out of here.
I want to know why Tank Davis is ducking Lomachenko.
Who the fuck did Andrade beat?
Why is Tank Davis ducking Lomachenko? That's all I'm saying. 4 years. It's been 4 years. The man can't get the fight.
So why Devin Haney ain't fighting Lomachenko?
Why? Hey, we all know that. Hold on. We all know that Lomachenko was made a franchise champion, so he wanted to fight Devin Haney.
Answer that question. Shut the fuck up and listen. Why Devin Haney ain't fighting Lomachenko? Answer that.
Lomachenko was made franchise champion, so he wanted to fight Devin Haney. And then he went to go fight Tio.
He was made franchise champion. So
and then he fought Tio. Then he fought
Tio. He was made franchise champion.
Yeah,
so he fought Tio.
So hold on. Devin Haney gonna get his shot, though. Devin Haney gonna get his shot.
Just so he can fight.
This what I do know. Devin Haney ain't ducking Lomachenko. Devin Haney ain't ducking Lomachenko.
You just running your mouth.
Davis is ducking Lomachenko. He's been doing it for 4 years. How many times have we seen
Lomachenko?
Hold on. So you gonna tell me that you never heard?
Since you want to put all of this shit, on Tank. Why Devin Haney ain't fighting Loma?
Tank Davis. You gonna say that?
Why Devin Haney ain't fighting Loma?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you, bitch.
When have you not heard Lomachenko call out Tank Davis? He been calling out Tank Davis for 4 years, man.
You came to the wrong channel with this bullshit, nigga.
He can't get the fight.
Why, Devin? So you said Tank Davis ain't been in a 50 fight. Has Devin Haney been in a 50-50 fight?
Never. Neither
so
one of them.
Never been in a 50-50 fight.
Neither one of them.
So why are you talking shit only about Tank then?
I'm talking about Tank right now. I'm gonna get to Devin Haney. I'm gonna get to Devin Haney.
So why you only talking shit about Tank
right now?
Because I like Devin Haney.
Why you can't answer my question? No. I'm not a Devin Haney fan. I'm not a Devin Haney fan. I got a YouTube channel. I'm not a Devin Haney fan. But look, check this out. Why can't Lomachenko get the fight with Tank
Isaac Cruz was a fucking warrior, nigga.
Okay, that's fine. Isaac Cruz was a warrior. That's great. That's great.
Put some respect on his name,
Why
nigga.
can't Tank Davis fight Lomachenko next then? Why can't he get the fight with Lomachenko next?
They talking about fighting Kambosos.
Hold on. But I thought Tank Davis was a star. Hold on. I thought Tank Davis was a star.
You said Tank Davis was a star.
You said Tank Davis was a star.
Lomachenko's trying to fight Kambosos. Loma's trying to fight Kambosos. He's not even trying to fight Tank right now. He's trying to fight Kambosos.
Kambosos is not a star, though. Kambosos is not a star, though.
Kambosos is not a... This stupid ass nigga said Kambosos is not a star. Kambosos is a fucking superstar in Australia.
Yeah, he's a big star in his home country. Even here now, he's starting to get known.
He is one of the biggest stars in boxing now.
Tank Davis was a star, period. But you said Tank Davis was a star, period. Don't matter what country you in. Tank Davis is a star, period. That's what you said. That's what you said. You said Tank Davis.
Kambosos is a superstar in Australia, you stupid motherfucker. Fuck wrong
you
with
mean
you?
to tell me Mayweather can't offer? Hold on, Mayweather can't offer Lomachenko money to Tank Davis.
All of Greece behind.
So hold on, you telling me that Lomachenko cannot get more money from Tank Davis
for a long time, and you don't know shit.
Telling me that Tank Davis can't get more money to Lomachenko. You mean to tell me that Mayweather cannot give more money to Lomachenko? You mean to tell me that Mayweather can't give more money to Lomachenko?
Kambosos is not a star.
Come on, man.
You just said Kambosos is not a star. Nigga, you don't know shit.
Not off of one fight. He's not no star for one fight.
A fucking superstar in Australia. Kambosos with 80,000.
Okay,
80,000 people. 80,000 people in a stadium in Australia. But he's not a star. Shut your stupid ass up, bitch.
He's a star. Hold on, man. Dude. Stop with the
insult.
Dude, stop with it.
You don't know
I'm not going to insult you.
Shut
I'm
your
not going to insult you because you're a grown man. I'm not going to insult you. What I'm going to say is this. What I'm going to say,
you're a bitch, dude.
Look. If you're in front of my face, you're not going to say that. I know you're not going to say that in front of my face.
I'll bitch slap you, nigga.
No, you're not. You ain't got no hands. You ain't got no hands.
The shit out your bitch ass, nigga. Knock some sense to your bitch ass, nigga. You don't know shit about boxing.
Tank Davis is ducking the fade.
Over here capping,
Tank Davis is ducking.
Nigga, you a bitch, nigga.
And I know it.
You a straight up bitch, nigga.
This panel know that Tank Davis been called out by Lomachenko a lot of times, and he still haven't took the fight.
I can tell you that, nigga. That I would knock your
man,
ass
no, I know you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. Look, I don't argue over the phone, man.
I know that you a bitch.
No.
I know that you a bitch. I know that you on my
channel right now. That's high school arguing over the phone.
I know you on my panel right now.
I face grown men in front of their face. I face grown men in their face.
Bitch
I
ass
face grown men in their
What's wrong
face.
with
I
you?
face grown men in
Nigga,
their
you
face.
my fan,
I don't
nigga.
talk on the
You
phone
a
talking
fan
about
of
what I'm
me.
gonna do to somebody.
Pussy ass nigga.
But look, check this
You
out.
a fan of me. I
Check
know
this
that.
out. No, I'm not a
Bitch
fan
ass
of you.
nigga.
No,
You on my
no,
channel because you a fan, nigga.
no,
You subscribe to my channel. Pussy ass nigga. Because you
I
on my
came
dick.
on here.
Yeah,
I
bitch
came
ass
on here
nigga.
to tell.
You
I
coming
came on
over
here
here
to talk
getting
about
cooked.
Tank Davis.
Bitch, your bitch ass knocked
Ducking
out, nigga.
Lomachenko.
Nigga,
So
I'll
that's
knock
what he
the
doing.
fuck out you.
He
Bitch
no,
ass
no,
nigga.
you won't. No,
Better
you
watch
won't.
your
No, you
motherfucking
won't,
mouth,
man.
bitch.
Stop
I
it.
know that.
Stop it, man.
Bitch ass
I know
nigga.
15-year-olds
I'll
at
beat
the
your
gym that'll
motherfucking
knock
ass,
you
nigga.
out. I know
Nigga, I'll beat
15-year-olds
your
at the gym
motherfucking
that'll
ass,
knock
nigga.
you out.
I
Stop,
would
man.
knock you
Stop.
out. I know that
Stop,
much.
man. Would you
I would
stop
knock
it?
you out.
Stop it,
Nigga, I'm
man.
cooking you right now.
Stop
You
it,
getting
man.
cooked right
Look,
now
dude, would
in
you
front of the
stop?
people, nigga.
You
fool.
sound like a
Talking about,
petulant
man,
child.
bro,
You sound
shut
like a
your bitch
child.
ass up.
You sound
Shut
like a
your
child, man. You sound like a
pussy ass up.
child. You
Shut
sound like
your
a child.
pussy
You need
ass
to
up.
grow up.
Nigga,
But
you bitch
anyway,
made, nigga. You
anybody
bitch
else
made,
on this
nigga.
panel,
I would
y'all
bitch slap
know
you.
that
Whole ass nigga.
Lomachenko has been calling
Nigga,
out
I
Tank
slap the
Davis
shit
for
out
4
you.
years.
Nigga, I would
Y'all
slap the
know it
fuck
and
out
I
you.
know it.
Nigga, I would
Everybody
slap the
knows it.
fuck out you.
I can
You
pull up
pussy
the
ass nigga.
video
You
of
don't know shit about
Lomachenko
boxing.
calling out
You
Tank
don't know
Davis.
shit about boxing. You on my channel because you on my motherfucking dick. Pussy ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga said Kambosos is not a star. Tank not a star. But Tank fighting on pay-per-view 3 times in a row. Bitch ass nigga, but he not a star. Tank Davis had 15,000 people in LA in Staples Center on a fucking Sunday. But he's not a star. Shut your bitch ass up. Pussy ass nigga.
Fight somebody.
You don't know
You
shit
gotta
about
fight
boxing.
somebody. You gotta
Shut your
fight
bitch
somebody.
ass up, nigga.
You
And I'll
gotta
beat
fight
your
somebody.
motherfucking
He's
ass.
not fighting nobody. He's
Real
not
talk,
fighting
listen.
nobody. I still hold on that. He's not fighting
You don't
nobody.
know shit about boxing,
I'm still
homie.
standing
I
by
swear
that.
to
He ain't
God,
fighting
nigga.
nobody.
You just
He
said
ain't fighting nobody. He ain't
you
fighting
just hating.
nobody.
You a
You can
hater,
get mad
bro.
all you want. He's
You
not
a
fighting
hater.
nobody.
Nigga, Isaac Cruz
He's not fighting
is
nobody.
somebody. Isaac
Okay?
Cruz is a warrior.
Tell me.
So you saying Isaac Cruz not a good fighter?
Yeah. Isaac Cruz is a good fighter. Isaac Cruz is a good
So
fighter.
why
He's a
you
good
saying he's a
fighter, not a
nobody?
great fighter. He's a good fighter, not a
That was a
great
good
fighter.
fight,
He's
though.
a
Why you
good
saying
fighter.
he's a nobody
He's not
then?
a great fighter. I ain't saying
Why
he's
is you saying he's a nobody?
Look. When I say nobody, I'm not trying to
correct
disrespect the
yourself.
man. I'm not trying to
Correct
disrespect the
yourself
man when I
then.
say nobody. I'm just saying he's
Correct
not
yourself,
fighting.
nigga.
Hold on. He's not fighting nobody where I can look at it and say that's a 50-50 fight or Tank may lose that fight. He hasn't fought that fight
My
yet.
question
He
is,
hasn't fought that fight yet.
who
He
else
hasn't
is
fought
doing
that
that
fight
in the
yet.
lightweight division? Devin Haney's not
Hey,
doing that.
listen. Hey, that's what
I
we said
never
about
said Devin Haney
Kambosos,
was
though.
doing it.
That's what we said about Kambosos, though. That it wasn't a 50-50 fight, and look what happened.
Okay, Kambosos won. Cruz didn't win though. Kambosos won.
He put up
Cruz
a good
didn't
fight.
win.
Some people thought he won.
Yeah, some people thought he won for real.
Look, black and white is what counts. Black and white is what
Now
counts.
black and white is what counts. Okay, now all of a
So
sudden,
hold
black
on.
and
So
white
when
is
you
what
look at BoxRec, who got the victory on
counts.
BoxRec?
Well, when
Who got the
Canelo
victory?
beat Lara, black
got
and
the
white didn't count then. When Canelo beat Triple G in the second fight, it didn't count then, right?
Yeah, it counts because it's
It
black
didn't
and
count
white.
then. They said Canelo lost to Lara and all of that.
Man.
People still bitching and crying
we
about
can
that.
have our opinions, right? We can have our opinions if we thought won. But with the wins and the losses, that's the only thing that matters, the wins and losses. That's the only thing that matters.
All right, then, but you can't say that.
You can have your opinion. I can have my opinion. I thought Canelo lost the lower fight. I thought Canelo lost the lower fight.
Cruz was
But
ranked
my
in the
opinion
top
don't matter
10.
on wins and losses.
People was already talking about Isaac Cruz
Look.
before the Tank fight, nigga.
Okay, that's
You was
fine.
already
That's
talking
fine.
about.
That's fine. Isaac Cruz went in there and fought a good fight.
That was a
He
good
fought
fight.
Yeah, it was a
Tank
good
got to
fight.
go win against
It was a
Pedraza.
good
Pedraza
fight.
was the champion. Tank Davis was 21 years old.
That's
That was a
fine.
good win for Tank.
I'm not taking nothing away from the man. That's fine.
That was a good win for Tank against
That's a good
Jose
win.
Pedraza.
That was 6 years ago.
You said he never fought nobody. He's fighting. Pedraza was a good fight. You know Pedraza fighting Jose Ramirez?
I know Pedraza fought. He fought Lomachenko
You know Pedraza is fighting Jose Ramirez in his next fight.
Lomachenko too.
You know Pedraza fighting Jose Ramirez in his next fight.
That's fine. That's fine.
He's still going.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
You're trying to take away from everything the kid did, bro.
I'm not taking.
I'm not even a Tank fan.
What I'm saying, when you
I'm
get
a
to
Devin Haney fan. With Devin Haney, he hasn't even been in the top.
When you get, but Devin Haney is much younger than him too, though. Devin Haney is much younger than him.
How old is Devin Haney?
Like 24.
23.
23.
He's 23.
That's 4 years younger than Tank.
Okay, but Tank
could be.
Still got some good wins.
Tell me this.
Who else is doing it in the lightweight division? Is Ryan Garcia doing that? Is he in 50-50
Ryan Garcia
fight?
is a disappointment too. He's a disappointment.
Who else is doing that in the lightweight division?
We can talk about Ryan Garcia in the lightweight division. But look, check this out.
Has Lomachenko? All right, Lomachenko.
The reason why I'm
no, so what about Loma? What is Loma doing in lightweight? Is he in 50-50 fights? Or has every fight in lightweight, Loma has been the favorite? Even the Teofimo Lopez fight.
He was a favorite. He was a
Has Loma been in a 50-50 fight at lightweight?
No.
So what are you talking about?
But look, check this out. Check this out, though. Check this out. He has not been in 50-50 fights. I give
Not
you
even
that.
Loma.
I give you that.
Loma hasn't even been in a
I
fucking
give you that.
50-50 fight
I
at
give you that.
lightweight.
I give you that. He hasn't been in 50-50 fights at lightweight.
Not even Devin Haney. How old is Loma?
Now, but
How old is
Loma?
Loma 33. Since you want to go by
Loma got a
age,
better resume, though. Loma got a better resume.
age,
Hold on. So you
how
trying
old
to
is
tell me
Loma?
that Tank Davis and Loma resume
Loma
the same?
33. Loma 33.
Woo!
Loma
You talking about
33 years old.
Loma only got 15 fights.
No,
though. He
since
only
you
got
want to bring
15
up
fights.
age,
He
no,
got
since you
15
want to
fights.
listen.
He got
Now
15
listen,
fights,
bro.
though.
Listen. Since you want to go by age, Loma's 33 and Tank is 27. And Loma, he hasn't been in a 50-50 fight. Loma's older than Tank. So what the fuck?
You know he got 15 fights, right? You know one guy got 15 fights.
Older. He's been professional longer than Tank. What are you talking about?
No, hold on.
Now
Let's
because
back up.
he got less fights. Now it's because he got less fights.
Yeah, he does. He got 15 fights.
Bullshitting, bro. You just straight up bullshitting right now.
Hold on. Let's back up. Now
You
at
go
lightweight,
ain't no backing up, nigga.
At lightweight, Loma
Ain't no
Chico
backing
got-
up, nigga.
Hold on.
You
When
can't
he
back
fought
out of
Gary
this
Russell,
now.
that was 50-50. When he fought
you
Gary
can't
Russell,
back out of this
Oh,
now.
shit.
when
Ain't
he
no
fought
backing
Gary
up,
Yeah,
Russell,
it's
that was
true. None of them
50-50
have
fight.
been on a
Nigga,
50-50
When he
fight,
fought Gary
huh?
Russell,
Except
that
for
was a
Teofimo.
50-50 fight. When he
The
fought
niggas-
Gary
you
Russell, that was a
came
50-50 fight. When
came
he
over
fought
here,
Gary
Cap.
Russell. When he fought Gary Russell, that was
Listen,
a
look,
50-50
we're
fight.
talking
No, I'm
about
talking about
lightweight.
135.
You're
135.
talking about
Keep it at
135. Now you
135.
backtracking. Let this nigga
But he got a
backtrack.
better resume than
Trying to
Tank.
move in the
I know he got
goalpost.
a better resume than Tank at
We're talking
135.
about
At 135, he got a
135.
better resume than Tank.
We're
At
talking about
135, he got a better resume than
135,
Tank.
nigga.
At
Stop moving the
135,
goal,
he got a better resume than
At
Tank.
135, has Lomachenko been in a 50-50 fight? No. Has
No.
Devin Haney? No.
But he
Damn.
got a better
person-
resume. He got
The
a
only
much better
person
resume.
that was in a 50-50 fight or was the underdog was Teofimo Lopez, homie.
T.O. was underdog. T.O. was the underdog.
And
We
he's
know
not
that.
even at
We
lightweight
know
no more.
that.
Bro,
We know
T.O.
that.
not even at
We
lightweight
know
no more.
that.
He's moving to 140.
Hey, but what I can say is, hold on.
Currently, no.
So-
Kambosos was the underdog against T.O.
Yeah,
so he did it.
true.
Kambosos.
But at least, look, hold
But
on.
not Loma. Loma has never been in a 50-50 fight at 135. And Loma,
No.
33 years old. And
That's
he's 33.
fine. That's fine. But
All right, so
Tank,
stop
hold
moving
on.
the
But
goalpost,
Tank,
bro.
hold on. Tank, to me, in my opinion, Tank has not faced anybody on Lomachenko level. Period.
Who has Devin Haney faced somebody on Lomachenko's level?
Nope.
Who
Nope.
else? Who
Nope.
faced somebody on Lomachenko's
Devin
level?
Haney gonna get his chance though. Devin Haney gonna
If
get
they
his
ain't gonna
chance.
get his chance, he only
Devin
27.
Haney gonna get his. I know.
They gonna
Tank.
get
I
his
know.
chance, but you trying to shit on
Look,
Tank.
man, what I'm saying is this.
All
Tank
you
is that.
doing is
Hold
trying
on.
to shit on Tank, bro. I'm not even a Tank
Hold on.
fan.
Shakur
But you're
Stevenson.
lying, bro.
Hold on.
You're lying on his name.
Hold on. Shakur Stevenson is younger than Tank. Devin Haney is younger than
Now,
Tank.
Shakur, you going
Ryan
to Shakur
Garcia is younger than Tank.
Let's fight at
Tank's supposed
130.
to be
You
at a
all
certain.
over the place
Tank
now.
should be at a certain
Now you
level
all over
though.
the place.
Tank should not be in the same
You
bunch
just
with
want to
them.
shit on Tank. I
Hold on,
understand,
Tank,
bro.
hold on. Let me say this, H Money.
Hey, bro,
Tank
it sounds
should
like
not
you
be-
don't like Tank.
Hold on.
And how old
Tank
he
should-
is.
I don't like how they
hold on. Let me
moving.
talk.
I understand a lot of
Tank
people
should
feel
not
like
be
that.
at the same level. Tank should be ahead of those guys. He should be ahead of those guys. We shouldn't be talking about Tank with those guys.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
He is ahead of those guys.
How? How is he ahead of those guys?
Nigga, they got Tank Davis right ahead of Devin Haney on fucking at lightweight right now on ESPN, bro.
That's fine. No, I'm saying as far as the people that they fought, he should be ahead of them.
So Tank got a better resume than Shakur Stevenson. What the fuck are you talking about?
But he don't have a better resume than T.O.
Cause T.O. beat Loma. Only
And
T.O.
he beat Coleman. And he beat Coleman and Nakatashi. And Coleman and Nakatashi. And Coleman and Nakatashi.
So you can only say T.O.
So he's not ahead of T.O.
Hey, he should be ahead of him as far as opponents or achievements.
He should be ahead of him as far as resume.
Well,
the opponents that he fights.
If you go by opponents, Tank Davis got a better resume than Shakur Stevenson.
He
beat Pedraza. He beat Pedraza. Tank Davis beat Isaac Cruz. He beat Mario Barrios. And he beat Leo Santa Cruz, nigga. And he beat Leo.
So that's better than T.O.? That's better than T.O. resume?
I didn't say T.O. You a fucking bitch. Did I say T.O.? I just said Shakur Stevenson, nigga.
So why is he?
Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. I just said Shakur Stevenson, nigga. Don't put words in my mouth, nigga. You bitch ass nigga. I said Shakur Stevenson, nigga. Who Shakur Stevenson beat besides Joel Gonzalez and Jamel Herring? What the fuck you think Tank Davis gonna do to Jamel Herring? He gonna knock his ass out. The fuck wrong with you?
Tank Davis supposed to be Tank Davis supposed to be head and shoulders above them, though. He should be a head and shoulders above them, but he's not. He's not head and shoulders. So why did T.O. hold on? Why did T.O. somebody that's
T.O. ain't at 135 no more.
Why did T.O. somebody that's 4
lost.
years younger than him catch him that quick in the resume?
just lost.
Why did T.O. catch him in the resume though? That's fine. He just lost. That's fine that he just lost.
He just lost to
Even with
Kambosos.
that loss, he still got a better resume though. He fought
T.O.
better
ain't at 135. We talking about 135.
He fought better people at 135. T.O.
T.O. not at 135 no more. He moving to 140.
Okay.
So you can't say
but he
T.O.
hasn't had a fight at 140
no
yet, though. He hasn't had a fight at 140.
He's moving up to
Until
140,
you have
bro.
a fight at 140,
He's
that's
moving
official.
up to 140, though.
It's not official until you have a fight at 140.
Nigga,
it's not official.
Yeah, that 140 shit is official. We're talking
It's
about.
official. This nigga's just capping. What the fuck? You gotta lie.
Hold on. He can change his mind next week. Hold on. He can change his mind next week and fight.
Nah, he can't make the weight no longer. What the fuck you mean?
Hold on, man. Why y'all still talking?
Why is bothering him and his dad saying that they're moving to 140? Why?
But they can change. He can change his mind and fight.
He can't make 135 anymore.
Okay, that's what you say. That's what you say,
That's
right?
That's what he said.
He said that 3 fights ago too, and he still fight. He still fought at 140.
That's what T.O. said. So you know more than T.O. You know more than T.O. We telling you what T.O. said, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with this nigga, bro?
Hey, listen. The son got the son Spanish, right? And he did an interview with the son Spanish personnel, right? And he talked about how he can't make the weight anymore, and the weight he struggled many times to make the weight, and he said he can't do it anymore. So, like, what more do you want to hear?
That shit is crazy as fuck. I can't believe this nigga, bro. Don't go nowhere, nigga. Don't run anywhere, nigga. You gonna learn your boxing tonight. You just want to shit on Tank Davis this whole fucking time. You said because Tank hasn't been in a 50-50 fight. Name another lightweight that's been in a 50-50 fight. Kambosos, only Kambosos. He was the underdog. T.O. moved up to 140. So Devin Haney has not been in a 50-50 fight at lightweight. Lomachenko's never been in a 50-50 fight at lightweight. Nobody. But you would just want to single out Tank and shit on Tank. I understand you don't like Tank. A lot of people don't like Tank for whatever reason, bro. You got to give that kid some credit for beating Isaac Cruz, bro. Isaac Cruz is a somebody. That's how we started, arguing. You said Isaac Cruz was a nobody. He is a somebody. He was a top 10 lightweight. Hey, come back, bro. Don't leave. You wanted this noise. Don't run now, nigga. I knocked this nigga out. Yeah, T.O. been in a 50-50 fight, Alex. He has. But T.O. moved up to 140. Remember, T.O. was the underdog against Lomachenko in the fight with Richard Coleman. You give T.O. his credit. We always gave T.O. his credit, but he's no longer at lightweight. You know what I'm saying? T.O. moved up to 140. So the current lightweights, active lightweights, Kambosos is the only person that's been in a 50-50 fight. Lomachenko was the favorite against T.O. Lomachenko was the favorite. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Isaac Cruz is a somebody. He's a warrior from Mexico, bro. One of the toughest guys. But they say, oh, Tank ain't fought nobody. Now you shitting on Isaac Cruz, homie. And I'm not going to shit on Isaac Cruz, homie. I'm not. Another knockout. Let's go. Hit the like button, subscribe. Where you at, Rakesh? Come back, Rakesh. I just knocked this nigga out. This nigga ran, homie. You better come back, my nigga. I know you ain't going to let me knock you out in front of everybody like that. Because you acted like you wanted some smoke. You ain't got no smoke, nigga. You ain't got no smoke. Saying Tank fighting nobodies. Isaac Cruz is a somebody. Jose Pedraza is still a somebody, homie. You know what I'm saying? He fighting Jose Ramirez next. So what you trying to say? Jose Ramirez is fighting a nobody in Pedraza? Tank beat Pedraza years ago. Lomachenko fought that same Pedraza for a world title.
Hey, Ramirez is a former unified champion too, so.
Yeah, and Lomachenko beat Pedraza at 135. The same guy that Tank beat. But it's okay for Lomachenko to fight Pedraza, but you got a problem with Tank do it, bro. Nah, bro, we got to give fighters they credit, my dude. That's all I'm saying. Give every fighter they credit that deserve it. Tank deserved credit for Isaac Cruz. Tank deserved credit for Jose Pedraza. Even Leo Santa Cruz. Oh, he back. He back.
Okay, so
Yo, you cooked that dude so bad, H brother. Yo, he ran out like a pussy.
I got
Yo,
knocked
you
out.
ran out, man. You ran out, motherfucker.
Hold on. Hey,
Fucking
look.
hating on Tank Davis.
Money. Hey,
You want to hate
continue
on Tank
talking, or
Davis?
you want to let this dude talk right here?
You fucking pussy.
Look, man, just calm down, man. Just you calm down, sit in the background.
You stop hating, motherfucker, okay?
Sit back
No,
in the
no, you
background
stop
and
hating.
shut up, man. Okay,
Are you
H
mad?
Money.
Are you
H
mad at
Money,
him?
would you agree?
You fucking bitch.
Hold on. H Money, would you
You the
agree that
soft ass
Tank
dude,
Davis
man.
can fight
You the
anybody
soft
he want
dude.
to fight at lightweight? Would you agree with that? That he could fight anybody at lightweight he want to? Would you agree with that? That he could fight anybody at lightweight that he want to fight?
Man, shut your
You wouldn't
bitch
agree
ass
with
up,
that?
man.
You wouldn't agree with that?
I think Tank Davis would want to fight anyone at lightweight, but he cannot based on his contract and his network deal.
His network. Oh, okay.
One thing is sure is Tank is
The
making a
difference
lot of money.
between what Tank
A
wants
lot
and
of
what the
money.
network wants is different. So
Nigga, Tank said he want to fight Kambosos, who's the number
Yeah,
one
so-
lightweight right now. He just said he want to fight Kambosos. And
So who is
Kambosos
Kambosos?
number one lightweight
Who
in
is
boxing,
Kambosos
nigga.
signed to? Who is Kambosos signed to?
he doesn't have
Drew
anyone.
DiBella.
He a free agent, right?
Yep.
Drew DiBella.
He's
Tank
a
said
free
he wanna
network
fight
agent.
Kambosos.
Yep.
So what you got to say about that? You
so
still
he's
gonna
a
shit
free
on?
agent,
Wait,
right?
let me
So he's
talk,
a free
Wayne.
agent,
Let me
right?
talk, Wayne. So you still gonna shit on Tank? And he said he want to fight the number one guy in Kambosos.
Yeah, he want to fight Kambosos, but not in Australia though.
Now you wrong again.
He said
because let me speak.
Leonard Ellaby said not in Australia.
Let me speak because Steven Espinoza, the head of Showtime, he said that they will go fight in Australia if that's where the money is at. That's what they said.
Well, Leonard Ellaby said they're not going to Australia.
Espinoza said they will go fight in Australia if that's where the money is at.
So who running it? Who running the show?
Steven Espinoza run the network.
Okay, so
Showtime. Who's
wherever
Tank Davis signed to? Showtime.
So wherever he
Okay,
says
then.
goes. Hold on. So wherever he says goes, right?
I didn't say that. Now you putting more words in my mouth,
I'm
bro.
just asking you.
No, because you saying Tank. No, this is what you said. You said Tank. He said he won't fight in Australia. First of all, send me a link.
Said Leonard Ellaby said not
nigga.
Australia.
Send us a link. Show me the video where Tank said it out of his own mouth that he won't go to Australia. Send it.
Man, hold on. Tank Davis not running his own career. That's Mayweather. Hold on. Mayweather runs.
You fucking liar.
Mayweather runs his career.
Answer the question. Did Tank say it?
You would never see Tank. You would never hear Tank say that.
All right, then. So why you say Tank
Then
said
shut the fuck up.
Because I take what Leonard Ellaby say because
and I'm telling you what Steven Espinoza said.
Ellaby is running his career.
Man, this nigga
him and Mayweather, right? Hold on.
This nigga's capping.
Okay. You basically proved the point, though. No, listen. You said they're running their career, right? So what Tank wants and what they want is two different things. But Tank himself has never said he will not fight any of these guys. He said he will fight them. But like you said, Ellerby and Floyd and the network Showtime run his career, so it's what they want.
Okay,
I mean,
Showtime is the one.
But you're saying that Tank can choose anyone, but he can't.
Okay, put it this way. No. Can Mayweather choose anybody for Tank to fight? Can Mayweather do it? That's who he signed to. That's his promoter.
Hey, listen, you just said that Tank Davis said that he won't go to Australia, but now
I never say Tank. I said Leonard Ellaby said they're not going there.
You said
you said that.
I said that Leonard Ellaby said.
No, you did just say that. You said it a couple of times. You said Tank won't go to Australia. Tank said that. But Leonard, now you're saying Leonard Ellerby said. Now I'm telling you, Steven Espinoza, he said they will go to Australia if that's where the money is at. Come on, bro. Now you saying Tank. You say
hold on. Because I'm gonna pull it up right now. Steven Espinoza said it don't make no sense to go there.
Steven Espinoza said that if the money is over there, you a lying motherfucker. Steven Espinoza said if the money is in Australia, they will go fight there. Then you said Tank. You said Tank said he would never go to Australia, and that's a lie. Now you saying
you fucking liar.
You're lying.
I'm bringing it up right now on Kambosos right now.
Did Tank Davis say that? Yes or no?
No, Tank ain't say that.
So why you say he said it then?
I didn't say he said
yes,
it.
You did say that, bro.
Leonard.
You just said it.
Ellaby.
Now you saying Leonard after I cooked you. Now you
Here you go. Here you go right here. Here you go right here.
You a fucking liar, bro. You a lying motherfucker, bro. You been lying this whole time, bro. That's all you doing is lying, bro.
Here you go. No, here you go right here. I got the audio. I'm gonna let you listen.
Now you listen to it. I know what he said. I watched the video. I watched it. I already watched it, nigga. You ain't gotta lie to me, nigga. You been lying this whole fucking time, nigga. You been lying this whole fucking time. You lying motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, lying
said,
pussy.
you just said that Tank Davis, he said he would never go to Australia like Tank said it. But Tank never said that. Capping,
yeah,
bro.
he's lying in his capping.
Yeah, what up, Jimmy? This nigga's lying,
Yeah,
bro.
salute, Jimmy.
Yo,
Jimmy.
Jimbo.
Jimmy, what's good, Jimmy?
How's everyone doing?
Jimmy, you've been
Salute.
gone since the fucking Wilder fans disappeared. What's up with that?
I was on holiday, bro. I was on holiday.
Yeah,
Shit, I missed the
fuck
Canelo
Wilder.
fight. That's good, man. How's everyone doing? Shit, man. Teofimo got upset by Kambosos, isn't it? That was a big shock. That really shocked me.
Hell yeah, that shit was crazy.
I just said, Stephen Espinosa said,
Hey, bro,
Man, shut your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch ass up.
Australia do not make
Yeah,
any
fuck
sense.
him, man.
I
Yo,
told
shut your
you
bitch ass
lying.
up, you fucking liar.
Stephen
Stop
Espinosa
fucking
said
lying.
Australia
You
do
lied
not
on
make
Tank.
any
You
sense.
say that Tank said it,
He said
motherfucker.
it don't make any sense.
No, you
He's
said
lying.
Tank
He's
said it.
capping.
You fucking
He's
capping.
lying. He's capping.
You said that
Okay.
Tank said it. Now
I'm
you changing.
I'm
Yeah, you
capping.
fucking
Here
capper.
they go right
Fucking
here.
lying. LDBC liar.
There you go. Australia don't make any sense. That's what he just said.
He said he will
That's
fight
not
in
Tank.
Australia if that's where the money is
He
at.
said it doesn't make any sense.
He said he will fight in Australia
Listen.
if that's where the money is at. That's what Stephen Espinosa said. You a lying motherfucker, bro. You been lying this whole time, bro. Bitch ass nigga got knocked out and he just ran like a bitch, bro.
Yeah,
Real
you fight
talk.
like a bitch.
Just got his bitch ass knocked out again, nigga. Yo, what's good, Jimmy? What's good, Rakesh? Man, Jimmy, what you thought about Loma's performance? What you thought about Kambosos upsetting Teofimo Lopez?
I thought it was a really good fight. The Teofimo and Kambosos fight, it had a lot of action in it. Lomachenko looked amazing. That's a good fight. Kambosos versus Lomachenko, Kambosos versus Haney, Kambosos versus Tank. They're all really good fights. In Australia, I agree with you, H. I think in Australia he's a superstar because he's talking about selling out stadiums.
Yeah, but this dude Wayne said Kambosos is not a star, and the motherfucker could pay 80,000 in Australia. That's what this lying nigga just said.
Age money.
You just said Kambosos was not a star.
Shut your bitch ass up, man.
Hold on.
So you saying you didn't say that either?
He said Australia cannot generate the money. That's what he just said. He
said if Australia
generate
listen,
the
shut
money.
the fuck up. He said if Australia got the money, they can go fight over there.
That's what he just said on video.
That's what he said.
He don't think Australia can generate the money.
Didn't you just say
that
fucking Kambosos was not a star? You said Kambosos was not a star.
In Australia, he's a star.
Bitch.
In his
he's
country.
In his country.
In his country.
In America. He just beat Teofimo Lopez in America.
In his country.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Stupid
you mean to tell me?
so
can Kambosos sell out a stadium
stupid
here?
As fuck.
Can he sell out a stadium here? No.
They showed the
yes, he can.
No, he can't.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
He can't sell out
yes,
a
he
stadium
can.
here.
With Tank Davis, he can.
Stop it, man.
Yeah, he can sell it.
Come on,
Tank Davis
man.
gonna sell out,
Y'all lying.
In Atlanta, he will do it in Atlanta.
No,
he can do it in Atlanta.
This nigga Rakesh took his bitch ass.
He not finna sell.
Yeah, he's a fucking stupid ass motherfucker. Yeah, he can sell it in America with Tank Davis. Him and Tank can sell it.
That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, he can sell it. Him and Tank, he can sell it.
You just said that Kambosos was not a star. Now he's retracting
in Australia. You was right.
Yeah, he's a bitch.
You just said Kambosos was not a star. Kambosos is a star in America. He just beat Teofimo Lopez in America, and everybody was talking about it, bro.
Yeah,
nigga, Kambosos.
Not only does it sell out, I think it does a lot better on pay-per-view sales too.
Bro, that fight was streamed around the world on the Zone. So I think Kambosos has got a big name around the world because the Zone is a global app now. So.
Kambosos was just on Joe Rogan, man. He's a fucking superstar, man.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Manny Pacquiao fought Jeff Horn in Australia, so if,
everybody gave him props. Canelo, everybody from the big names called him. Manny Pacquiao, everyone gave him props.
I give Kambosos props for beating Teofimo Lopez too. I think
Teofimo should go up to 140 though, because if he's struggling to make weight, then he should go up to 140. Yeah, have a good run up there. Because I think Teofimo's still a really good fighter. I think he still have a bright future at 140. It's just
Teofimo
one
cannot
loss.
beat Josh Taylor, man, at no 140. He's not gonna beat Josh Taylor. No.
H
But I think
Money, I
Josh
have a
Taylor's
question, brother.
No.
the year after his next fight.
No,
He's
he's not
going
gonna
up to
beat Josh
Crawford,
Taylor at no
isn't he?
140. No.
Yeah, but Taylor's gonna be gone out of the division soon, isn't it? So all the belts are
Yo,
gonna get
brother H.
scattered.
Rakesh, what up, Rakesh? What's good?
Yeah, I have a question, man. What do you think about Tay Jones getting knocked out by Idongo, man?
Tay Jones is a bum. He's a bum.
Getting knocked out by Idongo, man.
He got his bitch
Oh
ass
shit,
knocked
where's
out.
TY?
No, listen. The funniest shit
Where's
I ever heard.
TY?
No, listen, let me say this. The funniest shit I've ever heard was somebody telling that dude to check Indongo's gloves instead of fucking worrying about Fury's gloves when he was going around doing all that fucking dick riding for Wilder.
Yeah, that
Yo,
dick
guys,
sucking motherfucker.
is
Yo,
TY in
Jimmy,
the
what
chat?
about
Because
Malik
TY
Scott
is-
working?
Yeah, that was weird, man. That was some weird shit, man. It was a good fight though, Fury and Wilder. I'm glad Fury won. It's over now, and hopefully you can get undisputed. Fury Usyk,
Yeah, that was some crazy shit, right? The Wilder fans, they're some fucking nut jobs, right? Crazy
Did they ever
motherfucker.
come back?
Obsessed with
Wilder,
that motherfucker.
Wilder about to retire. That's the best thing he can do.
They're
retire.
Yeah,
obsessed
that's
with
smart,
fucking
man.
Wilder, bro. I never seen none of that kind of shit before in boxing before.
The
Did Ben
greatest
Israel
said,
ever come
remember
back?
the times Jimmy would cook method?
Shit, where is Method anyway? I've been
Yeah,
traveling
he
for
needs to come back.
Yo, I just want to say shout out to Method. He finally paid me my debt or hit my bet, the bet we made. So
Respect, not
TY.
like TY. TY ran out like a
now
fucking
Rob
bitch, man.
87 owes me $200 fucking dollars. Pay me up, you bitch.
TY, if you're fucking listening, yeah, you owe me 1,000 push-ups in a pink dress.
Yeah, he's listening. He's listening.
Yo, Rob
He bet me
87, I need my
push-ups.
$200, bitch.
Fucking
Did
TY,
Ben
man.
Israel
Fuck
ever come
Perry
back?
Street.
Yo, this
Where's Rich?
motherfucker. Listen, this motherfucker
Where's
hunted me
Rich?
down for my email, right? Because he wanted to get the money after the fight, right? But as soon as fucking Wilder got knocked out, he fucking deleted his email and shit. Bitch ass motherfucker.
And look, I got Kambosos beating Lomachenko.
Yeah,
Nah, I got
that's a good
Lomachenko.
pick.
I got Kambosos
Yeah,
beating
it's a good fight.
Lomachenko.
Kambosos is too big, man.
Hey, who do you think
Yeah,
he
it's a good
else he
fight.
beats? No, I think that's a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, it's a very good fight. Very good fight. I think Lomachenko, just because of the speed and angles, but you know the way Teofimo used this sort of height and reach against Lomachenko. I don't think Kambosos can do that.
I think it's a close fight. I think Kambosos get the nod.
In Australia, yeah, if it's in Australia, yeah.
Hey, you're gonna have to knock out fucking Kambosos in Australia for sure if you want the win.
No, I have to
Yeah,
keep it real
exactly.
though. I think Kambosos,
That's why.
that was the
Listen,
performance.
that's why Devin Haney should be careful with going over there because if it's a close fight, he's not gonna get it. And so is Lomachenko. If Lomachenko can't hurt fucking Kambosos or knock him out, they're gonna be fucked, bro. They're not gonna give him the fight. So they better be fucking careful. We're going over there. They'll get fucked.
Yeah, I have to be honest. That was the best performance of Kambosos' career. Like the heart, the fitness, the sharpness. I mean, could he replicate that again against Lomachenko? I don't know, man. I think Lomachenko is just a better fighter, technically. Like speed, agility, boxing skills, IQ, ability to adapt. I mean, I think he'd beat Kambosos, bro. I have to keep it real. And I think he'll beat Kambosos with room to spare.
Hey, listen, I watched Jeff Horn almost get knocked out, and they still won the fight. So I'm just saying, be careful.
Yeah, yeah. But it's a really good fight, you know. Kambosos, warrior. He's a true champion, man. He's the undisputed lightweight champion, top 10 pound for pound. That's one of the biggest upsets in the last several years. So Kambosos is a gangster.
Yo, I got a question for Wayne. I got a question for Wayne and the whole panel. Who wins between Tank and Kambosos?
I got Kambosos.
I got Tank Davis.
I got Tank by knockout.
Yeah, I think two things might knock him out, bro.
No, actually,
Yeah, Tank
bro,
Davis.
Kambosos got a chin,
It's a
man.
50 fight.
Man.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 fight, but I think Tank might knock him out for sure.
It's a
He doesn't
50-50
break
fight.
his
I'm going with
fucking hand and
Kambosos.
shit.
I agree with Wayne on that one. I got Kambosos.
Yeah,
One thing
Kambosos got a
about Tank
chin. I
is
forgot.
the one thing that bothers me a little bit about Tank when he's in the ring, he's lazy sometimes. sometimes he takes time off when he shouldn't be taking time off. Tank has ability, he has power, he has agility, he has all of that. It's just when
H, I want to
sometimes
ask
when
you.
I see him fight, it seems like he takes too much of the round off. And you can't
H,
be
I want to
doing
ask
that.
you a question. H, do you think maybe like Teofimo, like, because obviously I don't want to make excuses for him, but do you think maybe Kambosos overperformed in that fight because Teofimo was a little weight drained? He was also maybe underestimated him a little bit. Do you think maybe Kambosos overperformed?
No, man, we can't say that because at the end of the day, it's not our fault that Teofimo fucking underestimated him and didn't take him seriously. So you can say all
Because if
you
you follow,
want, but he got his ass beaten. That's all you can say.
Wait,
So
what do you mean? What do you mean he overperformed?
I mean, I felt like that night he performed a lot better than. Because if you follow his career, Kambosos, he's a good fighter, but I mean, if you look at his other fights against Lee Selby and stuff like that, he's not.
He's not. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
But
Like,
if
he's a good
anything, it
fighter.
shows.
There's nothing.
Yeah, he prepared.
There's
The
nothing
thing is,
special.
he prepared for everything, and he definitely had a strategy and a game plan, and he executed it really well. So that shows something about him,
Yeah,
So
but
he's
I don't know if that was the best version of, like, when Lopez fought Lomachenko, he was so razor sharp, in the best shape of his life, switched on. Like,
yeah.
I'm not
I
sure if that
mean,
was the best version of Lopez.
yeah, but
I mean,
you saying
don't think
that
so
kind of
either, but
discredits what Kambosos did. So it
No.
doesn't
It
matter.
isn't. I think it was a
I
great
don't.
win. But
The
I
only
don't think he
fucking
discredits.
version I saw was Teofimo Lopez, regardless of how he felt. He was in the fucking ring, so you can't say nothing else. All the extra shit, I mean, that's all it is. It's extra shit.
No, but he's saying that Lopez looked different because he definitely looked a lot different in the Lomachenko fight. And in this
Yeah,
Foley
because
fight.
he came
That's a
out with a
fact.
different kind of plan, though. Look how
Yeah, exactly.
reckless he fucking came out.
That's not taking away from Kambosos. We just talking about how he came out
I'm just
angry.
being honest in it.
His emotions were
Yeah, I'm
off.
just being honest.
Exactly. That was part of the game plan, though.
But yeah,
Hey, listen, we interview his coach.
Doesn't take off
We
of that.
interview his coach, and he talked about that was a part of the game plan to get in his fucking head because they thought they were fucking mentally weak. So they got in their head, and that was part of the plan, trying to get him to come with all he got in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah. Shit, Canelo's moving up in cruiserweight. Like, fuck it, I'm excited for that, man. That shit's gonna be crazy. Cruiserweight. I'm a massive Canelo fan, so it's history, man. 5-division champion. Just became undisputed at 168. Now going to become 5-division. Pound for pound king. First Mexican fighter in history to do that. So yeah, man, that's some really cool stuff.
Yeah, man. Some people are calling it cherry picking, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Nah, man, they don't know what they're talking about. Because if it was cherry picking, then
Hey, Jimmy, look who's in the comment section. Yo, boy, Ben Israel. Look at his comment. He said, Shalom, Don King. They talking Loma versus Kambosos. That's bullshit. It's time for undisputed Kambosos versus Devin Haney. It's man down today, tomorrow, and forever. Yo, join the panel, Ben. Kambosos said he will fight the top guys. Kambosos said he will fight Haney. He will fight Haney. He said he will fight against Lomachenko. He said anybody can get it. He said it's free smoke Kambosos right now. But the WBC said he was undisputed already. So if he fight Lomachenko, they're going to say he's an undisputed fight. When Lomachenko, he just beat Richard Comey after the fight, they was asking him, Loma, are you going to fight Kambosos next for undisputed? They already calling Kambosos undisputed. Kambosos, he calling himself undisputed, bro. I want to see the Devin Haney fight, though, Ben. I'm with you on that one, though, Ben. Devin Haney deserved a shot to fight for undisputed, too. Hit that link. Go ahead, my boys.
Yeah, H, I think that's the fight that's going to happen next because I think the zone will probably put up the most money. Maybe. I can't see Bob Iron.
What about ESPN? You don't see ESPN doing it for a fight like that?
Maybe. That could be possible. But I think the zone because...
Hey, last time Loma had a fight like that, it did 4 million views or some shit on ESPN against Teofimo.
Yeah, but ESPN is just one TV network. The Zone's a global app in 200 different countries.
But ESPN is the worldwide leader in sports, bro.
Yeah, in America.
Yeah, that's true. Would that be pay-per-view?
It's bigger than the Zone in America, bro.
Wait,
yeah.
So you think it's
Would
gonna
that be
happen on the
pay-per-view?
zone?
The
Would that
zone
be
ain't really
pay-per-view?
nothing in America. The zone ain't shit in America, to be honest. But worldwide is pretty big, though.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
listen,
Would that be pay-per-view?
if Loma versus Kambosos is on fucking ESPN, that shit'll be shown in bars everywhere. And it's free because it's for a fucking free channel. So
And you know that fight will be on a pay-per-view. So
Yeah,
you
I think
know
it'll be pay-per-view.
it might be like on a Sky Sports pay-per-view. You never know. Because I know that I think Top Rank
yeah,
signed.
overseas, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Top
in the
Rank signed a
UK.
deal with them with Sky Sports.
Yeah.
Loma fought on Sky Sports before against oh boy, what's his name? Luke Campbell on a Sky Sports
Yeah,
pay-per-view, right?
Yo,
yeah, it's pay-per-view.
ESPN is the place to be. I'm telling you, that's the biggest platform right now for boxers.
Yeah. You know
I mean,
what?
Yeah, I
I
like
think
the zone. I
probably
wish Haney get that shot though. You know, that'd be great. Devin Haney gets an opportunity to make history, to become the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. You know what I mean? I want Devin Haney to get his shot. I want Devin Haney to get his opportunity. It's about that time, Ben Israel. You know what I mean? But Kambosos got options. He might fight Tank. He might fight Loma. He got Devin Haney.
Hey, Garen, the only way I see that he ends up fighting Devin Haney is if he pays. He needs Eddie Hearn. If Eddie Hearn really loves Devin Haney as a boxer, under his fucking banner, right? He needs to put up massive amount of money to get that fight, to secure that fight, you know? Not fucking around, none of
You'll
that
probably
shit.
have to overpay, right?
Yeah, you have to overpay at this point. You have, if you really want that fight to secure it on the zone, you have to go above and beyond to make sure that nobody can fucking match your offer. So that's the only way I see it. So
I'd
they
laugh if
definitely
Ryan
have to.
Garcia.
Go ahead.
I'd laugh if Ryan Garcia got that fight because he's talking about it as well.
Hell no, bro. Don't even say
Man,
that shit.
he doesn't deserve that fight.
Yeah, fuck no.
It's funny how
What if he does get
Golden
it?
Boy's not gonna put up the money to fight George Kambosos on the zone. What the fuck? Hell
Man,
no.
but George Kambosos, he said he wants everyone, and he's gonna fight them one after another. I don't know, like if he truly believes that or if he actually is gonna do it, but we'll see, man.
I think Lomachenko's probably the only fighter that'd be willing to. I think he's probably more likely to go to Australia. I think maybe Haney might
Devin
go as
Haney
well.
said he would go to Australia. He
Nah,
said he'll fight
yeah,
him anywhere.
Haney does too.
Hey, if you gotta watch Kambosos fight Tank, you gotta pay. If you gotta watch Kambosos and Devin Haney, you gotta pay. If you gotta watch Kambosos and Lomachenko, it'll be on ESPN for free if you already have cable.
Yeah, that'd be cool in Australia.
They might put that
80,000.
on the pay-per-view,
So
though. I
I got
ain't
a
gonna
question.
lie.
No, they better not put that shit
Kambosos
on.
versus Loma, that's a big fight, bro.
I'll pay
Wait,
for
so
you. Ain't
Yeah, they
crazy.
might. Tio versus Loma was supposed to be pay-per-view at first too, right? But then the pandemic came, so they put it on free. You know, so
Yeah.
wait, so who do you guys have in the Kambosos Devin Haney fight? Who do you think is gonna win?
I got, man, that's a 50-50 fight. I think it's a close fight, but I give it to Devin Haney. But it's so close. It's a close fight. I got Haney, though. I think Haney can win. What about you?
Unanimous decision?
You said unanimous?
Yeah, you think he's gonna win by decision?
Yes, it could probably be a split decision because he got to fight him in Australia. But I got Haney winning by decision, though.
Yeah, I got Devin winning by a round or two. So
Gonna be close. If it's that
Yeah,
close, you know, you
that's
never
what
know
I'm
what can
saying.
happen
They
in
gotta be
Australia.
careful if they go over to Australia, man. You're gonna have to really hurt this dude, knock him out, and shit.
Kambosos can box,
you
bro.
have to win every
Kambosos got
round.
skills too, and he's fast.
I'm a
And
big
I
fan
I
of
don't think
Devin
Haney
Haney.
gonna knock him out.
My
I
biggest,
don't see Devin Haney knocking him out.
I'm a massive fan of Devin Haney, but my biggest problem with Devin Haney is his output. Kambosos, especially in the Lopez fight, was very, very high volume.
Yeah, he had
I'm not
hella
sure if Devin
combos,
Haney can win.
right?
Yeah, I mean that's a 50-50 for me. It's just Devin Haney's volume is just so low. So in Australia, I think Kambosos might outwork him and get the winning points. But it's a really good
No, I
fight.
mean, Devin Haney had really good volume in the Jojo Diaz fight. His
No, but
jab,
compared
he
to
jabs a lot.
Kambosos. Yeah, but
I think he'll
compared
get
to
to
Kambosos.
Kambosos. I think he does it more than Kambosos. He has a really
Well,
good jab. He does it really well, and he keeps his distance really well too. So
I
I
think
don't
it'll
know.
be a close fight, though, for real.
Very
Yeah, it'll be
close,
close.
man.
I'd favor Devin Haney.
Yeah, me too.
Devin's
Just
more
because how
talented.
big he is. He's got a
It's
way bigger
close
reach
though,
than
bro. You
Kambosos,
can't
right?
count on Kambosos, I swear. But I'd
No,
give Devin Haney
I
a slight
understand, but
edge.
based on his attributes,
50-50
you
fight
can.
though for me. I think Kambosos is going to be the favorite in that fight. Matter of fact, I think even
Really?
Sergio Mora said he picked Kambosos to beat Devin Haney. So some people are picking Kambosos. It's a good fight. What about Loma versus Kambosos? What do you think about that, Jimmy?
I got Lomachenko. I just think his speed and his footwork will be too much for Kamboso. Because Lomachenko in his last 2 fights, he looked amazing. You know, he blew out Nakatani, just completely destroyed him, and then put on a clinic against Richard Comey. So I think Lomachenko's back with a vengeance. I just think style-wise, I just think Lomachenko's speed, agility, angles, skill, IQ will be too much. But Kambosos, he's a very live dog, and he could pull off another big upset. But I think, Lomachenko by unanimous decision, because if you follow, if you've seen his other fights on Kamboso, he just struggles sometimes against boxers like Lee Selby. And Lomachenko is, Lee Selby times 10,000.
Bro, Kambosos definitely got a shot in that fight, though. Look what he did to fucking Teofimo. Lomachenko couldn't even do that to Teofimo. He fucked his ass up, and he dropped him.
Say,
I think it'll be a closer fight than when most people think. But
Jimmy brought up a good
lot of
point.
People are picking Kamboso. I think Lomachenko's being underrated here. A lot of people are saying that Kamboso beat the shit out of Lomachenko. I'm not sure who the favorite would be, though, out of them two.
I gotta go with Kambosos in that one. I like Loma, but I think Kambosos is young. He's bigger than Lomachenko. It's another 50-50 fight. Kambosos, he could match him skill for skill. But man, Loma looked so good in his last fight. I would just give the slight edge to Kambosos. But I think Loma give him some problems too, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Loma's a problem for anybody.
Hey, see what I'm saying? Those are all close fights and good fights. So why would you call him a duck if he doesn't pick one or the other? Like, they're all good fights. So
who's a duck?
No, the only person that said that was
boxing historian. He was calling Kambosos a duck.
He's the only one that said that.
No, I think it was somebody. Was it him or was it somebody else?
Brother Boxing.
Brother Boxing. Brother Boxing.
Brother Boxing. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Typical Brother Boxing.
But I think Loma will beat Kambosos easily, because the thing about Kambosos was, I think Jimmy brought it up. He had timing issues with Lee Selby, because the thing is with Teo, he came out swinging like crazy on that first round, so it was really easy to time him because he was reckless. He didn't really have a guard up, and with Lomachenko, it's really hard to time Lomachenko. It's not gonna be like easy to counter Lomachenko. And Lomachenko, like, you know how he does. He moves around. He got footwork. So I see Lomachenko giving him a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I think Lopez made it a lot easier for Kambosos. I don't know where his mind was at, man. He was just slugging away in it.
Yeah, that man was on
Bro, he got in his head for sure, man. The way he came out, holy fuck.
See, yeah, the thing is, I think that loss really affected Teofimo a lot, man. Because he got in his head and then he lost. Like,
I've been seeing Teo around. He doesn't even care. Like, I've been seeing him in his head.
He did an interview, right?
Yeah, they don't even won the fight. Yeah, they don't care. They think they won the fight. So,
I mean, I hope he still doesn't think that, because he's straight up delusional.
No, I think he's still a young.
I like Teo though. I still like him.
Yeah, hey, I hope he doesn't change that for real. I hope he still comes out at 140 and talks shit and everything. Like, I think
Josh Taylor's gonna move up soon. This is his last fight at 140. He wants to go up to 47 and fight Ugas and Crawford and Spence. And I think the division will be wide open for Lopez. So he could do a lot of good things there. Still a young kid.
I don't think Josh Taylor's gonna get any of those fights being with Top Rank.
I think he'll get the Crawford fight.
Yeah, there's no way.
He's not gonna fight Errol Spence or Ugas at all.
But isn't he with MTK Global though? And they're the same guys that made Fury Wilder, isn't it? So
that's
maybe.
One fight out of so many though.
No, but he's with MTK Global though. So maybe they're backed by like a billionaire, isn't it? You know, the Irish drug cartel guy or whatever his name is. So they might make that fight. How many fights has he got left with Top Rank? Hasn't he only got like 2 fights left? So he's got this fight
I don't
against
know.
Who, Josh
Jack
Taylor?
Castro. Yeah, Josh Taylor's only got like 2 fights left.
Oh
Innit?
shit, is he gonna go over the PVC?
Maybe it depends, I guess.
Yeah, but he just signed a contract with the people up in the UK. What's that? Sky Sports.
I know Top Rank just signed a deal with Sky Sports.
Yeah,
To be a broadcaster in the UK. But Josh Taylor
And he's
just signed with Top Rank not too long ago. He only got 2 fights with Top Rank. You know, they gave him that undisputed fight. They making Josh Taylor a star right now, bro. You know, so ain't no telling he's gonna make the best move for his career. But Top Rank, they just lost Terrence Crawford. They can't afford to lose Josh Taylor. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's gonna stay with Top Rank. Top Rank, they got ESPN, bro. They got the worldwide leader in sports. That's major. That's big, bro.
And they got Sky Sports, and that's pretty big in the UK, right?
Hell yeah. That's what Eddie Hearn was with at first.
From what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, Bob Iron, man, he's still doing his thing, innit? Damn near 100 years old, innit? He's still doing his thing.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hey, Bob be smoking hella weed. That's why he keeps him young and alive.
He got all that money for sure.
I'm not kidding, for real. He said it on the Boxing Voice.
He rich like that. He probably is. You know.
No, he said it on the Boxing Voice. He likes sativa gummies. I'm not even lying. I got the interview. He said he loves sativa gummies. Yeah.
That should probably help him sleep and shit. You know, when you old like that, help your bones.
He said he doesn't like indicas because it makes him sleepy. That's
too strong. Too strong.
They got me excited. You know, when Usyk and Fury, when they started facing off and like.
Yeah, what you thought about that when Usyk and Fury met up?
Man, that got me excited, didn't it? Undisputed. They're both undefeated. They're both, got all the belts. So I'm hyped for that fight, man. Like, I'm a big Joshua fan.
Next, or he still got to fight AJ? Does AJ take step aside money or no?
Do you know what the problem is? I think having the WBC ordered the Dillian White fight though for Fury.
Yeah, but we know unification is Trump mandatories, right? Undisputed fights. So it's possible that the sanctioning body will allow them to go fight, or maybe he could even, become franchised so he could go fight for undisputed.
Jimmy, how many people in the UK actually believe White can beat Fury? Is it like a big, massive of the part of the UK that actually believe the fans and shit, or no?
No. I have to keep it real. Dillian White is a really good fighter and he has a lot of fans, but I mean, no one really believes you can beat Tyson Fury. I mean, Tyson Fury right now is seen as the top dog in all of British boxing, especially the heavyweight division.
Hey, but that's a big fight in the UK, though, right?
Oh yeah, massive fight in the UK. I think that sell out the Manchester United football stadium and do really big pay-per-view numbers. It's the biggest fight out there for Fury outside of Usyk or Joshua.
Yeah, Dillian White is popular in the UK because he fought Anthony Joshua. That's why he fought AJ. He had a rivalry with AJ since the amateurs, so that's why he's popular. What's good? Best of the best, my brother. Salute.
H Money, what's goody? What's goody with everybody on the panel?
Man, I'm good, bro. What you thought about Lomachenko's performance this weekend, and how do you compare his performance to Tank Davis and Devin Haney's? And who's gonna be next for Kambosos? Who deserved to fight with Kambosos next?
Man, let me tell you something. Lomachenko had me sitting stuck this weekend. Like, oh my goodness gracious, what the fuck we got going on here? Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, I was just listening to y'all before I got on. And I heard you talking about that fight and him edging him. That's what made me say, let me get on here with him. I don't know, man. He looked better. He looked better than he looked better than he did before he got beat. Like, he on some other shit. Like, he back. Like, he want that. He want them straps. Like he said, the mission is to get them straps. He want them. And so him and Kambosos, though, for real though, I respect Kambosos. So I don't know. I mean, but he looked good. He looked good. Him and Tank and them, all them. Oh, I'm not worried about none of them. All that right there, he not worrying about none of them. If they really want that smoke, they can come get it. He running through all that. All that right there, they my only one I'm worrying about right now is I'm worrying about the Kambosos, because Kambosos, I don't really know. He might could pull that shit off. I ain't putting shit past him no more. but he the only one though. Loma want them belts back. He mean that shit. He want them belts back. Yeah.
Hell yeah, you fucking with Loma, huh? Loma said he want those belts back.
Loma, when you come on a mission like that, that type shit, that's what get me excited as a fan about something when you watching it. When you come up and he put it out there because you know why? He been hearing all this shit like what we talk about now. They be hearing this shit. They know what's going on. They hearing a lot of shit. And he highly upset since he took his loss. Since he took his motherfucking L for not throwing his hands in the first 6 rounds made me lose my motherfucking money. Yeah. Yeah, he real salty about that. But I'm gonna keep it real. I know he's salty about that shit. And he on his shit now. He on his shit. He on his shit to get back. He want that back. He want his spot back. That's why, like I heard somebody on another channel was talking about some shit about him fighting Shakur Stevenson. He don't want to fight Shakur Stevenson. For what? He don't want to fight him right now. He said he don't want to fight Shakur Stevenson at 130. He want to focus on getting them belts at 135. Let Shakur Stevenson focus on 130 and do what he supposed to do and get his belts at 130. It's about that undisputed shit starting to be some top of the line shit now, and motherfuckers starting to understand this what the fuck the sport about. Just like when you go in the NFL, you hoping your team can go to that motherfucking Super Bowl and put that motherfucking joint in y'all shit. That big ass trophy, whatever the fuck they give them when they win that shit. Yeah, you want to put that shit up in your shit. And that's what them belts is. So that's what's on the line. That's what I mean. Him and Kambosos. Hopefully we can get that. If Kambosos and Devin Haney fight first, I wouldn't care. They could fight first.
So what you think about that fight, Kambosos and Devin Haney?
I think Kambosos. I got Kambosos beat the shit out Devin Haney.
For real? Why you say that?
I think Kambosos like the way he Kambosos fast. First of all, he extremely fast and like he gonna give you that. He give you that war. He put in that work. It's just another level of work that I see coming from Kambosos than I can see.
Man, you got heart though, for real.
It's something about him. And I'm still getting to know him. That's why I just don't want to put Loma I got Loma. I think Loma can beat him though, but Loma gotta be careful though. But if Loma be on his shit like he was just with Comey, he should be all right. He gotta stay just like that right now to get everything he want. If Loma want everything he want right now, he gotta stay just like he is right now. And don't be coming in no motherfucking fights with nobody holding up, waiting, and all that shit. Do what you do, because if you're going to lose any motherfucking way. So what the fuck is you waiting for? You might as well get your little fill out, 1 or 2, 3 rounds, get your little fill out, and then you should be get ready to go in. You know? So, I mean, I'm going to tell you, Ace Money, that 135-pound division right now is just on fire. Like, if you make all those fights, shit, just mix that shit up and just get that shit to going, like, for real, that shit on fire right now.
It is, bro. That's what I've been talking about this whole time.
Man, I even like that shit. I like everything I seen this weekend. Period on that card. Watching that motherfucking top rank card.
Yeah, Keyshawn Davis lightweight too coming up. He was on the undercard. He looked good.
Yeah, that's what I meant to ask you. What weight class is that's his name. That's his name. Davis, the dude with the hair.
Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn Davis. What weight class he fight in?
He fight at 135. He fight at lightweight too.
You said the guy with the hat. You talking about Jared Anderson?
No, I was talking about the guy with the hair that had the hair.
Oh, the hair. You talking about Keyshawn like a little afro?
Yeah, his name was Davis.
Oh, the hair, not hat.
Yeah, that dude the truth, bro. Hey, listen, best of the best. He fight at lightweight. He fight at 135.
Oh, he fight at 135. God damn. He fight. I thought he was a 147 fighter or something. What the
He
fuck?
looks strong though, huh?
Oh my god. So that's one. Oh my goodness. 135. Oh my goodness. Yo, it's that shit get ready. Them niggas gotta fight. Everybody gotta fight. Loma get ready. Loma gonna make them fight. So you get ready to fight. I'm telling you, shit get ready. Yeah, they gonna make them fight.
Hey, Keyshawn Davis told Bob Arum not to let Loma retire before he fights him. So he might fight Loma eventually in the future.
Yeah, he want Loma bad. He said he told Bob that, yup. He said he want to fight Loma before Loma retire. That's why he signed with Bob. He want that fight.
Bob will give him that. He'll get that done. If Bob's still around, he'll give him that.
Yeah, because Loma ain't gonna be around for too long. Loma's already 33. He probably got like 4 years left. 3 years left. Loma.
That's
so
right. That's why I said he got to do what he gonna do. Loma got to do what he gonna do now and get ready to get out. Because it's get ready to be, like you said, his time gonna be up in a couple more years.
Hey, Loma left his I guess his print in the books of the history of the boxing history books.
He's the first,
so I'll always remember Loma. So
yeah, I always had love for Loma too. That motherfucker's a dog. He fight the best guys. Since his second fight, he fought for a world title against Orlando Salido. Third fight, Gary Russell. The fastest man to win a 3-division world champion. You know what I mean? The fastest man to do that in the history of boxing.
Yes, indeed, man. That guy, that little guy, nice, man. I watched him this week and I said, look at this little motherfucker nice as a bitch. You see how he throwing them hands? Look how he twisting, he man. Just see shit. Then he just like patient. Like he be standing in front of you and know something come. Boom, boom, boom. He like boom, 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 boom. And he just gone. He over there.
Bro, he was telling the corner to stop it. Damn. That's how bad he was beating the fuck out of him.
That's why they won't let that's why Floyd and them ain't letting Tank fight him, man. Is y'all fuck crazy? Floyd ain't letting Tank fight that man, yo. Fuck that shit. He gonna fuck Floyd shit up. Floyd ain't. The whole thing is what motherfuckers just gonna have to. We just gonna have to simply understand. I think it is what it is. Floyd just gonna let Tank have his regular career, get his money. He good. He must be good with his money. What he getting? And
hell yeah. I mean, fighting on
paper. You gonna take that mill fight. Think about it, though, y'all. Listen to it. H Money. Think about it like a regular like us. Think about it.
Nigga, Tank said he will fight Kambosos though, my nigga. They said they want that fight.
All right, but listen, if he don't, in case we keep getting the bullshit, think about it. Will you take $1 million? Will you take $1 million twice a year to go fight a motherfucker that you could beat up and just get $1 million and go off about your business? And
man, a lot of fighters are doing that, bro. Shit.
You motherfucking right. That's what I'm saying.
Isn't that what Demetrius Andrade is doing?
Yeah.
You know he gonna beat.
Yeah. Yo, they just in there. They get it. Some of them in there for that. I'm telling you, a lot of people be surprised who on that ticket, who doing that shit. It's a lot of motherfuckers that, man, I'm not fucking getting all fucked up.
Is it true? Is it true that Andrade is about to vacate? Or is that not true?
Yeah, I heard Eddie Hearn say something like that because he got a mandatory, Johnny Beck, who's a tough fighter.
Yeah, tough
and once this dude became the mandatory, Andrade's all of a sudden ready to drop the belt. What kind of shit is that? Now he wants to move up because this guy's is mandatory. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Once he get a threat, once he get a challenge, his mandatory Johnny Beck from Kazakhstan, now he want to drop the belt once this guy become the mandatory.
Know why, H Money? Because the motherfucking mandatories been knocking motherfuckers off lately. And guess what? Mandatories can knock you off because if you don't fight a motherfucker like that, me and you want. If you don't fight a motherfucker that me and you as a fan want them to fight, if they don't fight them far as unification fights and shit like that, at least they do got the motherfucking mandatories that's gonna come up. And if them motherfucking sanctioning bodies start implicating, making sure, let them motherfucking mandatories get them motherfucking fights, them niggas can get knocked off like that. Just for not fighting, because mandatories is not, they there for a reason. They made it to a mandatory position because they didn't beat enough motherfuckers to put themselves in a position they feel like they could be a threat to take your shit. So people should have to fight they motherfucking mandatory. I like that mandatory shit.
Yeah, because they earned the shot. They worked their way
You
up,
know,
worked their
yeah,
way up in the rankings to earn the
motherfucking
title
right.
shot.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And
But
they've been knocking
Andrade's talking about
motherfuckers off
dropping
lately.
that belt since this guy is his mandatory. He never was talking about moving up to 168 until the
Until now.
WBO ordered him to fight this dude. So I think that's kind of weak, man. You know what I mean? But Andrade can box. He got skills. I give him that. But you know,
Hey, listen. If he moves up to 168, who's he gonna fight?
I guess he's gonna try to become the mandatory for the WBO. And like, isn't Canelo the mandatory? I mean, isn't Canelo the champion?
Yeah, but if you're vacating, why would you get that kind of fucking
But that's just how that's what happens in the WBO. Jaime Munguia vacated. He became the mandatory to fight Andrade at 160. Munguia.
Oh, so
right?
even if you vacate, you still can
even
get
if you vacate.
I ain't know that.
Vacated his belt and moved up to 160 and still was the mandatory.
Damn. Oh,
Crawford moved up to 147. He was the mandatory to fight Jeff Horn, WBO. Vacated his belt at 140.
But he relinquished.
So I think that's what they were talking about, but they never said that until, of course, this guy was the mandatory.
Yeah, but
I mean, relinquish and vacate the same thing.
No, I think vacate is when you vacate because of you've been mandated to fight somebody. Relinquish is when you got control of everything and you just fucking say, "I'm moving to a different division."
Right.
So that's what I take it as. What do you?
Yeah, man, it's about time Andrade step it up, but he does got skills. I ain't gonna shit on him and say he's not a good fighter. That motherfucker, he do got skills for sure. He could box his ass off, but it's about time we see him in there with some top guys, man.
Yeah, well, he go up there in that David Benavidez water.
That'd be a good fight. That'd be a good fight. Eddie Hearn should put up the money for that fight.
Yeah.
I don't think he got the power to knock out Benavidez.
I got David walking him down.
What do you think about David Benavidez? You think he's a beast?
Yeah, I think David Benavidez is a motherfucker. I think David Benavidez is the Canelo problem. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And much as I don't really like Canelo. I like him. Yeah, I don't like him because the reason my story on Canelo started back when he was doing that Canelo weight shit at 155.
Hey, so you think he ducking Benavidez?
I don't think that Canelo is ducking Benavidez. I wouldn't call it that. I think right now Canelo is focused on trying to outdo Floyd shit, trying to get 5 divisions real quick, and then maybe after if he go up there and do what he gonna do right there at cruiserweight, if he gonna take that fight, maybe he might just come back and take that fight. I don't know. I know that's a big go up and go down in weight, but shit, he walk around in that kind of weight, all the regular them weights, any motherfucking weight. So he should be able to make any of them. And I think maybe he might give us a David Benavidez fight before it's all said and done. He's just not going to give it to us now. But no, I don't think that he ducking David Benavidez. But I do think that David Benavidez, I think that Canelo do know that David Benavidez is the one problem, and for some reason, I just see him being a problem for Canelo in that fight.
Hey, so listen, if Jermall Charlo, Andrade move up to 168, and Benavidez, out of that 3 possible opponents, if Triple G also moves up to 168, out of those possible 4 opponents, who would you say gives Canelo the hardest fight at 168?
Out of them that you just said, GGG, Charlo.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I'm happy you brought up Triple G. Why would Andrade move up? Let me just say this. Why would Andrade move up from 160 when he could unify with Triple G and Eddie Hearn got both fighters?
Right.
What the fuck is that about?
Because that mandatory is too much of a threat. A big.
That's crazy, man.
Just like you just said, H Money, like y'all saying, that mandatory got something to do with him running, because he don't want to go the Triple G way. See, that's what make me think, like, what's up with him? Like, what are you doing? Like, your career, say he a cousin of mine or somebody I got to see right now. I'm sitting at him and I'm in the boxing like I'm just a real nigga like that. We sitting around at the family thing. I'm in the backyard. I'm like, damn, man, you don't be doing shit. What the fuck they doing with your career? Why you don't be taking no fights or you ain't getting no fight? You don't be fighting no motherfucking body. These motherfuckers on the internet talk about you all the time. Like, this shit crazy, yo. You don't be fighting shit. Like, what the fuck? Why don't you fight Triple G? You can't get a fight with Triple G. He on the fuck, ain't he on ass and with you? You can't get a fight with Triple G, and he on. Why you can't talk to your man Eddie Hearn, and get that shit together if y'all on the same shit? Why you can't do that? Like, what the fuck going on with that? You keep
Hey,
calling out the
Tom Loeffner said that Triple G will move up to 168 to fight Canelo.
And then why the fuck they can't let? Then I don't know why they don't just put Charlo and Demetrius Andre in the unification fight.
Bro, anybody will move up to fight Canelo. Fucking Amir Khan jumped up 2 weight classes to fight Canelo. You got motherfucking Andrade said he'll move up to fight him. Charlo will move up to fight him. You know what I mean? Because that's Canelo.
Hey, bro, it's like the gold rush. You know, whoever gets there first.
Right. And the crazy part about it, want me to tell you what the crazy part about it, all of them like looking and having that rush to get in there with Canelo and get that big bread and get in there. But don't they know, I feel like either one of them, when they get up in there, they get that big bread, they gonna get punished. That's just how I feel. Any of them at 160. Triple G might, could, I don't know, but I don't know. I don't think he don't got it no more. The way Canelo fighting right now, and like I said, I ain't like that motherfucker, but you know I'm straight down the middle, yo. You gonna always know me straight down the middle, real talk. I can't, just because I don't like a person, I can't just say some dumb shit. And Canelo beating shit out motherfuckers right now. He on his shit. I'm just straight like, you know what I mean? I can't, hey, he beating the shit out motherfuckers, yo.
Yeah, he is.
He ain't playing no games. He ain't playing no games. That little walk down shit, his little shit. He put his little shit together. He'll never fill you out. He gonna give you like 3-4 rounds. You get in there, he gonna give you 3-4 rounds, some shit like that. Okay, then about that time, then here it go. Once he turn that motherfucker on, once he turn it up and he start pressing, then it's a wrap. I don't be saying nobody don't be doing shit about it, yo. It's like they can't even do shit about it. Once he turn it on, he turn it on. And I think him and Crawford be doing the same shit. They do the same shit. Crawford be doing that same shit. H Money, he be fucking filling them niggas out for like 4 or 5 rounds. He fill you out. Kell Brook just got knocked out in the fill out process. That's all. But he be filling you out for a minute. And then once he actually know what you throwing and see how you coming and y'all they bringing it and all that, then all his shit that he know.
Hey, Kell Brook was shocked. He didn't know what the fuck hit him. He didn't. Go watch the highlight, you'll see it. His face, his eyes were all fucking wide open, like what the fuck was that?
Yo, shout out to YB, my boy Young Bill. He said Demetrius Andrade may vacate WBO and move to 168 to become Canelo's mandatory boxing news. So there go the link right there.
Yeah, but boxing news is like a pro PVC fucking
he's not PBC Andrade though.
No, pro BP, like anything that doesn't like I guess whatever they don't like. Just go back and read some of the articles they got, and you'll see through it. Shit. They also, hey, listen, if you go back and watch their fucking website, they also put up an article saying that Canelo is not undisputed because he has to fight Benavidez. Like, so that's from the same website.
So, the thing is, Demetrius Andrade wasn't talking about moving up to become Canelo's mandatory until this guy became his mandatory, until Johnny Beck was ordered to fight Andrade. Once they ordered this fight, now he's talking about doing that. But I remember Shelton Moore months ago when Andrade came to Canelo's press conference, was calling him out. Shelton Moore came to the panel and said, Andrade should just move up. You'll become the mandatory with the WBO. Why you don't do that? but he wasn't trying to do that. He went to go fight Quigley. Now, since Johnny Beck has been ordered, you got to fight this challenger. Now you want to do it. It's kind of fishy. But now,
hey, so listen. So he was okay with fighting the fucking Luke Keelers, the Quickleys, and all these other fucking. But now all of a sudden, a real challenge comes around, and he doesn't want to take it. Like,
they said that dude is a problem for him, man.
Like,
so that's a tough fight for
you
him.
can see right through that shit. Like, some of these guys, man, they just don't want to admit it though. But believe it or not, some of these guys they not trying to fight certain dudes, man. It's just real shit. They not. I'm gonna tell you, if you don't know, that's why I was listening to the guy Blood Boxing the other day. If you don't know, he was saying some real shit. Like, if you just don't like understand what's real and what's going on, some motherfuckers just not taking certain fights. Like Floyd said, the phrase is, like he said, work smarter, not harder, and that's what the fuck it means. He don't want to say it directly out and say it like that. And then he try to on top of that, he's been recently over and over every interview you catch Floyd in. He keep on saying Muhammad Ali was slow. You know Muhammad Ali fucking family losing, they going fucking crazy about hearing that motherfucking nigga say that motherfucking bullshit. Can you imagine how the fuck these people feeling? That's why that dude Blood wild Floyd the fuck out like he did on that motherfucking show the other day, and he needed that. He should have
what?
Like that. Yeah, he said Floyd he keeps saying it over and over. He keep getting in interviews and saying Muhammad Ali was slow because he pleased the fans. Because he said because why would he shouldn't have took all them fan friendly fights for the fans who was watching at that time. Why the fuck would he been trying to please the fans when the fans don't care about you? He said the fans don't care about you. He said they didn't care about Ali until he was slow, till he was fucked up. So he using that as an excuse to say, why fuck your faculties up throughout your career for the fans? But then he turn around and say he robbing us. He'll tell you he took the money. He robbing us and all that dumbass shit. And he doing the same motherfucking thing for Tank career. That shit is blatantly on the table, seen by everybody now. Everybody see what the fuck is going on. He can't even hide that shit no more. And not when you talk like that. You can't be talking like that. Then you keep using Ali. No, Ali took them motherfucking fights because Ali heart built like that. Like the nigga Blood say, when whoever in Ali division, whoever name was making noise during his time, he was coming to holler at you. Whoever you was, if your name was making noise in his division, he was coming to holler at you. Simple as that. They was setting that up. Get that set that up. That's how it was.
Send me the motherfucking video of this bitch ass nigga, man. I'm tired, bro. That's why I hate that dude, bro.
Yo,
I
gotta send you. Look, I'm gonna send you the link. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to make sure I pass that link that I was watching with that dude fucking Blood Boxing. I'm gonna send that motherfucking link. I want you to hear that shit. Yo went in on Floyd. You talking about went in?
Oh yeah, I seen him go in on Floyd.
He went in on him, yo.
Yeah, I seen him go in on Floyd, but I want to know. I want to see the actual video footage of Floyd saying that.
Oh, you talking about that video? I send you the. All right, I'll put the link on there. I get the link.
Yeah, put this in the private chat, man.
Yeah, because
hey, boxing historian.
Shit. That nigga, man.
Boxing historian, you watch the UFC fights?
You know what? Fuck it. I always hated that dude.
Hey,
man.
can we talk about the UFC fights real quick? You're a boxing historian. You watch the fights?
Yeah, I watched 3 of the 5 fights, which I watched both of the title fights.
So you saw the Amanda Nunes and
Yep, and I got my prediction right, and I should have fucking put money on it. I would have been a rich man.
What about Oliveira and Justin?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
who did you pick? Who did you have for that?
I thought that Dustin might have beat him, but Charles Oliveira, I was pulling for him because been watching that guy for a long time. But Poirier, it was a 50-50 fight, and he got his back and he submitted him, standing up. So
Hey, they were saying that was the biggest UFC upset. Is that true or no?
of with Juliana Pena and Amanda Nunes.
Yeah.
It's one of the top three.
Oh shit.
I saw it happening though. I just didn't see her standing in the pocket and actually banging with her the way she did though.
Yo,
She hurt her with that elbow
she'll win the
too. She
rematch or
cracked her.
no?
Huh?
You think she'll win the rematch or no?
I don't know. But she would have to really wrestle. I don't know. She had to either really wrestle the next fight and just, probably do what she does, but be more tactful because she go up in there, she could get knocked out in the rematch. But shout out to Juliana Pena, man.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, she was telling everybody that Nunez didn't want to fight her for how many years. Well, she proved everybody right.
But that shit was crazy. I was not expecting that shit, man.
Hey, historian.
Yeah, I didn't expect her to rock her, but she hit her. She hit her multiple times, and Nunez kind of gassed out, and she cracked her with an elbow, man.
Historian.
Yeah.
That girl's a front runner, man.
Who's a front runner?
Nunez. The 2 fights she lost previously, she quit in them. Anytime she fights somebody who can stand up to her power, number one, or who can grapple with her, number two, she quits.
Yeah.
She's a front runner.
But I mean, how? Look at the chick she's beating though. Look, Juliana Pena. The reason why I picked Pena to beat her was because I thought that she had what it takes in her heart to actually. She had the heart, you know what I'm saying, and she also had.
Well, she had no respect for hers.
Yeah. But here's what I didn't expect her to do. I thought she was going to probably stand in the pocket to bait her into a takedown. But because I thought the game plan was to force Nunez into the cage and try to clinch up with her and shoot a double leg takedown because she's a really good wrestler.
Hey, she landed some good jabs. Remember those?
Yeah, she was landing that jab too, man.
Hell yeah.
You watched the
I don't
fight?
know if Nunez, huh?
Did you watch the fight?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay, so you saw it. And once she realized she could take her power, she went after her.
Hey,
she had, like my man said, she had no respect for her. Once she realized she could take her power, she walked right through her, beat her up, and choked her out.
Well, she also gassed out, so.
That's whose fault is that, though?
I mean, that's her,
you know what? No, what it was, bro. But you know what? Here's the thing, though. Fear in gas tank is a bitch, bro. Losing your cardio is a bitch, bro. I'm gonna tell you something. I make a bitch out of anybody. And the fact that she got, I think she kind of, when she was up in the pocket, there's an echo on somebody's end. But when she was up in the pocket, and she saw that she could bang with her, and I was surprised that she even attempted to do that. And the fact that she was winning those exchanges, and she was landing that jab, and then she landed an overhand right, and the right hand, and she landed that right elbow. I was like, oh shit, man. And I was like, oh shit, she hurt her. And she backed her up in the cage and got to her. She didn't even put both hooks in, and she got the arm around the neck and put her in that.
She was exhausted.
Because
in
she's
that rear naked choke and made her tap out.
If she can't get if she can't get you out of there early, it's over for her.
Yeah, when it got tough, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. That might be something. That's something that's something to definitely look at because this fight, she poured in a lot of shit in the first round to try to get that girl up out of there, man. But Pena, man, she did the right thing, and she survived. In the second round, she just like, fuck it, I might as well come stand up with this chick, man. And mind you, Nunez is much bigger than her, man. I don't give a fuck what the weight says. She got to be at least 20, 30 pounds heavier than that girl.
And
Yeah,
she got
but
a lot of reach too.
yeah, she's longer, but the girl was tougher. Penna
Yeah.
was tough.
More heart.
More heart. She
Yep.
was tough. She out toughed
Yes.
her and got her out of there.
Yep.
Hey, like he said, you might be right. Who said that earlier that she might be a quitter?
Shelton said that.
Shelton. Okay, yeah, you might be right because the fucking choke wasn't even all the way in, and she was already tapping. So
Every fight, go look at her history. The 2 fights she lost previously, she quit it.
Bro, but see, you have people saying that was a fixed fight. Bro, look, you can look at Penna's face. That was not a fixed. That was not fixed at all.
Up, yeah.
And the fact that her eye was fucked up and she still went for it, I'm like, oh shit, she really about that shit, man.
Nunez has a history of quitting when it gets tough. Just look at her history.
Damn, who beat her? Who was the chick that beat her? Fucking not Shevchenko. Shevchenko.
It was a chick that's she's a journeyman in the UFC. I forget her name. She lost 2 fights previously. In each fight, she got choked out. She quit. She gave up.
Wow. And she gave, but here's the thing though, she gave that chick her back. She didn't even try to defend the rear naked choke, man.
Look at her history, bro.
I mean, I thought that the fact that she didn't even try to defend, man, like, was you that tired? Like, fuck, man. Yeah, well, you know what? She might not. Yeah, man, that might be true, man. She might have that Tyson effect, bro, where trying to get you out in the first couple rounds, and if that don't work, man, you pretty much done for. You know.
The proof is in the pudding, brother.
I'm happy for Penna though, man, because I'm probably the only one picking her, and I'm the only. Once again, hey Sheldon, once again, you can name like 4 or 5 fights I predicted, man, this year.
Yeah,
that should have put money on.
You've been on. You have been on.
Hey, what was he like, a 13-1 underdog, right?
Something like that.
Yes, sir.
If you'd have put $100 on that shit, you would have got 5,000 back, bro.
Shit.
Let's say you put 1,000 on that shit, you probably would have got fucking 30,000, something like that.
Hey, so let me ask y'all a question right quick. If you are Errol Spence right now, what do you do?
Better fight Terrence Crawford and call it a career, bro.
You got 3 choices. You can fight the number 1 in the IBF, which is more than likely after Wednesday or Thursday going to be Boots Ennis.
Bootsy, yep.
You can fight the number 1 in the WBC, which is Virgil Ortiz. Or you can fight the WBO champion, Terrence Crawford. Historian, what would you do?
Oh, man. Well, hey, oh, shit. They don't even want, you can't fight Ugas because they order. Oh, man. Shit, pick your poison. Do you fight a power punching boxer and Boots Ennis? Do you fight a tough, rugged puncher in Virgil Ortiz, or do you fight the best boxer at welterweight right now, which is Terrence Crawford? If Spence don't want his eye socket broken again,
what if you offer step aside money to Sionis and you fight Ugas?
That'd be bitch ass shit.
WBA's already mandated that Ugas fight Stanionis and then Butayev, so I don't think he's allowed to take step aside money. It's a mandated fight.
So they got to go through it?
Yep.
They have to.
Yep.
Or be stripped.
Bro, go ahead and fight Terrence Crawford, man. Stop running for Crawford, bro. And just call it a career, because after you lose to Terrence Crawford, I mean, you're not gonna beat. You're not beat. I don't think he's ready for Boots. He's ready for Virgil, because those guys are just coming in and they're hungry, and this guy looked like he's on his way out. So
damn,
he might.
That's a crazy man.
I mean, look, if you look,
he looks, he's gonna have a challenge for sure.
Either 3, it's gonna put more years on his damn career. So he might as well go ahead and fight Terrence Crawford now, and just be done with it, and just Call it a career. That's what I would say.
This ignorant boxing on the phone?
Yeah, that's me.
Ignorant. What's up, bro? Hey, talk to you in a minute.
What's good, bro?
Same old shit, man. Same question. What would you do, bro?
I don't know, bro. Any direction he looks, it's a tough fight, and one of them he could possibly lose for sure. So, shit, I don't know. I don't know what Al Heyman is thinking. That's what I'm wondering.
Exactly. What is Al gonna do? Exactly.
Hey, no more.
I mean,
No more.
The money
No more
fight is
ducking.
Crawford. That's the money
Yep.
fight.
Yep.
You're not gonna get as much fighting Boots or Virgil as you will get fighting Crawford. That's
Yeah,
the fight everybody.
yeah, that's a big risk too. Virgil and Boots.
Yeah.
You might as well fight Crawford. That's the only option you got. Shit.
Oh man.
Do that.
Hey, what
Do
are
that
these
fight on
idiots?
pay-per-view. Do the fight
Yeah.
on pay-per-view and try to get as much money as you can and bounce
Right.
if you can't win. Shit.
Yeah, it's a rough one, man. It's a rough one because and you painted yourself into this corner because you could have fought Abu Kokorov a while ago and got him out the way.
Yep. Good out.
Well, sometimes you what's that old saying in cards and gambling? You study long, sometimes you study wrong, right?
Shit.
Outthought himself, or out PBC outthought themselves. I think what happened with Manny Pacquiao kind of fucked everything up for everybody. I think it threw a monkey wrench in it.
Yeah, Ugas definitely did do that.
And nobody thought Ugas could win. That's the craziest shit.
I don't know why was everybody thinking that a 43-year-old man coming off a 2-year layoff was going to beat this young, hungry champion. I didn't understand that.
Oh, he wasn't young. He ain't young. He's 35.
He's 35. He's 35. Manny Pacquiao was 43 years old. Coming off a 2
Honestly,
year.
it's because people had never seen Ugas in any sort of fight besides the Sean Porter fight. You know?
Right. That's probably what it was.
But yeah, he proved us all wrong and shit. And people were saying one of his arm was fucked up and he was gonna win and shit, but it didn't make a difference. He still won.
Well, I know this. In the next 6 months, we're gonna find out exactly what's happening and who's who at 147.
Hey, what if he vacates though? What do you think about that? What if he vacates some of the titles? Or one or two? How many he got? 3?
Kills his legacy. It kills his legacy.
Why? He can get him back. He just needs to get a fucking tune-up fight and try to get him back.
I'm gonna tell you something. Right now, Errol Spence does not have a Hall of Fame career.
Okay. So what if he vacates? Which title would you vacate? The IBF or the WBC?
IBF and WBC.
No. He's got an option to pick one.
IBF. He's gonna have to vacate the IBF.
But let me ask you this:
whoever gets mandated first, which is next? The IBF.
Let me ask you this, Ignorant. If he vacates the IBF, what are the fans gonna say?
I mean, the same shit. Even if he doesn't vacate, it doesn't matter. Fans always got an opinion, so you got to do what you got to do. For your career, shit.
I'm saying for his career, they're gonna say he dug boots, right?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, boxing fans. Yep.
If
I'm gonna
he
go with
vacates
that
the
too.
WBC, he dug Virgil, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but he only has to. Yep. You're right. He's in a situation he can't even win, even if he vacates. So he can get a tune-up. Damn. He's got.
He said no tune-up. He said no tune-ups, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said. Sure.
So if he vacates and drops the belt, not to fight a guy.
Man,
Come on.
What a situation he's in. I don't know. Not sure what I would do, to be honest.
Then you got to come off the couch after a 15, 16-month layoff and go right in the ring with Bud Crawford. Who are you picking in that fight?
think? Who do you think? Who do you think I've been picking the whole time to win?
Who have I been picking the whole time? Come on, man.
True.
Hey, I haven't realized this, but I noticed that people are mostly Errol Spence fans. They're trying to keep the Crawford fight away. They're trying to say that he's not 100%, and he'll most likely not get the credit if he beats him. What do you think about that?
Did I not tell you what happened? Did I not tell you a year ago, historian, that they'll do everything they can to stay away from Crawford?
Hell, bro, you already know. Listen, you already know that I've been saying this for years too, dog. I already know. These motherfuckers never wanted to fight with Crawford, man. And what Spence did at this motherfucker's fight is proof positive.
Hey, Errol Spence doesn't believe in tune-ups, which, considerably, Virgil Ortiz and Boots are kind of tune-ups because they're not the best fighters, right? So
no, they're not tune-ups.
So that would only leave Crawford, so he should fucking fight Crawford then. That's not a tune-up.
Do you think that Boots is a tune-up for anybody?
Bro, Virgil Ortiz and Boots are fucking contenders. Those are not tune-ups, bro. Tune-ups
No. But you understand what I'm saying, though. They're not the best fighters compared to Crawford. And he's basically
they're young lions, bro. They're young lions.
I'm proving it all, though. So it's not like
I get what you're saying.
If you're a contender, your whole point is to prove to the world that you are great by fighting the champion. That's the point of being a contender, bro.
So
you're gonna keep saying that they're gonna keep fighting guys.
There's no point in fighting Boots or Virgil Ortiz then.
No, bro. I don't think you understand. That's like saying, oh well, he got to keep proving. Well, how much more do they fucking got to prove? No, they're fucking ready to fucking fight one of these fucking champions in this damn weight class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're not the best compared to Crawford. So that's what I'm saying.
But the thing is, though, they're young and hungry. That young and hungry, a new fucking lion in the damn jungle is could be just as dangerous, possibly even more dangerous, bro. Because they're fresher legs.
This is what he's saying. He's saying that Crawford is the man right now. He's the best 147 pounder. Errol Spence says he doesn't like tune-ups and he only wants to fight the best. So Crawford is basically his only option, going based on what he said. Correct, Ignorant?
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So come back and fight Crawford. So based on his words, that's basically all I'm saying.
That's what he said. He put that up. So now either you live up to it, or you prove us all right that you are not what you say you are.
He needed. That's why I said he need to go ahead and just fight Crawford and just call it a career, bro. This motherfucker's gonna end up fucking himself even more. This motherfucker gonna have his eyelid hanging off his damn eye one day, bro.
Shit.
I'll be honest with you.
It's a tough spot. I just want him to be healthy.
We'll see what happens.
I just wanted to wait until he's 100% and be completely healthy before he makes a decision. You know what I'm saying? And see, Bud got a decision to make too. He's got some options. If he can't get the Spence fight, does he fight his number one contender?
Virgil Ortiz.
Which is Virgil.
Fight Virgil Ortiz.
Or does he wait? And I don't think Bud wants to wait because he's too old to wait.
Taylor.
Does he wait for Josh Taylor? Because Taylor fights on the 26th of February.
He got options, bro. You can fight Josh Taylor. You can fight against who else? You can fight Josh Taylor. You can fight against Virgil Ortiz. Earl Spence is available. Boots Ennis is an option. Why not? You know what I mean? Boots is an option.
Yep.
Boots is incredible.
Boots is number 3 in the WBO. He's number 3 in the WBO too. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's number 3 in the WBO as well.
I mean, Ugas is busy. Hey, yo, you know that dude you was telling me about, Butayev, Sheldon?
Yeah.
That dude is actually good. He actually really is good. I seen him in the amateurs. He was a beast. He was a beast in the amateurs back in the day, Butayev.
Yeah.
So you was actually right about him. I need to pay more attention to him. He's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very good. Now, see, here's the thing. I just think with Crawford being 34,
You got like
he
a
ain't gonna have
scratchy
no.
sound, Sheldon. Like your shit scratching a little bit.
All right. Yeah, he's not gonna have no time to wait. So he got to pick one of these guys, and Taylor won't be ready to fight again until like August or September.
So Virgil should be next in line.
It's gonna have to be Virgil. That's his number one contender, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been ordered yet. It hasn't been ordered or anything. So Virgil is one of the best options. If you want to, you want to keep fighting the best killer after killer. You just beat Crawford. I mean, you just beat Porter. Virgil Ortiz. Well, he didn't say anything about Virgil Ortiz in that Sean Porter interview when they was asking him, who do you want next? He said, Keith Thurman fighting against fucking Barrios. So Keith Thurman is off the table. He said Thurman, he said Earl, and he said Ugas. And all of these, I don't know what Earl is doing,
Ain't that Keith Thurman and Barrios fight really on pay-per-view? Is that a joke?
They better sell that shit for $40 like they doing Martin. They better sell that shit for $40.
It's on pay-per-view. What up, Hero? What's good? What up, P? That's you, P?
What up?
Oh, there you go. Where you at, P? I see you outside. I'm put you on the big screen.
Working. Oh, my bad. I had the camera on.
Yeah. It's all good. But I think Virgil Ortiz is a strong option at this point. Shelton Moore. Why not? He's the number one contender. You need to stay active. Virgil Ortiz is a big name. Maybe Virgil said he was ready, so I'm not gonna say he's not ready. Virgil Ortiz is an option.
No, but the WBC ordered Virgil Ortiz to fight that dude Avanesian or whatever his name is.
Oh, he did, David Avanesian.
Yeah, so the winner of that has to fight Errol Spence. And Virgil Ortiz already got a fight scheduled for the beginning of the year. So
yeah, January he fights Avanesian. Yeah, I mean, Bud got to figure something out too. They both got to figure some shit out.
Damn, bro, that's crazy the way the 147 is at right now.
Shit,
now that I think about it.
Earl should fight Crawford, man. Fuck it. They might as well link up and fight each other, bro.
Exactly. Just saying fucking do it. Pay-per-view, fuck it.
Before you came back, H, that's what we were saying. He's in a no-win situation. If he drops a belt, you duck Boots. If you drop the WBC, you duck Virgil. So keep your belts and fight Crawford because unification trumps mandatory. Those are your two mandos. So you got to pick somebody.
Yeah, so that dude Abdul Kokorov just lost. So I've been hearing that Jaron Ennis is the mandatory in the IBF. In the IBF, they don't play that shit. You seen they made that fight with Tio and Kambosos. They mandated that fight. So, we got to see what happens with Earl, man. Earl, he's still coming off that serious eye surgery. That's a big deal, man. Surgery to your eye like that, that's no game. We don't know when he's going to return back to the ring.
How long have I been saying
That's what I'm saying. He maybe vacate one title, one of them.
I don't think he's going to vacate anything, to be honest.
But if he's worried about his eye, then shit, he's going to have to take like a. I don't know. It's up to him.
For a while. He's been out for a while already, so we'll see.
It's really up to him. If he feels he can fight him, then he's going to.
I don't think Earl is a duck. I know Crawford called him a hoe and all that, but I ain't gonna call Earl a duck.
Let me ask you guys another question. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to put Tank Davis up against Sunday Night Football?
I think Taco liked that idea about
that was the same. That was the same people that were criticizing Eddie Hearn for putting up Devin Haney up against. Was it Martin Lawrence or whatever?
Oh yeah, that was Leonard Ellerby that was saying that Martin Lawrence had a show in Vegas, but that shit still had 15,000 people in Staples Center though. Motherfuckers still showed up though for sure. The shit was packed in that motherfucker on a Sunday.
If you want to keep living off live gates, that's fine. But that pay-per-view was terrible.
Well, I don't know how many pay-per-views it did. Shit, Crawford only did 190 with Sean Porter. So, I really don't keep up with the pay-per-view buys.
The reports are it did less than 75.
Listen, there's
I don't
two
know
ways.
about that.
There's
I
two
mean,
ways
I
you can
haven't
look
heard
at.
anything like that.
Listen. There's two ways you can look at this pay-per-view, right? Oh, if you don't like Tank, you can use it against him, right? And use whatever his fans have said. Like, obviously, you can say he's not a star or whatever. You can go however you want it, right? The other, you can really not give a fuck about it because it doesn't really affect us at all, right? Like, at all, unless you pay for it.
Yeah, people are lying about
Unless you
those
pay
numbers. They
for it,
just don't.
and we're
You got people that
disappointed
just
by
don't
it. You
like
know what I'm
Floyd
saying?
Mayweather. You got people that's pushing narratives that don't know shit about boxing, is making up false narratives, bro. You know what I mean? I already know that. It was certain channels that's putting it out that's saying that, but nobody else. Ain't no official report. But it's certain channels that got something against the PBC, Floyd Mayweather, Al Heyman, who are Eddie Hearn fanboys and fangirls that's doing that. So I already know what's going on. They just hating on Tank and Mayweather. That's all that is.
None of these dudes.
Ain't nobody said no about Terrence Crawford pay-per-view buys when his shit came out. So all of that shit, people was just pushing narratives and lying. So ain't no official numbers came out.
The thing is, none of these dudes are as big as stars as they think they are. That's the whole point.
I mean, but he is a star. Like, as far as American boxing, Tank is one of the biggest names in America for sure.
They got to start marketing themselves bigger and better.
Yeah, but Tank is a big star in America. Motherfuckers who's not even from America talking about how big a star Tank is. You're not even in America. Y'all don't even know what the fuck going on. Tank is a star. Motherfucking casuals calling my phone.
Hey, Sheldon, you yourself went to a Tank fight, and you said, "Yeah." So
and
you
that
said
shit was packed in there.
I went to the one in Atlanta. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that shit was packed and it was cracking.
So that's what I hear. Every time I hear about a Tank fight, it's like, "Oh wow, look at the women." Look at the women, look at the cars, look at the environment, look at the rappers.
It
look
was
at
lit.
this.
And like I said, this
That's all
motherfuckers
you
not
hear
even
about
in
every time
America.
a fucking Tank fight
It's
comes
these
around.
bitches out here that don't know shit about boxing that's pushing the false narrative that was just hating on Tank. And
It was lit. It was lit. But it was also, he had a better dance partner too.
I mean, Isaac Cruz is a star now, bro. Bro, I've been seeing the shit, man. All those Spanish channels, nigga. Isaac Cruz is big time now, bro. I swear to God, I've been seeing this shit, bro. His name is everywhere.
Really?
Hell yeah. Isaac Cruz is a star now after that fight with Tank. That's how big that fight was. That fight made Isaac Cruz a fucking star. So for people that saying Tank ain't a big star, Isaac Cruz became a star after that Tank Davis fight, bro. If you look it up on all the Spanish channels, this motherfucking name is going crazy, Isaac Cruz. Sheldon, like nuts. They all over Isaac Cruz, bro.
Good for him.
Overnight became a star just because he fought Tank.
It was a good fight. It was a good fight. So good for him. I'm happy for him. We need more stars in boxing.
All of his views are crazy right now. Canelo even vouching for him, bro.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Hey, hold up. I heard that Floyd Mayweather is complaining about saying that he shouldn't use his gloves because Canelo picked against him, right?
Oh yeah, because Floyd and Canelo
that's not true though. That's not true. All that message said, hey, he was saying, "Hey, try your hardest, keep training," or some shit like that. And he never said, "I'm picking you to beat Tank Davis." I
guess somebody flipped the words and told Floyd that, and Floyd ran with it. But
yeah,
of course, Floyd and Canelo got a rivalry going on, and you know, Tank Davis is Floyd Mayweather's fighter, so you know his fighter likes Canelo, his rival. So yeah, of course, man, there's something going on, you know.
Car 54, where are you?
On Tank, lying on Tank, making a false pay-per-view numbers. Why the fuck is people even worried about pay-per-views or a nigga ticket sales? Tank Davis, his fight in Atlanta was sold out with Gamboa. His fight with Barrios was sold out in Atlanta. His fight in LA was fucking sold out. You know, 15,000 at Staples Center in LA on a Sunday. But you got these bitches who don't know shit about boxing, who not even in America, speaking on Tank and just hating on them.
But that's the age we live in.
H-Money don't know shit about boxing.
You said what?
You heard that one, huh?
I think that's the age we live in. Everybody talks about pay-per-view.
It's the truth. Tank Davis is a fucking star. He's a star, bro. Casual fans, they call my phone, man. You ready for Tank? Man, Tank fighting. I can't wait to watch Tank.
Hey, how many more pay-per-views did Tank do than Haney? How many more pay-per-views did he do than Kambosos? How many more did
He's
he
the only
do?
one on pay-per-view besides him
Exactly.
and
So at the end
Canelo.
of the day, it's a win-win. Even if he sold fucking 10, the other
Tank be
guys are
doing
not
more
even a
pay-per-view
fucking
buys than Terrence
pay-per-view.
Crawford. He do more pay-per-view sales than Terrence Crawford.
And at the end of the day, it doesn't really fucking affect us at all.
How much Terrence Crawford and Victor Post to do?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Was good.
Oh,
Hey,
nothing
yo,
much,
can you
man.
hear
What's
me?
going on, guys? Who on the panel?
We got a historian. We got an ignorant boxer and Sheldon Moore.
Hey, Shelton, what's up, ignorant? What's up, historian?
What's up with it?
H.
Yo.
Plata, what up?
Yo, what up, P? What's good?
I heard you cooking motherfuckers earlier.
Not because
Hey,
they
who
was hating
wasn't
on Tank.
who wasn't
Motherfucker
clowns
just
that
was
was on
hating on
earlier?
Tank for no reason and saying Tank fighting a nobody like Isaac Cruz was a nobody. Motherfucking Isaac Cruz is a warrior from Mexico, homie, who was a top 10 lightweight, bro. Then he started putting some respect on these fighters' name. Tank beat Jose Pedraza. Tank became the youngest champion in boxing. That was a good win. He beat Leo Santa Cruz. Even though Leo Santa Cruz was a smaller guy, he still beat Leo Santa Cruz, and Leo Santa Cruz at one point was on the pound for pound list, bro. So that
Hey,
like Tank ain't did nothing, but he did more than Demetrius Andrade did, bro.
Hey, Leo Santa Cruz was a 2-division champion, right?
He was like
4, I think.
division champion, Leo
A
Santa
4?
Cruz.
Oh, fuck.
It's like a 4-division champion. He started off at 118.
Legitimate championships, too.
I thought it was 2.
No, yeah,
Not
118, 120, 122, 126, 130. He's a 4-division champion, bro.
Who is this?
Leo Santa Cruz.
Leo Santa Cruz.
Oh yeah, Leo Santa Cruz is a legit champ. Yeah.
Yeah, so they got people got to start putting respect on Tank's name for real, bro.
For sure.
I mean, I'll say this about the Tank thing. I mean, from what the shit that I'm hearing, and I'm not hearing this from people on YouTube. Some of the numbers some of the things that I'm hearing is that it's most likely it's not doing over anything over 75. But
that first of all, that's some bullshit. You know what I mean?
I believe it.
I'm not going off
like
YouTube.
I said, that's some bullshit.
I ain't going off of
Pete,
YouTube.
it's some bullshit. Cause motherfuckers don't like PBC. Motherfuckers are fanboys. Well, I don't know why people got a problem with networks all of a sudden.
But I'm not talking about nobody on
when people became fans of promoters and fans of networks. That's what it is. Motherfuckers just want to hate on PBC fighters for whatever reason. Just like the LDBC want to hate on DAZN fighters. It's all bullshit.
But I'm not talking about nobody on YouTube, though, H. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
what are their sources?
Hey, what's that?
Are they just talking out their ass or they got some sources?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's
where's the proof at? Where's the evidence? Like we was asking yesterday. Where's the proof and evidence?
Well, my thing. Well, here's another thing.
Somebody just telling me their opinion. I think
they haven't revealed the numbers though yet. That's the most alarming thing about it is that it's been a whole week and they haven't put out the numbers like they normally do.
Hey, now, he could have sold 2 of them.
Until they release the numbers,
pay-per-views, it don't matter, brother.
Until they release the numbers, motherfuckers don't know what they talking about.
He could have sold 10 of them, H. Plata. It don't matter.
It don't even matter. But Tank, you could look at his numbers in the past. They were doing 200,000, 250,000. That's more than Terrence Crawford. So what we gonna say? Terrence Crawford ain't shit.
Yeah, well,
to be honest, unless Tank did $1 million,
he does more pay-per-view buys than Terrence Crawford. So what we gonna say about Terrence Crawford?
My thing about pay-per-view though, I don't like. My thing is though, like only.
So why is people bringing it up? Why is people trying to mention it?
You know.
Let's bring up pay-per-view and let's talk about it with Terrence Crawford then too. Then since we're gonna do it with Tank.
That's my point. But here's the thing though. I think I made it clear a long time ago. On this platform before that pay-per-view is a fucking. That's not. I mean, that's not. That avenue is only for a certain select few guys. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna crack.
Yeah, but the thing with Tank, since Tank fought on pay-per-view, he's never went back to a Showtime or regular TV. With Terrence Crawford, he fought Victor Postal on pay-per-view, and then his next fight, what I think was on fucking regular ESPN with Indongo.
Yeah, he's not a big. He's not.
All right then, but why people are trying to shit on Tank, but they won't shit on Terrence Crawford though?
H Money. The point I'm making is the pay-per-view thing is like it's a played out thing for most guys in boxing. I'm just gonna call it what it is. When you deal with Canelo Alvarez, you deal with Anthony Joshua. Those pay-per-view numbers are obvious. You know the the dance partners with Wilder and Fury made sense because they're two heavyweights. You know they have bad blood. They had beef. That's why those numbers did good. But when you deal with everyone else, it's doing 300,000 or less. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
it's a reason why they put in Tank on pay-per-view. If they were losing money on pay-per-view for Tank, they would have put him on pay-per-view. Now, for these same people that's trying to shit on Tank Davis's pay-per-view and make up these lies and narratives, these punk bitches, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Why they don't do the same thing with Terrence Crawford and his pay-per-view buys? These same people.
Well, I mean,
Now,
that shit.
You can do the
Phil,
same
you
thing. Terrence Crawford versus Victor Post did 70,000, but nobody talking about that.
Man, but see, that's my point, though. You shouldn't be putting every fucking fight on pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? That fight with him and Sean Porter shouldn't even be on pay-per-view.
But honestly,
but they have no choice.
Do good.
They have no choice, bro.
They had no choice to pay. It's because they
have no choice if they
If the networks don't believe in the promoters and the fighters, so they only care about their bottom dollar. That's why they put them on pay-per-view.
Well, you know what? They're gonna what you call it? That was Top Rank promoting that shit, right? So what they should have did was they should have just put that shit on ESPN. ESPN has seen the product of Top Rank all the way up to now, and it's been
it's like
on.
These people got an agenda. You got the LDBC, their agenda is I guess the shit on fighters that's not PBC, but now they starting to change. You know what I mean? But then you got these other people that they're pushing an agenda against PBC and PBC fighters. It's the same shit going on, bro.
There's people
doing that. They can't put them on ESPN or any.
You got one group of people hate on DAZN. You got one group of people hating on PBC. They all doing the same shit at the end of the day, pushing narratives.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of whose side someone's on or whatever, you know, I'm looking at pay-per-view like that's like going to be an obsolete option as an avenue for these fighters and with boxing, man, because if you're not able to build up a guy who can captivate enough people to buy, it's like how Canelo did, how he was able to do 800-something thousand pay-per-view buys in the time that we're in right now. You know what I'm saying? That's very impressive.
And the same day as
but that's an anomaly.
UFC pay-per-view. The same day as the UFC major pay-per-view.
Exactly.
And that shit was stacked. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
the UFC.
He did that shit the same day with college football and the UFC. I think something else was on too. So that's impressive. You know what I'm saying?
It's not even that impressive, bro.
But how many
Hey, to be honest, can I say this? I was actually disappointed it only did 800. To be honest, I thought it would sell. I thought it would go over $1 million.
I told y'all that I didn't see it going more than 8,500, bro. I knew
didn't
that.
see it doing 800. I thought it was going to do 6.
Oh yeah, well, that is.
I thought I was going to do 5
that's
myself.
Successful, you know what I'm saying? Like
no.
2000,
I thought it would go over the $1 million because of the promotion it got. It was everywhere.
Well, you know, I think there's people out here now. I mean, with the streaming stuff, you know, and I'm gonna tell you something too. I mean, you can't blame fans nowadays.
How many Canelos are there?
Because if they're not, if the fights are supposed to be on, if you're trying to promote a fight on pay-per-view should be on cable television. And now that these streams are working really well now, guys are gonna be like, you know what, fuck all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, most of these motherfuckers, we're not here to see Crawford versus Porter. We're here to see. I'm just saying from a fan's perspective, we should have been seeing Spence and Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? So they're looking at it like this. Well, these guys ain't getting up in the ring. They ain't fighting. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna stream this shit. I think people are going to start now to start doing that. Once they start figuring out that these guys don't really want, a lot of these guys don't want to fight, or they don't, something's not being done for the fights to be happen. You know what I'm saying? So guys are going to be like, fuck this, man. We're going to force this shit until we get what we want. And eventually a lot of guys are going to be like, you know what? This pay-per-view avenue is not going to work because the same formula we've been using is going to be obsolete, and the numbers going to keep going down and down and down.
Streaming this shit anyway, so yeah, they're streaming this shit anyway. People ain't paying for this.
It pretty much is.
Well, they fucked up. They fucked up by putting it on a Sunday and doing a last replacement opponent. So,
and that, you know who you blame
Saturday would have made a difference.
That fucking hating.
I think it would have made a difference.
Floyd Mayweather, who hates on everybody in the sport, hates on fucking Ali, hates on Canelo. If the numbers did horrible, good. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that idiot, man. his dumb ass has no business promoting nobody, man. He's
No, he is a he is a
But the
horrible
pay-per-view
promoter.
option is not on Floyd.
And fuck Floyd, man. And fuck that fucking mascara wearing fat piece of shit Ellerby too, man. I hope Tank leaves the motherfuckers, man.
Bro, he
Yeah,
got
they got nothing to do with it, man. This is all the networks don't want to guarantee the promoter or the fighters a guaranteed purse, so they're going to give him a base fee, and they're going to offer him a percentage of the pay-per-view sales.
Listen, if you look at his nose, it looks like two rockets and a ship getting ready to take off in the space.
Yeah. Hey, this
yeah, but the nose don't got nothing to do with it, man. It's all about the numbers.
Said he's gonna fight. He was gonna slap the shit out of Eddie Hearn. Like,
oh, that'd be a good fight, man. Fight him.
This dude probably got high blood pressure and shit. Oh, fat ass man, he ain't gonna slap shit. And if he does,
I don't think he's gonna do shit either. Look, this is the same fucking Ellerby. No. Hey, this is the
star. There's money to be made, so you know.
Listen, this is the same fucking Ellerby that said that Tank will move up to 147 and beat Keith Thurman, and then Keith Thurman called him nanosecond and to send the contract, and that motherfucker went silent. So that goes to show you.
See,
Ellerby's doing what he's supposed to be doing, capping.
And then you got Tank saying, "Oh, he's irrelevant," blah blah blah. But he was in the same fucking place that he was when you were saying all that shit. So what's the difference? The dude still hasn't even fought.
Yeah, that's called cap, but that's called promoting the fight.
That's called being a piece of shit, man. They better make
talking about
fight,
it, right?
Man. There's no look. If you want to make Tank look good, put him in there with Keith Thurman, and if he knock out Keith Thurman, then shit, the sky's the limit.
That point's moot. Tank already looks good.
I mean, he looked good. I'm just saying.
I'm talking about not boxing wise, just star power wise.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's a star.
Former unified champion. Why not? Move up and knock him out.
You know, it's the fighter's job to fight and produce in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, look.
You think Tank will knock out Keith Thurman?
I mean, he
has
power. He has the potential to knock out most people.
I will go with Shelton and say no.
But I think that but Keith Thurman been out the ring for a minute, man. He ain't hungry. He had
2+ years.
Water, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. If you want to pick an opponent, that's what I'm saying. That would make Tank look real good if he was to beat him. You know what I'm saying? But since Tank ain't gonna fight no Haneys or Lomachenkos or Teofimo Lopez or Kambosos, fight that dude, man. That's I don't know, man. I'm a little frustrated. I'm just frustrated with what they've done with Tank. I mean, Tank, you see the potential and the talent and the potential greatness that he can have, but with a bunch of morons as promoters, and Floyd is probably the worst promoter. You know what I'm saying? That's in boxing right now. This is what we getting right now.
Yeah, I'm frustrated as well, bro. Minus the last fight.
I mean, yeah, the fight was an entertaining fight. It's just that
the fight was more than what we expected. Let's be honest, all right.
It was more than
before the fucking fight, everybody was saying that they were gonna knock him out and then all this shit.
Get the stoppage, but here's the thing. I thought Tank would get the stoppage, but I didn't think that. I did expect Tank to actually make an adjustment because I didn't think that his punches were going to land that much cleanly, and I thought that he had to figure out a guy who's smaller than he is and who likes to come forward. So I knew that was going to happen, and like I said, I had the fight as a draw. Tank he didn't really fight. He fought, what I'm saying, and competitively, but I didn't think he fought to win, and I thought Cruz won the last 2 rounds, which I thought would equal a draw, but of course they gave it to Tank, but I thought the 115-113 score was on point. But as far as the promotion of the fight and in the whole presentation of the fight, I mean, any one of you guys on the damn panel could have did a better job than that shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. You could have with the money that they had, they could have did a whole lot more in terms of promoting.
Stop, stupid.
And even with and think of this, even with the last minute replacement with Isaac Cruz, they could have did a whole lot better. You know what I'm saying? So it's just stupid, man, to me. And I could tell right now, Tank is. You could tell that he's getting a little frustrated with the shit. And I could tell There's a seed planted in that man's mind. You know what? These guys are not doing what I feel like they're doing for me, which is best for me. Yeah, I'm getting paid. I'm making my money, but I'm not.
Bro, he's not going to leave Floyd.
I'm not achieving my full potential.
There's no way I see him leaving Floyd.
Well, I'm just saying, you never know what could happen. I mean, there was internal issues before. And there was other things. It might be other issues and reasons why there was internal issues before, but we ain't gonna talk about that. But the point being is that you never know what could be going on, man. The motherfucker might get tired of the shenanigans, bro.
Yeah, but he's under contract, so what is he gonna do? Fucking take him to court?
We got to see what's going to happen. He basically got to see what's going to happen with this case in February. Is it February or March? It's March, I think.
Yeah, and it's just a Zoom call, though. It's nothing serious.
YB was good.
Say what now?
Well, Bill.
Hey, it's money. What's up with
about
you?
the charges,
what's up with
right?
the panel, man?
Tank Davis?
TBH, my boy Ignorant.
Bro.
What's up, man? Piero, Shelton. What's up, OG?
What's up with you, homeboy?
Hey, what's up?
So YB.
How y'all guys doing, man?
That's his biggest issue now. He got to heal up from his hand injury and figure out what this court is going to do to his head.
Yeah.
Hey, I did some research on that. It's just a Zoom call, though. He doesn't even have to go to court.
Exactly. That ain't shit. Motherfuckers want to see Tank get locked up and making this a big deal. And it ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Like, Tank is good, bro.
And they're all misdemeanors. The most he could face is like maybe a year in jail, but he's not going to do that because
I like the way Tank been disciplined nowadays. I like the maturity that I'm seeing from Tank Davis. He's starting to settle down. He's taking boxing serious. He hasn't missed weight in a very long time now, man. So you got to give the kid some credit, bro. He's been taking boxing serious. He's dedicated to his craft, bro.
And he just had a second kid, so that's probably what keeps him motivated.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope so. Fellas. Let's hope so. You don't want to see nobody go to jail. You don't wish that shit on nobody.
Yeah, he definitely ain't going to jail.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No. Especially with Floyd. That's what I'm saying.
I guess the Floyd Mayweather haters and the PBC haters, the people that hate the PBC on YouTube, the narrative pushers, I think they want Tank to go to jail. No,
that's what I'm saying. There's no way
they really want Tank to go to jail.
There's no way he's going to leave Floyd, though.
People that hate Al Heyman, the people that hate PBC, and the people that hate Floyd Mayweather, the Eddie Hearn fanboys or fangirls, whatever they is,
man,
whatever they want to call themselves.
Which channels are those, man?
I don't know because I don't watch it. You know what I mean? I watch your channel. Like I'd rather watch your channel or somebody else's channel than some bullshit like that.
That's crazy. Motherfuckers want to see people locked up now.
They want to see people locked up and shit like that.
Hey, what about Billy Joe, man? Hey, them Eddie Hearn fans.
Yeah, they were saying Earl Spence was faking an eye injury. Earl Spence faked the injury, all of that pussy ass shit because they want to push narratives. The same thing as the LDBC. Y'all doing the same thing as the LDBC.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The LDBC was saying Tyson Fury fake COVID. Now y'all saying Earl Spence is faking an injury. As a matter of fact, y'all worse than the LDBC. Y'all really want to be like the LDBC, really. Y'all
that one's been deaded already, though, H.
So what?
I said that one's been deaded already, though, man. Earl ain't faking that shit.
But that's what they said, though. That was the narrative they was pushing.
Yeah, I know it.
We can't change what they said. That was said. Or Earl is faking an injury. He's ducking Manny Pacquiao. That's some bitch ass shit, lying on these fighters that risking their life.
Said that was a fucking moron. Who would say some dumb shit like that? You're a moron. You say some
There was a bunch of people saying that shit.
How the fuck you gonna say the man faking an injury?
They were saying that, dog.
That's just
dumb.
dumb.
You know what I mean? They was pushing the narrative. Hey, YB, man, you excited about the fights this Saturday or what, man? You know what I mean? We got David Morrell from Cuba, the Cuban sensation. You know what I'm saying? The next great champion from Cuba, Morrell Jr. That kid is a problem. Zordo Ramirez Shelton, one of your favorite fighters.
Hey, where's that fight at?
That's in San Antonio, bro. That's in San Antonio.
The David Morrell fight?
No, he fights in Minnesota. He fights in Minnesota.
Okay. Oh, that's what the MN stands for then. He said when he gets to Minnesota, he'll give you the interview.
Yeah, he's fighting in Minneapolis.
Oh, that's what he said?
Yeah, that's what the comment he said. Yeah, Amen. That's Minnesota then.
For real?
Yeah,
Yeah, so he fights in Minnesota.
that's his
They got
adopted hometown. I think he
Yeah,
had
that's
2
his
or 3
adopted
fights out there.
hometown. Matter of fact, his last fight was sold out in Minnesota. He only
Yeah,
got 5 fights, bro. They fucking with him over there.
yeah, that's his adopted hometown.
So Zordo fight on Saturday, Sheldon. I know that's one of your favorite fighters, Sheldon. So Zordo's on Saturday, Sheldon.
Him and
Hey, y'all I gotta get back to work, man. My break is over, man. I just called to say what up, what's up, what's going on,
Hey,
B?
before you go, can you do the Ric Flair for me one time? Woo!
For me?
Do the Ric Flair one time, Puro. Woo!
Shit, I never done that shit before since I was a kid. Woo!
Limousine
But I just wanted to say, fellas, I think people are sleeping on Josh Taylor's mandatory that he's got up. I hear, and I saw a little bit of his, a bit of his highlights and a bit of his fights. I think Catterall, shit, man. You never know if Josh Taylor sleeps on him. It might lose to him. That's why I hear him through the grapevine. He's a really good fighter.
I'm gonna take a look at him. I never watched him, but I need to take a look at him though, because he earned that shot at the belt for a reason, So we'll see what he's all about. But I don't think Josh Taylor gonna overlook him. I heard Josh Taylor talking about him.
I feel you. I had to take a look for him myself, and he looks pretty good. But that's what they're saying, that a lot of people are sleeping on the dude. That he's really, really good.
Yeah, Jack Catterall. He can fight.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, Puro.
All right, then, man. I'll get back on it, man. Let me finish this fucking shift, and I'm out.
All right, Puro.
Oh man,
You got Derek Chisora versus Joseph Parker, the rematch Saturday morning.
Huh?
Who y'all got in that fight? Chisora Parker rematch.
Parker gonna put the hands on him, man.
The first fight, a lot of people thought Chisora won. That's why they doing a rematch.
Chisora won the first fight to me. I really, I promise you that. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think Chisora's pressure got to him. In the first fight, it was close, but I thought it could have gone either way. But
who did you have it to in the first fight?
If I had to say it, I mean maybe Chisora probably outworked him.
Yeah, that's what I had it.
But I think in the second fight, I think Parker's gonna probably stick and move on him. He probably got like a 3-inch reach advantage on him. Probably stick and move.
Yeah.
But the thing is though, the hard thing about him is that he knows how to fucking cut off the ring, bro. He knows how to fight on the inside though, and that's the problem with Chisora. That's why Chisora is a tough out for pretty much everybody, And he's a fucking weirdo, man. Chisora. I don't know. I can't pick that. I can't stand that motherfucker. I don't know. Well, are they both British?
Nah. Yeah. Joseph Parker from New Zealand.
New Zealand, right? Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. You got that fight. That's gonna be a good little fight under the zone app, mind you, too. Who else is fighting this week? Serrano.
Marcus Brown and Better Be a fight Friday.
Oh, Better Be a
Marcus
fight.
Brown better be a. Yeah, you ain't gonna count that Jake Paul, Tyrone Woodley fight, Shelton. You ain't fucking with that one.
Who cares about that? That's not a fight.
I know Shelton's gonna roast him. Joseph, my boy, what's good? How you doing, H? How you doing, young Bill? Shelton,
hey, what's up? Joseph, I got something to say.
Let's hear it, brother.
You said Javon Charlo was going to be Canelo's next opponent, and you were wrong.
I did. And you know what? I still stand by that, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
Once again, the cruiserweight fight. Oh, who's got the feedback, guys? Somebody got an echo. Okay, ahead, very good. So here's why. The fight between Makabu and Tabisu Machunu, right, is going to be happening probably in the at the tail end of January, right? In my opinion, Machunu wins that fight. Slick southpaw. Guy who uses the entire ring. Very strong. Yeah, he's a little long in the tooth, but he is much more skilled than Makabu. And so when he wins that fight, Canelo's not going to want to fight for the WBC cruiserweight title any longer because that's a terribly difficult fight for Canelo Alvarez. I mean, young Bill, what is the most difficult style matchup you can face in boxing?
Slick southpaw.
And there it is. And this guy is big, much bigger. I mean, he's a small size cruiserweight, but he's still much bigger and stronger than Canelo. Canelo's not going to want to have any part of that. Then the next potential candidate is going to go down to Jamal Charlo. Watch and see, ignorant. I'm sorry. I'm going to call you IB, brother. I don't like ignorant boxing. I don't like calling you ignorant, my friend.
Yeah, but we already got an IB.
Hey, that's my name, though.
We already got somebody called IB already.
Okay, brother. So I'll
call me ignorant boxing. I don't care.
All right, my friend. All right, brother. But yeah, that's why. So watch and see how it plays out, man, because I don't think that.
You said Jamal and Jermel?
Huh? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I said Jamal.
Okay.
So Joe, what's up with Benavidez? What should do you think Benavidez should go up to 175, or do you think he's going to keep staying at 68? What's up with Benavidez?
You know what, brother? There's so many great fights for David Benavidez. Unfortunately, though, when you look at the way the PBC handles their business, who's going to fight at 175?
Yeah, I mean everybody else. Yeah, really nobody at PBC is. Besides Marcus Brown is with PBC at 75.
Exactly. But they have a lot of talent. But they have, not a lot of talent, but they have some talent moving up from 60 that are going to make great fights for David Benavidez eventually. Unfortunately, though, I give him another 6 to 12 months before he's forced to move up to 75. He's not going to have any say in the matter. He's not going to have any choice. He's getting older. I mean, he's still a young man, which is the only reason why he's still being able to compete at 68. Give him another 6 months to 12, right? And he's going to be forced to fight at 175. Already, he's a biscuit shy of light heavyweight, right?
Exactly.
Joe, question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What about the Zerto fight for Benavidez?
What about what? What fight?
The Zerto fight.
Oh.
Zerto don't want no parts of him, so...
Gosh, dude, that's a great fight. I mean, when you look at the style matchup, Zurdo, say what you want about him. Fights in one speed, right?
All gas.
Yeah, fights at one speed, but good chin. Throws a lot of punches, applies that hard pressure. That is a fight of the year candidate at 175 and a real banger. Oh, boy, that's the irresistible force against the immovable object. I mean, obviously, David Benavidez, in my opinion, is the more talented guy. But, styles make fights. That's a great fight. That is a fight of the year, man.
What, David Morrell?
No, David Benavidez versus Zurdo Ramirez.
You think Ramirez he has a chance against Benavidez?
Well, styles make fights. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He probably stops him, historian. He probably stops David.
I don't know about that. We'll have to see as he moves up. Keep in mind, guys, David Benavidez is an elite level 68-pounder. The only thing that keeps him off most people's pound-for-pound lists is his lack of, great opposition at 68 and also his terribly unhealthy indiscipline issues, right?
Hey, do you think he'll ever fight Caleb Plant?
No.
You know what, man? No, I still think that that PBC is hoping that Canelo fights back down at his natural, I guess, prime weight at 168. And they're going to keep those guys in line and keep them avoiding each other as long as possible. I mean, it's an absurd practice, but they want to maintain a healthy record for each and every one of those guys to put them in line for, I guess, make them seem more deserving of a Canelo fight. Because think about, honestly, I can't see Canelo competing at 175. Not regularly, not as long as Arthur Beterbiev is there. Geez, man, those are tough fights, man, for Canelo Alvarez. All of those fights, all of the champions at 175, even Joe Smith Jr., is a really tough fight. That guy can bang. He's got a great chin. He applies that hard pressure. And, he's seemingly, depending on the style matchup, he's admittedly still learning on the job. He's getting better with each performance, not counting his last performance in the ring. That one, I thought he actually lost. I thought he deserved to drop a decision and lose the belt to the crafty Russian.
Yeah, Vlasov beat him. Vlasov beat him 7-5 in my book. I remember.
Yeah, I scored it the exact same way, 7 rounds to 5. Yep. Hey, guys, and once again, if my voice is a little hoarse, I apologize, but it was cold and dreary this past Saturday, and I was, calling fights for 5 hours consecutively.
Mr. Joseph, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Who do you think will most likely get the Kambosos fight out of all the lightweights right now?
In my opinion, you're going to see. Now, once again, I think I said this on last week's show. If I were advising George Kambosos Jr., and I guarantee you, Lou DiBella is telling him this same thing. If I'm advising him, I'm telling him, screw all of these guys until they become your mandatory. Why are you going to fight them? You're the man. Who gives a shit? I mean, dude, go the Joe Calzaghe route. Boxing is much healthier in Australia in terms of mainstream and casual awareness and participation. Stay down in Australia. Pull in crowds of 20, 30, 40,000. Fight as many ham and eggers as you can until they enforce their mandatories. Okay, but if you look at the mandatory situation, don't be surprised, guys, that Vasyl Lomachenko becomes a WBO mandatory very soon, right? You may see Bob Arum work his magic and force the hand of George Kambosos Jr. later on in 2022. And so if I had to guess, it would be Kambosos Lomachenko. Hopefully there's no COVID restriction. And hopefully they get this Omicron variant dealt with. I know they're still having events in Australia, but I'm not so sure about the prospect of having a travel ban, right? So if I had to guess, it would be fighting a tune-up or just a victory lap in front of a big crowd against like the number 25th or 30th guy in the world, and then fighting Vasyl Lomachenko at the tail end of 2022.
Yeah, so Vasily Lomachenko is looking like, huh?
Yeah, that's if I had to guess, that would be it. But yeah, what did you guys think of Conor Benn's performance this past Saturday?
He knocked out a guy who was notorious for not having a damn chin.
No, see, this is why I told you guys this was going to happen last time I spoke with you last week, right? I said, look, guys, anyone who's looking at his resume and thinks this is still the Chris Algieri who gave Ruslan Provodnikov a boxing lesson, yeah, they're going to be very disappointed. This is a guy who's a part-time fighter now. And once again, it's not his fault. And I talked about this last week. Every single fighter, former champion, when you talk to them, they still believe they've got one great championship performance left in them. And oh boy, he couldn't pull the trigger, has no power. Oh, hey, Paolo, how you doing, brother? That's all right, man. That's all right.
Hey, what's the point of him trying to fight Adrian Broner though? What's that prove?
Because
Nothing.
it's going to build his level of celebrity and his stature within the Basically, it's going to put him on the map in America, in the with the American boxing audience, right, and the casual and mainstream audience in America.
Yeah, but the thing about Americans, we already know what AV is about. So why should we care?
Well, most casual and mainstream, or most casual mainstream fans have no idea. Now, the diehards are very smart. They're very informed. You guys all know, yeah, that AB's a shot fighter. But the mainstream and casual audiences, they have no idea. They have no idea. They can't tell you the difference between today's AB and the AB at 126 or 130 rather. They can't tell the difference. All they know, he's loud, abrasive, and funny. That's it. That's all they know about Adrian Broner, and that he's a prize fighter. According, to them, he's still a 4-division world champion. Yeah, and so that's, dude, when you talk about Bum of the Month Club, Chris Algieri and Adrian Broner, like I said, they're trying to, because he's, and you can't blame Eddie Hearn, because promotions 101, protect your ticket sellers, right? He's turning into a decent, pretty good sized ticket seller. And they're really doing a great job nurturing his brand in the UK market. So this would be the logical progression in putting him in against a shot guy like Adrian Broner, who's very, very well known and popular in America. Right? He's not popular right now, he's not popular among the diehard market. We all know, he fights now out of necessity whenever he needs money. That's it. But he's basically turned into the Chavez Jr. of the hip hop community. Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
But I tell you what, guys, it's been a really interesting year, man. Let me ask you something. You actually, because I'm having a hard time actually thinking about this one. Who would be your prospect of the year 2022? Or 2021, rather. I'm sorry.
I would say Jared Anderson. Or I think so, the heavyweight Jared Anderson. I think so. I like what I've been seeing from him. 10 wins, 10 knockouts. Yeah, I think he's the future heavyweight champion. I would say Jared Anderson for me.
That's a very good choice, H Money, and it's very difficult for me to argue with you about that one or debate you about that one, and I'm not going to do it because, yeah, that's a sound choice. Ignorant, what is your selection for prospect of the year 2021?
I was gonna say Jared Anderson too before H Money said it first, but that's what I would go to. I watched most of his fights since he became a pro in ESPN, especially during the quarantine. They put him on a lot, so I got to see him a lot. So I think Jared Anderson deserves it.
Hey, people in the chat are saying Xander Zayas.
That's another guy that I was actually gonna.
Somebody said Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn, but
I agree with Xander. I agree with Xander.
Yeah,
Xander, what about Keyshawn Davis? He hasn't fought that much though. Like the other
I would select, honestly, both choices are excellent, but hey, how about the matchmakers and that promotional stable of Top Rank? Yeah. Constantly filling that pipe with talent. Geez, man, there's no one better at scouting, selecting talent, nurturing that talent, and putting
Joseph,
them in a position for success. Yes, sir.
Who would you say has looked more impressive in his fights, Xander Zayas or Jared Anderson?
Oh, gosh, man. See, that's the reason why it's such a tough call. Both guys look razor sharp. We've seen them have outings where they don't look great, but that's just in spots, right? For the most part, they look mature beyond their years. And
it's not just the fans saying that. It's the critics, it's the writers, it's their fellow prize fighters. Everyone thinks that both guys, they see how special they're going to be. Both men are wise, are mature beyond their years. Both men have such a huge upside. Yeah, it's hard not to like both guys. And honestly, you can't go wrong with either one as a selection, in my opinion. But yeah, if I had to choose, I would choose Xander Zayas. Yeah. He looks so versatile. I mean, it's almost like you want to say, well, there's got to be something wrong with him. He's just so good, and he's so young.
Future, bro.
Huh?
That dude's the future, man.
Yeah, he's the real deal, man. It's hard to you don't see very many flaws in that kid. And it's very rare that you see a kid at the 6th round level fighting at that level, right? Fighting with that kind of ability at the 6th round. I mean, geez, man, the matchmakers, and they've been trying to stick him, find tough, durable guys, experience that are going to give him some different looks and cultivate his craft. And he's just mowing through them, just making them look silly.
Who are you just talking about, Joseph? Who are you talking about?
Xander Zayas.
Oh yeah, Xander. He's pretty good. I think Jared Anderson, Xander Zayas, Keyshawn Davis is a good prospect. He hasn't fought that much. I think Keyshawn is one of the best prospects. I think those are the top guys. For me,
you don't think much of Berlanga?
Berlanga, is he? Yeah, I like Berlanga too. I like Berlanga, but his last fight he got dropped.
Yeah,
though.
I like it. Well, there's no shame in that. And once again, and this was my big knock on him when he was being marketed as the knockout artist, and he was coming up and he was just mowing through guys in the 1st round. You know what? And my big knock on that was you don't learn anything. I mean, the whole purpose of going through the 4, 6, and 8 round stages is to develop your craft so you're prepared for everything that you're going to see at the 10 and 12 round levels, right? I mean, we all saw with who's the kid from California? What's his name? George
Gabriel Flores Jr.
Gabriel Flores Jr. Thank you. We all saw what happened when you don't fix your deficiencies, correct your deficiencies at the 4, 6, and 8 round level. Well, then you move up to 10 rounds and you get your ass whooped against a hard, tough, durable, experienced fight veteran. I mean, geez, man, he got his ass whooped. Oh boy, that could be.
He got humbled though because he was talking a lot of shit before the fight, though.
Yeah, I know, man. I know, and jeez, man, that was a hard one. That was a hard one for Top Rank. They might cut his ass after that performance.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Damn,
dude,
I don't know.
So? He's still young though, bro. He's only like 19.
No, he's. I don't know if is he that young really?
No, he's like 20 now. He's probably 21.
Yeah, he's
now.
real young. Yeah,
he is young. He is young, but that is that could be a potential. It depends on what he's made of. That could be a potential career changer.
Hey, I believe it. They caught Elvis after what? A loss or 2?
Yeah. As far as prospects,
his first loss. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
As far as prospects, I like Mark Castro as well. I think he's one of the best prospects. He should be, considered as prospect of the year.
Mark Castro's excellent. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm sorry, who?
He beat Keyshawn Davis in the amateurs.
Yeah.
Who else I like? All right, I like Mark Castro. Brandon Lee looked pretty good on Saturday.
Brandon is now a 10-round fighter, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. His last fight was 10 rounds.
Now, Joe?
He is a legitimate contender at 140 pounds. Let me tell you something. That guy's going to be avoided like the plague.
That motherfucker can punch, Joe.
Oh, dude, he's got heavy hands. When you just see him just touch a guy, with just the jab, oh, geez. It gets their attention right away. I don't know very many guys at 40 who are going to want to tangle with Brandon Lee. He's going to have a really hard time getting top matchups. I mean, and so this is where the sanctioning bodies really have to come into play. They have to do their job of enforcing their bylaws and move this guy. Cameron Duncan's already trying to move this guy up, but they need to keep him more active. He needs to fight more.
And who else I like? I like what's his name? Gary Antoine Russell. I would consider him still a prospect. You know,
I think he's a 10-round fighter as well now. But yeah, I know what you're saying though, and those are all really great. Really.
He had a big win over what's his name? What's that dude name? Was it Santiago? The guy that I think Adrian Broner had a draw with, right? Broner had a controversial win over that guy, and then this dude Gary Antoine Russell destroyed him and knocked him out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gary Antoine Russell's the real deal. He is perfect right now. 14-0, 14 knockouts. Yeah, and Giovanni Santiago is the guy you're referring to. He whooped his ass. And they threw in the towel after the 6th round.
Hey, what are some of the European prospects?
To be honest with you, man, I'm not high on very many of them. The biggest, well, I was thinking British. I'm sorry. There are a lot of great, like I spoke of this guy the last time I was on the show, and
the heavyweight. You talking about Jalalov?
Yeah, Jalalov.
He's a beast.
He just improved his record to 8-0 with 8 knockouts, and this guy is
9-0 now, Joe.
Oh, 9-0. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, he just fought on Saturday in Dubai.
Yep.
And oh my gosh, dude, that guy they put him in the ring with was such a ham and egger. They need to do a better job of, just getting him with guys that are going to actually push him a little bit. But it's going to be very difficult to find those guys because this guy, he's got sledgehammers in both gloves. He's a southpaw. He moves extremely well. He's 6'7", but moves like a light heavyweight. Deep amateur pedigree. Yeah, he's going to be a stone. Did you see that fight?
Yeah, I mean, where was it on? What channel was it on?
It was on AXS Network.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see, but that dude is a beast. The heavyweight gold medalist who beat Richard Torres in the heavyweight for the gold medal.
That guy?
What's his name? Jovalov or Javalov?
Jalalov. It's pronounced Ja. Like the J.
Jalalov. That boy cold.
The J in Russian is kind of tough. Yeah, it's like.
Let me answer this real quick. Mr. G said, "Is Morrell not a prospect? He doesn't have many fights, only 5 less than Jared Anderson. I mean, he should be a prospect, but they moving him fast. He already has a belt. He has the WBA regular belt, and he's fighting in 12 rounders. His last 3 fights been in 12 rounders. So he's not a prospect because even though he should be a prospect, but he's not.
That's an excellent point, H Money, and that's right on the mark because they can move him along a lot quicker, just like the guys like Jalalov that DeBella's going to move him up or move him along that quickly because of his deep amateur pedigree, just like his name eludes me right now. The Kazakh prosper contender who was just named Demetrius Andrade's Matador challenger.
Janabek.
Yeah, Janabek Alim Anala. Yeah, just like that guy. They're going to be able to move Morrell up that quickly.
Morrell is already moving faster than him. Morrell's he became the champion in only 3 fights. So Morrell, they moving him like Lomachenko. They're trying to move him the way they move Loma.
Well, that is if you consider that belt an actual belt.
Yeah, it is a real belt. That's why you got people like Tank Davis collecting that belt. The regular belt has mandatories for the WBA. And they recognize that as a world title. Canelo fought for that belt a couple times. Canelo fought for that belt when he fought against Rocky Fielding, and
Austin
even before that, at 154. Yeah, Austin Trout, right? He fought Austin Trout for that belt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the legitimate title, but regardless, though, if you're talking about how Morrell's being moved, I mean, pretty unprecedented. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I would say like 8th or 9th fight in his career, man. I like to see where he's at because it looked like he can beat most of these guys at 168, if not all of them. You know.
Well, we'll see, and you would think he's a live dog in any of those matchups, but yeah, man. I don't know if he should be moved up that quickly. I'm a big believer in the 4, 6, and 8 round developmental stages. If you really think that you have a guy who's the goods, move him up slowly because the professionals, it's different. It's different.
It is different.
You've really it's a marathon if you don't have that one punch knockout power. And there's always going to be a guy when you're moving up the 4, 6, and 8 round stages who's going to come into the ring with a record of 29 and 15, who's going to give you hell because of the style matchup and because of the experience. You really should respect those stages.
We've been seeing prospects lately. I don't know if lately getting beat by these guys that are not shit. You know what I'm saying? That having losing records and shit, bro.
And it's funny. I just called a fight in which there was a guy who had lost his last 8 fights, and who was the opponent for the promoter's fighter. But boy, great matchmaking, man, by the promotional company that I just in the fights in which I just called, because this guy who just lost 8 straight fights, even though he had the mindset of an opponent, boy, he was still crafty, tough. Boy, he gave this guy hell, everything he could possibly handle. And the guy's going to be a better fighter. The promotional guy is going to be a better fighter as a result of it. Fighters, I always call them the unsung heroes of boxing. Because they provide an invaluable commodity to the sport in being the carving knives of the entire sport and the best fighters in the divisions. Without those guys, they don't grow. They don't continue to learn on the job. They don't get those tough looks, and they don't become as seasoned as they need to be when competing at the 10 and 12 round levels. And you know what? They get no shine. They get no love. In my opinion, they're the unsung heroes of boxing. Those are guys that don't make shit, but still love the sport. And boy, they're still as tough as it gets. And they provide excellent world-class sparring. They provide excellent world-class opposition. And they know they're flown in to lose, but they still do it. God bless them for it too, man, because there would be no sport without those guys. Right?
That's true.
What y'all think about speaking of prospects, Nico Ali Walsh? Is it all hype or is it worth the effort?
Look, Sugar's he's gonna be on my show later this week. And excuse me. I'll say this. This is a guy who's a novice. Never fought, didn't know how to throw a punch. So he is starting from the novice level, no amateur background. This is a guy who's as green as it gets, right? So this is a real project for Top Rank and for Sugar Hill. And they're hoping because of the name, they're hoping because he's got naturally heavy hands that he turns into something special. But this is, you know what, man? Don't discount Sugar's ability to cultivate a great fighter from the ground up. This is his opportunity to do it. If he's that good of a trainer, and if Ali has any natural talent from that lineage, right? Yeah, you could see him become something, but guys, don't expect to see him against anyone stiff anytime soon. I mean, dude, what did he just win, a majority decision? In his most recent fight?
I mean, that fight should have been a draw, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, obviously, one of the judges agreed with you, but yeah. So this is not going to be easy for Top Rank or Sugar Hill. So credit to them for taking on this assignment and doing this. And you know what's great for the sport? He's a guy who's already getting more mainstream press than probably 99% of the fighters out there, which is a damn shame, but it is what it is. You know, he's the greatest grandson, you know?
Well, here's what I'll say about that, Joseph. Because that's the same word I used on you know, when we were talking about Nick what's his name? Ali Walsh, that he's a project. Because when I look at him, right, I know guys that are not even professionals that have a lot more polished boxing than him, bro.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of amateurs that are much more accomplished, much further along than Nico Ali Walsh, but
right.
He's a good looking kid, naturally heavy hands, and he's got that one distinction that no one else does. He's the grandson of Muhammad Ali. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean,
well, here's what I'll say. The positives I see. I do see what they're trying to do with his footwork. It kind of emulates Ali in terms of like the lateral movement. It is. I do see a little bit of the hereditary movement from a certain standpoint, but I think his best attribute, you know, being a guy that's that big at that weight class, I do believe that him coming forward and him being aggressive, because he has pop. That's one thing I know that that's very visible about what he can do. He has pop, but him coming forward, him trying to box like Ali or trying to mold into something like Ali is pretty. I don't think that's going to be what's best for him. And of course,
no, and you know, once again, they'll figure that out as they go along. Right now, they're still figuring everything out. In my opinion, yeah, he's not the athlete his grandfather was. Come on, man. You know, I mean, he's still an athletic young guy. He's got heavy hands and he's got a good chin. Look, guys, if Top Rank can cultivate Chavez Jr. into a champion,
yeah,
okay, don't be surprised if they eventually cultivate this kid into a title holder. Okay, look, Chavez Jr. You have to marvel. I mean, Top Rank is amazing. Look what they did with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. And he beat some decent guys, right?
Andy Lee.
Yep. Well, I was there, man.
Man, I'll be honest with you. Andy Lee should have just stayed boxing. If he wouldn't have sat up there and actually brawled with his ass, he probably would have won that fight.
Well, I'll tell you one of the backstory about that fight. Go back and watch it. It's hilarious. Well, it wasn't hilarious at the time. But when I was doing publicist work for Emmanuel and his fighters, and that fight was in El Paso, Emmanuel and Andy and his team, they show up, and Emmanuel's fucking livid, right? Emmanuel's livid because they look at the ring at the Sun Bowl in El Paso, and it was 15 by 15, the smallest size ring that you could possibly use in accordance with the rules of the Texas State Athletic Commission. 15 by 15. It was a shoebox. It didn't even, like, before the fight, go watch that fight again. You see, I think it was Jimmy Lennon Jr. who was doing the ring announcer. Maybe it was Michael Buffer. But you see he's like crowded in a crowded area. You see everyone around him when he's making the fighter introductions, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was absurd. And Emmanuel was like, you know what? Andy Lee should have beaten the brakes off of Chavez Jr. If we just had a normal, customary championship size ring at 20 feet by 20 feet, we win that fight all day long. He was pissed. He was giving the Texas State Athletic Commission all kinds of grief, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. They show up, and the ring is already right there. They couldn't do a damn thing about it. Chavez is the A side. He's the champ. Yeah. They couldn't do a damn thing about it. And Andy Lee, he was boxing his ears off until he got caught in the 7th round, and that's all she wrote. Yep.
We got a question in the chat. Shout out to my brother Kai. He said, "How do y'all feel about Spence mandatory, and do y'all think he will vacate?" I don't think Earl Spence will vacate. I think Earl Spence is a true champion. I think you're talking about Jaron Ennis becoming his mandatory. I think that's good for boxing. Hopefully they can order the fight. They must order that fight so it can happen. No, Earl Spence will not vacate. He's a true champion, and I know Earl Spence will fight anybody.
Well, I will say this, and here's a prospect that no one's talking about. This forces Errol Spence Jr. to unify with Bud Crawford. Okay, Ugas is going to be busy. Ugas is going to be busy with his tournament, right? So the only way he gets out of that Boots Ennis fight is either vacates or he fights Terrence Crawford in the interim. Pick your poison. Who do you want to fight? What beast do you want to fight? And once again, Errol Spence is a real champion. This is a guy, man, who doesn't fear anybody. He truly believes he is the best at 147. You know what? And tell you what, he's got to fight one beast, one of them. Pick your poison. Take your pick. Boots Ennis or Terrence Crawford. But no one's talking about that. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Because now this puts the onus on Errol Spence Jr. The only way you're going to get out of this Boots Ennis fight for much less money than Terrence Crawford is, you either vacate your title or you unify. So guess what, guys? Thank you, Daryl Peoples. We just got closer to a unification between Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford.
Yep. And I mean, I look at it like this. There's nowhere to run now. It's like
he hasn't been running though. Let's not act like Earl Spence been running. Earl Spence fought Sean Porter. He beat Sean Porter years ago. You know what I mean? Earl Spence been calling out the top guys like Keith Thurman. Earl Spence been wanting to fight the best, bro. You know what I mean?
Has he been wanting to fight Bud though?
But Crawford just came to welterweight not too long ago.
Well, look,
he said he will fight him. Matter of fact, Terrence Crawford even said they talked on the phone about fighting each other. They met up and said they was going to fight. They met up.
Look, guys,
let's he's going to knock out Terrence Crawford. He told Terrence Crawford to his face. He said, "I'm going to knock you out, bro." So let's not push the narratives. Hey, so this brother Kai wants to ask the whole panel this question.
Okay,
this for the whole panel. He said, look, he wants to know from the whole panel. Let me just ask this question because he's asking me to tell y'all this. He says, how do y'all feel about Spence mandatory, and do y'all think he will vacate? So that's the question for the panel. Oh, well, y'all want to answer his question? Anybody?
I'll answer. How do you feel about Spence mandatory, and do y'all think he'll vacate? Well, I look at this. I don't think because if he does, he's gonna lose the belt, and he's not gonna be making the money he would normally make. So I would have to say that he's gonna be forced to take the fight, either his mandatory or Bud. You know what I'm saying? He'd have to be forced to, and I think that
y'all acting like this nigga Earl Spence ain't fought nobody. He beat Sean Porter years ago. He was calling to fight Keith Thurman in unification fights. He just wanted to fight Ugas, who just beat Manny Pacquiao. Earl Spence been trying to fight the top guys. Now, as far as Terrence Crawford, we know Terrence Crawford was signed to Top Rank, and we know that Top Rank and PBC sometimes they have a hard time making fights. Even the Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather fight didn't happen for years. So let's not act like Earl Spence ain't fighting the top guys, my dude. He been fighting the top welterweights.
Yeah, he fought the top dudes. It's just that
so let's stop it.
Came in.
I'm
talking specifically about Crawford. When Crawford came in, it's been 4 years since that shit.
Yeah, but Crawford was signed to Top Rank. Crawford is now a free agent. You know what I mean? Crawford could go to the PBC. That's where they got all those welterweights at. All of those welterweights that Crawford is calling out, from Earl Spence, Ugas, and Keith Thurman, they all fight on PBC.
Well, it's like this, right? We're going to see in the next couple of months if he wants to fight or not, because they just forced his hand. He got to do something now.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because at this point, it's been 4 years. I mean, regardless of what's been going on, You know what I'm saying? Outside the ring. At the end of the day, it's been 4 years, man. And it's almost like a repeat of
A
the Manny
repeat of
Pacquiao.
what has Earl been doing besides fighting top welterweights like Danny Garcia, who's a former welterweight champion?
He beat those guys. That's not the issue.
Okay.
The point I'm saying is that they could have already have fought by now. If you meet up with somebody and you're talking about fighting somebody, then that means that you should be fighting real soon. When it takes 4 years, regardless of promotional companies, and it's been proven multiple times that it's up to the fighters at the end of the day. If the fighters want the fight, it's gonna happen.
Well, yes and no. If you're a money making commodity and a big attraction, right? You can pretty much fight whomever you want. But if you're not a big money making commodity, you fight who your promoter puts in front of you. And if you don't, it's not going to end well. Look what happened to Teofimo Lopez. Look what happened to Mikey Garcia. Those guys, and once again, this is why I really don't like it when fans use the ducking term, because there is no ducking within the business of boxing. If you don't fight who your promoters and you're a pain in the ass who they put in front of you, they'll put you on the shelf and they'll put you on ice. Okay, that's the way it goes. They will not fight you. Speaking with Bruce Trampler about Miguel Cotto, right, who just got inducted into Hall of Fame. Congratulations to him. But one of the things that Bruce says, he goes, you know what? One of the things I always loved about Miguel Cotto, when he was coming up, he fought whoever we put in front of him. And he said the same thing about Bud Crawford. That's how both guys made their bones in this business. They did not turn down any opportunities, and that's why their promoters absolutely loved to work with him. Unfortunately, one became a big popular pay-per-view guy, and the other one hasn't yet. But both guys were special. Terrence Crawford's a special fighter. Miguel Cotto was a special fighter, and he didn't turn down any smoke. I mean, anyone who takes on heavy-handed Ricardo Torres on 2 weeks' notice, that's something. Miguel Cotto. So
Ricardo Torres from Brazil, he dropped Cotto.
Great fight, guys. And that was on Boxing After Dark for free, co-main event to Vladimir Klitschko, Sam Peter on Boxing After. That's the kind of shit we used to get for free. Now we're having to pay for it on Fox. Anyway, that's another discussion. But look, guys. So my point is, and the reason why I'm bringing that up, on PBC side of the street, no one fights the bidding of Al Heyman, because if you do, just ask Vanya Martirosyan what happens. You get put on ice. He doesn't use you. He has 200 fighters with a limited amount of TV dates. He will put your ass on ice. Look what's happened to Gary Russell.
Yo, we got the brother Kai on the panel. What up, Kai? He's the one that asked the question. What up, Kai? What's good?
Shouts out to the panel. Quick question for Jules for just a little bit more clarity. Errol Spence has been on record saying that if the Terrence fight can't be made, then he moving up. We all know that there's been issues about the split. So if they still having issues about Bud feeling like, the split isn't equal and they don't make that fight. I also heard that Virgil Ortiz is his mandatory for one of the belts as well. So if that's true, we're looking at Boots Ennis, Virgil Ortiz, and then Terrence Crawford is trying to become mandatory because, they're trying to make that fight. So either way you look at it, at all angles, Spence got a lot of smoke coming his direction. And if that fight can't be made for financial reasons with Bud, do you think that he's still going to fight those two guys, or you think he's going to vacate and move up?
If I had to guess, now once again, we have no idea if he's even sparring yet and taking shots to the head yet. We have no idea. This is a very delicate injury that you're looking at. And I know medicine has advanced since Sugar Ray Leonard had that surgery back in the 80s, but he was out for 3 years before he felt comfortable in making his return to the ring. We just don't know, guys.
Hasn't been back since that same injury.
Yep. Look, we have no idea. Only Errol Spence knows, and his trainer. Only they know what his timetable looks like. If I had to guess, oh boy, those are all tough assignments when you're coming off of a serious layoff from an injury, right? Think about how inactive he's going to be, right? Think about how inactive he's been, and he's going to be going into these three monsters, right? Now, keep in mind, Errol Spence Jr. is a special fighter. Okay, let's make no mistake about it. Talk about him avoiding Terrence Crawford. This is why everyone wants to see this fight. He's a special fighter. He's a guy who is probably one of the most effective aggressors in boxing. He's got one of the most intelligent jabs in boxing. Former Olympian, undefeated. This is a guy who's no slouch in the ring. That's why everyone wants to see these fights. So don't get, if Errol Spence Jr. comes back and he's still Errol Spence, boy, these are all very, very tough fights for him, but these are all fights that he can win. All three of them. Don't discount Errol Spence Jr. until we see it with our own eyes. Until then, you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Even after the car wreck, he looked great in his performance against Danny Garcia. Pitched a virtual shutout. It was hard to find rounds to give him, right? We'll see how he looks from this eye injury, but look, don't count him out yet, man. He's the truth for a reason. His moniker is the truth for a reason. He is one of the most versatile fighters in boxing. He can take the lead effectively. He can fight you from mid to long range effectively. He's one of the smartest fighters in boxing. And you know what? It's hard not to like him in all three fights.
Well, I say this, right? One thing that he's susceptible to, and this barring him not, coming back without being fucked up. One thing I noticed that he's susceptible to, and Sean Porter, he's not a jabber, but one thing about him is that he's a high octane offensive fighter that brings the fight to you with a high volume of punches, and he's a tough dude. One thing I can see, and it's not like what's the name, Spence not like he can't protect himself or he doesn't have any defense. But one thing I know that he's not faced in his career is a guy with a really, really good jab. And the three guys that he's would be facing not only has a sizable reach advantage on him, but has a very good accurate jab. And Virgil Ortiz, a powerful jab. Terrence Crawford has a well-educated jab himself.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
What's his name? Boots Ennis has a good long-range jab.
Boots Ennis has everything. He looks like a young Sugar Ray Robinson right now. The only thing we don't know about Boots Ennis is his chin. But you know what? I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. Him getting touched up because of the way he rolls away from shots. His defense is immaculate.
Hey, Joseph, here's the thing, though. To look like Sugar Ray Robinson, you have to have the footwork and also the explosiveness and the speed, though.
Yeah, he's got it all at welterweight right now. He's
not like that, but he got the tools to be the guy, though.
You know what, brother? Right now, he looks flawless. Like I cannot find, like when everyone was kind of celebrating J-Rock when he was on his ascension up 154 and saying he looked like the heir apparent. He was going to be the next champion. I saw a fight when he was coming up and he had problems on the inside with his defense and throwing combinations underneath. I don't see any of that with Boots Ennis. I've been looking too, man. I mean, that's my job. I try to look for tendencies and things that fighters need to work on. And I don't see any with Boots Ennis. I mean, pick your poison. How do you want to get your ass whooped by this kid? He's proficient on the inside, defensively, offensively. In my opinion, he works much better on the inside than Terrence Crawford. From mid to long range, I
think he's more dangerous for sure.
Yeah, he's got heavy hands. He's a naturally big welterweight. This is a guy, and he's a switch-hitting badass with really good footwork. Very, very sound defensive fighter. I can't find anything wrong with him.
So Joe, out of him and Bud, who do you favor if they fought tomorrow?
If they fought tomorrow, gosh, it's hard not to favor Terrence Crawford going into any fight, man. I mean, this guy's special. His ability to control range. And when he feels like, and we just saw it in his last fight, when he feels he has to turn it up, boy, he does. And if you catch him and buzz him a little bit, boy, that's going to bring out the dog in and make him even more competitive. This is a guy who not only wants to beat you, he wants to beat you down. He wants to whoop your ass and make an example out of you. He's one of those guys, like if you hear him talk, and I noticed this, one of the first interviews I did with him when he was just a prospect with Top Rank. He's one of those guys that it's almost compulsive for him, obsessive compulsive. He has to win. Like you hear him talk, he wants to be better at you than everything. He's a guy like Jordan, where it's almost kind of turns you off a little bit. Like, you know what? I don't want to be around someone like that, but it makes him great. So if I had to pick someone from head to head, I'd say, look, you have to pick Terrence Crawford because of the experience, his mindset. I mean, he's a winner, but it wouldn't shock me if Boots Ennis beat him. It wouldn't shock me if Boots Ennis beat Spence either. Boots is special. He's going to be around for a very long time. You know, and once again, the only thing we don't know is his chin, but I don't see anyone touching his chin because of how great defensively he is in the ring. It's shocking. Not only does he have great reflexes and can see everything, but he rolls away from shots like a veteran fighter. Like he rolls away from shots like Canelo. It's shocking. This kid right now is damn near perfect. I can't find anything wrong with him. That's why I made the comparison with Sugar Ray Robinson. Like, dude, if you're a diehard boxing fan, he fights so good it makes your dick hard, man. Like the old Richard Pryor skit, right? About Sugar Ray Robinson.
But like I said, but look, no, I believe in Boots, but like I said, man, the footwork, the speed, you know what I'm saying, the foot movement, the fluidity. If you have to take that out, and maybe I can understand why you say that. Take that out. But as far as Virgil Ortiz, though, you know, powerful guy, powerful jab.
Well, he's another beast, man. Ooh, he's got the mindset of a winner. He's got the mindset of a champion. This guy.
No, I like him and I like him and Boots almost equally. I think this is I think those guys are going to be the future. They're the future of the welterweight division, no question. I'm gonna be honest with you though, like those are tough fucking fights for
anybody.
Spence. The only thing I would say of all three of them though, just because of the quality of opposition in the stylistic standpoint, I would say to me, I would favor Crawford against Spence. Excuse me. But as far as Virgil and Boots, I would say 50-50.
In my opinion, it depends is when you're talking about Spence versus Crawford. In my opinion, it depends where the majority of that fight takes place. If it takes place in the pocket, advantage Errol Spence Jr. If it takes place from mid to long range, and Crawford is proficient in turning him and pivoting around him and using lateral movement, advantage Terrence Crawford. It all depends on where that fight takes place. Because Spence in the pocket, he's a tough motherfucker, man. His creative combination punching is brilliant, man, to the body and head. It's very hard to anticipate where it's coming from.
Right. And he doesn't stop. And he's relentless.
He's relentless. Here's one of the things that most people don't see, including writers. And I'm sure you've seen this, young Bill. He accelerates and collapses the pocket very quickly when he wants to. He doesn't just move in one pace like Gilberto Ramirez, right? Zurdo. He is able, like, and you saw this in the Kell Brook fight, where he just closed the distance really quickly. He looks like he's got lead feet at times, but then all of a sudden he's right in your grill very, very quickly. He's very good at closing that distance effectively and cutting off the ring effectively very quickly. He is a really good, in my opinion, he is, if not the most effective pressure fighter, he's top 3.
Yeah, and one of the and probably top 3 body punchers in the game too.
Indeed, that's it.
Just period. He's relentless, and his stamina is always up there. Of course, after the accident, you feel a little rusty, but his stamina, man, that's what his mental toughness too in the game. That's what makes him and Bud fight so special. They both have a high degree of self-belief and extreme, uber confidence, where they don't believe nobody can beat them, and that's why it's so important.
Young Bill, and I just laugh, man, because I talk to fans who are kind of they're trying to stick up for Yordeñas Ugas, saying that why is the WBA keeping him busy in this 4-man tournament? Why can't he unify? You know what, man? If anyone thinks anyone deserves a title shot or a unification bout against Errol Spence Jr. before Terrence Crawford, they need to check themselves, man. Because look, there's a reason why everyone wants to see that fight. That you just said it, because you can't imagine either guy losing at 47. Both guys are 1 and 2, and you don't know which one is 1 and which one is 2 until they fight. That's it.
You know what, Joe? I bet Errol Spence is like, wow, because he's a confident guy that I up until this point, till Bud got there, he's probably the most. Of course, Keith Thurman and everybody else is super confident, but he's seen cracks in them. I don't think he sees any crack in Bud. That's why he's like, man, this is going to be a great fight. It's going to be a great fight. I really believe it's a 50-50, Joe.
Yep. You know what? I believe it's a 50-50 fight as well. Coin flip. I don't know who wins. I really don't.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to Spence and Bud and their opponents, who do you feel as though face adversity the most? Because and I know Bud hasn't been at the division as long as Spence has, but when you look at Spence opponents, his top guys had already faced defeat and had a blueprint on how to be beat when he took those victories. I really can't think of nobody he really punished that was like undefeated and had a big name. So out of those 2 guys' opponents, who you think faced the most adversity?
You know what, man? Both guys have been competing at a very high level for a very long time against world-class elite level opposition, right? Say what you want about Crawford's resume, but he's a 3-division world champion, and he's undefeated. And since moving up to welterweight, he's knocked everybody out. Right? Do you realize how difficult that is at this level? At the world-class level, both guys have fought every single style imaginable. Deep amateur background, their world championship level experience at the professional ranks. Both guys have seen it all in the ring. So in terms of adversity, both guys have had to fight through it. We saw Errol Spence Jr. in winning his first world title against a very seasoned guy and a very good champion in Kell Brook. Yes, he had been knocked out in his previous fight, but we saw Errol Spence have to fight through adversity in Kell Brook's hometown. He was behind on the scorecards in the first half of the fight. He had to fight through that in someone else's backyard, and boy, he put a stop to it. He had to fight through a bit of adversity against Sean Porter. But Terrence Crawford, god damn, man, he's so good at figuring out the puzzle. And he's so good at controlling range. He's not going to let you fight your fight. Geez, dude, this is such a tough matchup. I really don't know who wins, because I've never seen anyone impose their will and be able to fight their fight against Terrence Crawford. Look what he did to Sean Porter. Sean Porter had to go to plan B very quickly. Sean Porter tried to close the distance and fight him in the pocket, be the pressure fighter. And what did Terrence Crawford do? Wrapped his ass up every single time he got inside. You know, and so he depended on the referee breaking them and creating that distance for him. And so Porter found out very, very quickly, hey, man, I'm going to have to use a different strategy because he's not allowing this. You know, he wasn't as sporting as Errol Spence Jr. And Terrence Crawford is so smart. He understands that's a disadvantage for him if he allows that. And so I've never seen anyone fight his fight against Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford always controls range, always controls the action in the ring. So, yeah, this is a super fight, guys. There's a reason why it's been mandated by the real bosses of boxing, the fans.
You know what? How do you guys feel about Thurman and Barrios 140? Just being knocked out. Like Barrios just be knocked out by somebody come from 130. So why would they? You know, he, in my eyes, you know, even though, you know, Keith Thurman probably rubbed some boxing fans the wrong way about his inactivity and how he choose to move around certain fighters, but he is a top welterweight in my eyes. I mean, he defeated the guys that Errol Spence beat. He beat them first. He beat Danny first. He beat Sean first. So, like, I understand you may need a tune-up, but to fight somebody who just got knocked out by 135 pounder, not take nothing away from Tank, like, how y'all feel about that?
Well, I tell you what, if I could just speak first. I just spoke with Mario Varrios, his co-trainer, this past Saturday, Ricky Nunez. And they have a very healthy outlook going into this. They understand that he's been out of the ring for 2.5 years, right? Before he gets back in the ring, it'll be 2.5 years, right?
Right.
They understand that he was quite injury prone before he became inactive, right? And they understand that he still has that championship pedigree, that he only has one loss in his resume, and that was to Manny Pacquiao. But so they're looking at this like, well, he's inactive. He may not be sharp. He may be a little shop worn and a little cold, like he was against the Riverside Rocky, or he actually could be well rested. And this may be what his body needed. We may see the best version of Keith Thurman. So that's who we're going to prepare for, the best version of Keith Thurman. And I tell you what, if they get that guy, if they get the best version of Keith Thurman, look out, man. He's a complete fighter. He's a jack of all trades in the ring.
But with due respect, is that the best version of Keith Thurman fighting a Barrios?
See, that's the whole question.
Even if he is spectacular, like, are we not expecting that with, you know, his opponent coming from 140 and being Barrios? Like, no disrespect to Barrios and him being a champion, but like, aren't we expecting to see that?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Mario Varrios, most people, I don't know if you know this, he's from San Antonio. He's from where I reside. So I talk with his camp a lot, and he was going to move up to 47 before he got the prospect of the Gervonta Davis fight. He was having a lot of trouble making weight. That wasn't the best version of Mario Varrios that you saw against Gervonta Davis. At 47, you're going to see a big, strong guy who's not killing himself to make weight. So, in my opinion, I love this fight. I think this is a great job of matchmaking by Tom Brown. But damn it, it's not pay-per-view worthy.
It's not.
That's the only problem. Yeah, I mean, dude, why? I mean, this is not good for boxing. Fox is deliberately keeping the best product from the mainstream and casual audiences. Guys, and what's the point of even having these fights then if no one's going to see it?
Yeah.
That's the problem. Otherwise, this is a great job of matchmaking. And a true crossroads fight for both men. This is a great fight. Like, and don't be surprised if both guys bring it and both guys have moments of brilliance. This is a great fight. And to be honest with you, I really don't know who wins.
Man. Hey Joe, how good is Virgil Ortiz going to be with Reynoso? What do you think Reynoso brings to his game?
Is he officially with Reynoso now?
I've been hearing that, but I don't know if it's for sure. But what do you think Reynoso could bring to him?
Well, it's going to help him defensively. It should anyway, but not for a while. You don't add those wrinkles to your game. You do that over years. Initially, you know, this is a kid who knows how to fight. This is a kid who always stays in shape all year round. He plays video games and plays guitar. He doesn't party and act like a pendejo outside of the ring, right? This kid loves to fight, and he wants to punish his opponent, and he's got a brilliant jab. He's got a very intelligent jab. But as far as working with Reynoso, we'll see. Look, guys, this is Eddie Reynoso's not the magician here. You know, I could be a great trainer if I got those talented guys as well. I mean, come on, dude. And Don, it's funny. Who said this? It was Emmanuel Stewart always used to say, a trainer is only as strong as the horses that he jockeys. And right now, Eddie Reynoso is attracting all the talent because he's got the biggest star. But he's not the cure-all for everybody. And you're going to see that with Andy Ruiz, right? It's what can you do with Andy Ruiz? Eddie Reynoso doesn't teach that philosophy, that aggressive, relentless philosophy. He doesn't teach that. He's a guy who teaches pocket counterpunching, right? So it remains to be seen whether he has any kind of success with Virgil Ortiz Jr. in terms of improving his defense. We'll have to see. I just don't see him doing very much to change any. I mean, dude, he already knows how to fight. He knows all he has to do is just keep him sharp, keep him disciplined. And this kid really doesn't have any problem with discipline and staying in the gym. Honestly, Virgil Ortiz Jr. would be fine just staying with his father, to be honest with you. In my opinion, he's making this move to help his portfolio and his level of attraction. That to me, that's the only reason why he's doing it. Otherwise, he really doesn't need Reynoso.
I think Reynoso will help him improve his defense, his head movement, his waist movement. And I think, it's going to make him a better fighter. I think he's ready to take his game to the next level. And Virgil Ortiz, his last fight, he got hit with some big shots by Mean Machine. And I think he needs to improve his defense. And Eddie Reynoso, he's one of the best. He's one of the best trainers in the game.
He is one of the best trainers in the game. I don't mean to discount his ability.
Yeah, but I agree with you when you say that, maybe it's going to help his profile, get him some more fans, more followers by training with Canelo and Eddie Reynoso. It'll help his popularity. But I think most importantly, it will help him improve his defense, his head movement, waist movement, help his defense. That will help him become a better fighter. That's what I think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. In my opinion, though, you don't want to take anything away from what makes him special. And what makes Virgil Ortiz Jr. special at this point is his focus and ability and his mindset in wanting to beat you fucking down, beat you down like a fucking dog. It's not like he gets hit like Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez was in serious need of defensive help. That's not the case with Virgil Ortiz Jr. And in terms of getting caught and getting hit by Igas Cavallasquez, guys, everyone gets hit by Igas Cavallasquez. This is why it was considered his toughest matchup to date. He tests everybody. Keep in mind his only two losses are to Virgil Ortiz and Terrence Crawford. In my opinion, this is why no one wants to fight him. Top Rank ultimately cut him because they couldn't get him any bigger fights. He's not a big ticket seller. And he's arguably the hardest puncher at 147 pounds. Deep amateur pedigree, former 2-time Olympian. Yeah, this is why no one wants to fight him.
I mean, Virgil just fought him though, right? And Crawford fought him.
Of course. And once again,
who else fought him? Somebody else, Ray Robinson, fought him. He had a draw with Ray Robinson as well.
He did. He had an off night that night. Yeah. But Egas, he tests everybody who fights him. He's going to touch you with those heavy hands. So there's no indictment or no shame in that. In my opinion, because of the Virgil Ortiz jab, he's a much more sound defensive fighter than Oscar Valdez was before he started working with Eddie Reynoso. This is why I stated I don't know if it's going to prove fruitful, this merger, right? Once again, you don't want to take away what makes Virgil Ortiz special, and that's his seek and destroy mentality and his offensive mindset. But I agree.
Hey, Joseph.
It can't hurt trying to add those new defensive wrinkles, H. I agree with you, man.
Go ahead, Pierrot.
Hey, what's going on, Joseph?
How you doing, my brother?
Man, I'm doing, man. I'm actually working, but I'm almost done. I just want to chime in really quickly. Yeah, I agree. Virgil doesn't have the same defensive deficiencies that Oscar Valdez had, but at least in my eyes, the way I see it, I mean, like he still has some that he could shore up on. So to me, it's kind of potato. Like if he had the same, I think he could still benefit of somebody like Eddie. Because like Valdez, minus the Conceição fight and anything that was reported about Valdez, Berchelt being, he had the COVID, he had the lung issue, being weight drained and stuff like that. Like he literally looked like a completely different fighter in my eyes. It took 3 fights for Valdez. Mm-hmm. Which is where I see where you're coming from, where Valdez and his defensive deficiencies, and also he was going to add he was going to change his style up, not a lot, but he was going to change his style up enough where he needed those 3 fights. I think Virgil doesn't need as many fights to do this. Ultimately, I still think his dad has his ear. In the corner. So I think this could be a situation where it's like AJ, we still haven't heard if who's he going with, if he's even going with anybody. But I believe if AJ would go with Reynoso, it'd be like for a one-time deal, just to because in my eyes, AJ, he lacks that instruction in the corner to tell him, okay, this is what you're doing wrong. This is what you need to do to correct. You get what I'm saying? And I've seen Eddie do that with Canelo in the past. One example that comes to mind is Callum Smith, where he was struggling to he was walking him down beautifully, but he was struggling on connecting on him because Callum Smith had a really good high guard, and he told him to attack the bicep, and he did that, and that turned the fight on its head.
Yeah, that was a very smart strategy. That's a very good point, sir.
Yeah, so I could see that helping Virgil out immensely. Not in a capacity where like literally Eddie's going to take over like his main trainer duties, or even change his style drastically, but just like literally kind of polish him up. Shore up his defense, maybe add some wrinkles that his dad doesn't see or only Eddie knows kind of really how to show. And I think we could see a drastic change like we did in Oscar Valdez, but in a shorter time period.
Well, I really like your optimism, and guys, I apologize. I didn't mean to, and I guess I gave off this impression, but
you didn't, Joseph. Not for me. You didn't give it off with me, Joseph. You didn't get off with me.
Oh, good. Thank you, brother. But yeah, I didn't mean to discount the ability of Eddie Reynoso. Right, he's an excellent trainer.
No, and I didn't take that at all. I didn't think you were talking about like that at all.
Oh, well, thank you, brother. But the reason why I brought that up, that I think it's just to raise his profile, and he's doing it from a business perspective, to raise that mainstream and casual awareness.
Yes, sir.
Because he came from 2 excellent trainers. I mean, keep in mind, he was with Joel Diaz. Yes, Joel Diaz is a brilliant trainer, right? And he was a very good fighter. Robert Garcia is a brilliant trainer and was an excellent fighter. This is why I see him doing this from a business perspective, and that's it. Because, if Eddie Reynoso can improve some of his defensive wrinkles, but I promise you this, his dad is not going to want him or not going to want to take away anything that makes him special up to this point. And that's his offensive mindset. He wants to whoop your ass. And he's got one of the most intelligent jabs in the division.
I agree. And also, Joseph, I was going to say, I don't know if you remember, we actually discussed this a while back about, I actually brought it up to you on why, it's kind of weird him changing trainers. This will be his third trainer. You get what I'm saying? And we discussed it, and you brought up the same similar points. But what gives me more optimism is that literally what makes Oscar Valdez so good is his killer mindset, and I don't think he lost it. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and sometimes it happens to fighters, though, man. If they start adding those defensive wrinkles, they'll become enamored with their defense and their ability to slip shots, and it'll take away from their killer instinct at times, and you don't want to do that. And in my opinion, that's kind of what's happening to Andy Ruiz Jr.
You think so?
I do.
Well, I could see where you're coming from, Joseph, because even though I thought he dominated that fight with Chris Arreola, and he looked like he didn't look much improved, but he did dominate that fight. It's the first time since I started watching Andy where he actually dominated a former top heavyweight or a heavyweight. But I do kind of see where you're coming from, where he's kind of maybe he doesn't want to engage as much.
Yep, and look, he won that fight. But Chris Arreola was competitive in every round. And he wasn't the same relentless machine that we're used to seeing, even against, Joseph Parker, which I thought he won that fight too. He was a relentless machine against Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is a relentless machine. We didn't see that against Chris Arreola. Okay, and Joseph Parker and Anthony Joshua, you can't tell me that they don't punch as hard as Chris Arreola?
Or harder.
They're not as crafty in terms of counterpunching as Chris Arreola?
Yeah, no, right? No, and I totally see where you're coming from on Andy's perspective. So I get where you're coming from, Joseph.
So that's the only thing that I'm leery about this merger is I don't want to see anything detracted from what makes Virgil Ortiz so special at this point.
I feel you.
Him being in attack mode. Him fighting behind that confidence. He's relentless. He fights behind a brilliant, very intelligent jab. He closes the distance very quickly. He is special. And I don't want to see anything detract from that. That's my only question. But otherwise, man, Eddie Reynoso is a great trainer.
For sure. I don't think we're doubting that one.
But once again, he came from two great trainers.
That was my whole issue the first time we talked about it, Joseph. I just wanted to throw that in there, but I'm glad I came on too because I didn't see the Andy perspective until you told me right now.
Well, hey, God bless you, brother. It's always great to speak with you, Poodle.
No,
and if you're not sure about who's training AJ, tune in to my show with Ronnie Shields. You never know. An announcement may come up tomorrow.
Okay, I'll tune in, Joseph. I usually forget. I don't forget, but there's so many shows that I try to get on and say hi and debate a little bit of boxing that I forget some shows. But Joseph, I'll definitely tune in tomorrow.
All right, God bless you, Poodle. It's good to talk with you.
God bless you. All right, back to work. All right, see you, boss.
Hey, Joe, let me ask you this. Remember we were talking about Virgil not being so happy with Robert Garcia going with Joshua Franco over him?
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
And and Robert Garcia said that was one of the reasons that
Yep. That's the reason why he left. And I knew that was going to happen. And what's funny is Fight Saga sent Correa to go cover that fight and do those interviews. And he told me, I was in shock when he told me that Robert Garcia wasn't in attendance. And I said, oh shit, that's not good. That's not going to be good. And I understand why he did it. Even though this was Virgil Ortiz's toughest test to date, that was a Golden Boy show. That was the Virgil Ortiz show. He was the A side, and Josh Franco, even though he was the title holder and he was defending his title against the gentleman from Australia.
Maloney.
Yeah, Maloney. Maloney was actually favored going into that fight, slight betting favorite going into that fight. And they had no Golden Boy representation with him, right? So what do? Do you send a guy who's been there, right, since the beginning of his professional career, someone who's been with you since he turned pro, right? Do you abandon that kid and just, hey, you're on your own? On an ESPN card, on a top-ranked card, when Maloney is the top-ranked fighter and you've got no representation from Golden Boy? Do you send him in there with Big G? Do you send him there with his dad? Do you send him there with Tanahara Sr.? I honestly, I think he made a very, very well thought out decision. But yeah, Virgil Ortiz is on the verge of becoming a superstar. And from a business perspective, he made the wrong choice. But I love his loyalty. Keep in mind, Virgil Ortiz left Joel Diaz and to work with Robert Garcia. He's not a very loyal guy. And he hadn't been there as long as Josh Franco. Right. So I can understand why he made that decision. Well, it just wasn't a good business move, though. I mean, because the ceiling for Virgil Ortiz Jr., geez, I mean, he's going to do well at 54 and 60 also.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Joe. I believe he made the. I mean, like you said, Robert Garcia picked the loyalty over money in this one. You know, he went with the guy, and like you said, that was a bigger. Like you said, Franco was the underdog in that fight.
Yep.
So, and he was on a different platform. That's tough to do, you know. So
you know what, and you know, God bless Robert Garcia. He really cares about his entire stable of fighters, and you know what? That's what makes Robert such a great trainer. Is the relationship he has with all of his fighters, right? And he genuinely cares about their best interest. I was hoping that Virgil and his dad would take it as a compliment that Robert said, hey, you know what? You're still in good hands. You've been working with all of these trainers anyway. My son, Big G, Hector Tanahara Sr., you know all these guys. You were already used to working with them in the gym. I mean, Emmanuel used to do the same thing when he couldn't be at two places at once. And he used to put in Sugar Hill, Javen. And, you know, none of his fighters minded because they knew they were in good hands. Everything that Emmanuel does or did, Sugar does it. Exactly. Right? So I was hoping that he would actually take it a lot better. But, you know, with egos in this sport and this is your toughest test to date, I can understand why he and his dad would take exception to Robert Garcia's decision. But it's hard to argue, man. It's hard to argue with the decision he made, you know?
And he also said about sparring partners. There was a couple of reasons Virgil and them gave for leaving. Sparring partners and this and that. He said that when when Virgil had COVID, it was hard to find them sparring partners.
Oh.
Yeah. Robert Garcia said he wished him the best, and he said that he still thinks the kid is special, and that even if he fought Boots, he said I don't see nobody beating Virgil. He said the confidence he has is unreal.
Yeah, and you know what? That's my only trepidation in him working with Reynoso. You don't want to take anything away from that. You don't want to take anything away from his killer instinct, his seek and destroy mentality in the ring. And if you start trying to add too many cute defensive wrinkles, yeah, it might do that. We'll see what happens.
That's an interesting perspective about what you said about Andy Ruiz. I didn't see it like that at first, but now I'm gonna go back and watch that fight. He did look a little bit more timid when he first came, and it seemed like he was trying to be cute in there.
Yep.
At first.
Yep, and that's not Andy Ruiz Jr. That was, you know, say what you want, and it's funny. It's funny in that he actually ended up fighting Big Chris Arreola, because my first suggestion, because they're from the same area and he already teaches that philosophy, my first suggestion for Andy Ruiz's replacement trainer, when everyone was really high on Teddy Atlas possibly getting the nod, I said, you know what would be great for Andy Ruiz Jr. because he already teaches that philosophy? Henry Ramirez. Henry Ramirez would be absolutely perfect for Andy Ruiz Jr., and he's already used to having to deal with the discipline issues of Chris Arreola. Like, it's funny, you speak with Henry, he'll tell you some shit. He's actually had to hide Chris Arreola's car keys during camp. Yep. He'll go to those lengths. He'll make you stay at his house. So in terms of dealing with that guy, a guy who's got the discipline issues of an Andy Ruiz Jr., I thought Henry Ramirez would have been perfect. And I still feel that way.
What about another disciplinarian? Like, do you think Goosen would have did well with him?
Oh, Goosen would have never put up with Andy Ruiz Jr. He would have never taken on that assignment. Joe Goosen is very selective. He doesn't really, and what makes him so effective in adding new wrinkles to his fighters' arsenals. That's what he's known for. Like, that's what he's been known for throughout his entire career. You'll be hard pressed to find any trainer that's more knowledgeable than Joe Goosen. This is a guy who's one of the more underrated guys in boxing now. He didn't used to be, but Joe, he's very selective. He's not going to put up with someone who doesn't show up to the gym and leaves him there, leaves him waiting there. You do that once, he's going to kick your ass out of the gym. So, in my opinion, Joe Goosen would have never even thought about taking on that assignment. He's a guy who's a lot like James Gogi. He doesn't put up with any nonsense. He'll tell you to go fuck yourself if you actually leave him at the gym when you've scheduled sparring partners to come in. Right? That Goosen doesn't put up with that nonsense, but Goosen is among the very best in adding new wrinkles to an already established veteran fighter. And that's why he's so effective, because he only gets like maybe 3 or 4 fighters at a time. He doesn't have a huge stable. Never. In fact, he actually took some time away from boxing and was training the stars. He used to train Adam Sandler and Rob Schneider. Fun fact.
I think I seen Adam Sandler posted at Goosen's gym one time.
Yep. He used to train the stars. He took some time away from boxing because he was so disgusted with the way prize fighters, their mentality has become. They're lackadaisical. The fact that they're on their phone more than they're sparring.
It seems like he much rather commentate because of the fact that these guys get on his damn nerves. That's what I take from him.
No, you're absolutely right. And he's very good at it. He's an excellent commentator. And he's one of the last true teachers of the fight game. He can teach you from mid to long range how to box effectively using the entire ring. And he can actually teach you how to fight on the inside. Very few guys these days truly teach that becoming a lost art of being able to fight and defend yourself effectively on the inside. I mean, look around the entire sport. How often do you see it? Right? I mean, how often do you see that these days? Guys proficiently defending and attacking, throwing creative combinations of the body and head and the inside. How often do you see that?
Not often.
No, not often enough. It's becoming a lost art. And you know what? That's the difference. When you look at American trained fighters and UK trained fighters, very few European fighters understand the fine art of fighting in the pocket and the inside. They don't do it well. That's why whenever Eddie Hearn gets a tough piece of meat from Mexico or South America, who knows and has been relentlessly fighting on the inside and fighting in the pocket their entire career, dude, they'll often lose because they're not used to seeing that. They don't know how to fight that way. So when they get a guy who's right in your chest the entire fight, look at Josh Warrington. He didn't know how to handle it. He was like, what the hell is this? Against
I mean, even look at Galahad. That was crazy that Kiko Martinez.
Yep. They don't know how to handle that hard pressure. That's the biggest, and of course there were exceptions, right? Carl Frampton. He was a great inside fighter. He could do it all in the ring, right? Joe Calzaghe was an exception. He could fight really well in the inside. He could fight. He was a jack of all trades. That guy was a chameleon in the ring. Whatever you did, he would do whatever it took to offset your strengths, right? But how many other European fighters fight well in the pocket, can defend themselves and throw in combination on the inside? How many?
Not very many, Joe. And that's the thing. I want to ask you, how long can Beterbiev stay on top of his game, Joe? How long do you foresee Beterbiev having that same type of killer instinct and staying as active and strong as he is right now?
Okay, well, Beterbiev, he comes from that Russian amateur pedigree. So discipline's not an issue with him. Focus is not an issue with him. Motivation is not an issue with him. This guy's a professional. And this is what he does. And he is an animal in the gym. In my opinion, though, and you know how I feel about this, there's a reason why his body is breaking down now.
Good. Joe, you're not taking the shot. Don't do the shot tonight, Joe.
No, I'm not drinking.
No good.
But you already know how I feel about that. But there's a reason why his body is breaking down. He's become somewhat injury prone. In my opinion, you've seen the beginning of the dissension of Artur Beterbiev because of all the just years of his amateur career, how hard his guy trains. He's a freaking machine. He's a workhorse. Go watch one of his workouts on YouTube. It's shocking how hard this guy pushes himself in the gym. But there's a reason why his body is breaking down. All of that wear and tear between fights is deep amateur background and then the X factor. And I'm not going to mention that, but you already know what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes,
the
sir.
same reason. Look, the same reason why Vitaly Klitschko didn't last longer than he should have. That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Got you.
Yep.
Now, Joe, about this announcement.
Huh?
On tomorrow, is it going to be? It could be on tomorrow's show.
I'm just saying, tune in Tuesday, because eventually you'll get the announcement. But that's entirely up to Anthony Joshua, right? And once again, I can't announce anything with certainty. That's an agreement that I have with Ronnie. I cannot announce anything on anyone's other show that has anything to do with him or his fighters. So all I can say is tune in every Tuesday.
Yo, Joe, man, I would appreciate it if you could slide Ronnie Shields over here, man, because he did train some of my favorite fighters like Arislandy Lara, and he is working with one of my favorite fighters right now, and David Morrell. So if we could set that up, we could get him on H Money. But any train Rigondeaux, another one of my favorite fighters. So I would love to.
Man. Ronnie would, as respectful of you as you guys have been to me, absolutely, man. Ronnie would love to come on this show. He loves talking with the fans. He loves talking boxing. He could do it all day long.
And
we'll set that up in the future, my friend.
Appreciate that, man.
Hey, H, he had your boy Pernell Whitaker too.
Yeah, Pernell and Holyfield too. Holyfield was really my first favorite fighter was Holyfield, just the heart and the warrior that he was. I love these men.
The list goes on. Vernon Forrest, David Tua. I mean, anyone who is with Georgie Benton and the Duvas, Ronnie Shields was teaching those guys as well, working with all those guys as well at main events. And then obviously he's got a cesspool of talent from PBC and Al Heyman as well. Now,
Yep.
Yeah, I really like Morrell. I really like I know he was in the gym with Morrell. He worked with a lot of the great Cuban fighters like Rigondeaux and Lara, and I know they probably told Morrell like, "Yo, that's the guy you need to go work with." You know, I'm pretty sure. You know, they
So
was told
Morrell's
him that.
working
The
with.
rest
How
of the
long has Morrell
Cubans.
been working with Ronnie?
Man, shit was like a couple of weeks ago. I seen him in the gym. It's on
Oh, okay. I'm
YouTube.
about to say, is he making that move for this fight?
I don't know if it's
I cannot make that announcement either way. You're going to have to come on the show and ask him, or he's going to have to come on here and you're going to have to ask him yourself.
Oh yeah, I'll come ask him on your show, and I would like to
Ronnie
get him
with
over here,
Morrell
of
too.
course.
Woo! That'd be
was
good
it?
sparring for Big Charlo. Get that
Man,
slicky.
Charlo don't want that.
You know what, brother? That might
That'd be good
discourage
work
him,
for
actually.
Morrell, though.
That might discourage him.
That'd be good work for Morrell too, though. You know what I mean? To get in there with Charlo too.
You know, I mean, come on, young Bill. You've seen Erislandy Lotta spar with both Charlos. How was that? How did that look in the gym?
He looked like Lomachenko was doing with Comey in round 8-9. You know, just playing, just tapping.
Yeah,
especially back then. That's when Charlo was young. They was young and green. Lara was on top of his game back then.
Look, it's the same reason why Danny Jacobs didn't want to spar with Edgar Berlanga, right?
Really?
Yeah, that's dude. Truth be known, that's the reason why he left.
Danny Jacobs left because of Berlanga?
He didn't want any of that smoke in the gym, brother. Come on now.
Danny Jacobs.
That kid can punch.
Yeah.
Even with 16-ounce gloves on, brother.
Yeah, but people think Berlanga is a hype job. So he got Danny Jacobs out the gym. Wow.
Yeah.
Don't say that, Joe.
Boy, he made Danny Jacobs quit, huh?
Guys. It's the truth, guys.
He made Danny Jacobs quit, huh?
That's why Kovalev left and went to John David Jackson because of that Triple G smoke.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, you can't blame him there, man. As soon as Triple G got in the pocket, man, it was over for the Crusher. Yeah, the Crusher wasn't so mean and nasty when Triple G would use that jab, go to the body, start roughing him up on the inside. Boy, they'd have to call it a day. Yeah, he didn't like any of that one bit.
No.
Triple G beat Kovalev out of Big Bear.
Yeah, and once again, my big mouth got the better of me. Abel was pissed off at me. The article I wrote, conversation that he had, and it wasn't off air. Conversation. I mean, it wasn't off the record, and I should have asked him, "Hey, is this off the record?" Or I should have asked him, but I ended up putting out an article basically with Abel Sanchez exposing the Crusher as being a donut fighter. That he's mean and nasty and great from mid to long range. Very deceptive footwork, just ask Bernard Hopkins. But doesn't have anything on the inside. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Is a donut
Why do you think?
fighter.
Why do you think Andre Ward beat the shit out of him in the second fight, bro?
Yep, that's
beat the
it.
dog shit out of him. He can't fight on the inside. He don't like that shit, bro.
None at all. Nothing at all. And that was the end of his career, basically.
And I'm sure he got that. And that's why he never wanted to fight Beterbiev.
No, that's exactly why he didn't want to fight Beterbiev.
Beterbiev was calling him out when he was 7-0. I remember that.
Yep. Look, if Beterbiev can do what he did against Kvacik, then you know what? That's a mean, nasty motherfucker, and no one wants to fight him after that. Who would want to fight him after he made Kvacik retire?
He retired.
Retired Kvacik, and Kvacik at the time was one of my top pound-for-pound guys.
What he did to Adonis Stevenson?
Oh my! Yep, Kvacik is a bad dude, and he retired him.
Great Olympic pedigree too, and working with Teddy Atlas.
Yep.
He was working with Teddy Atlas out there, and I think he was training out there in Philly for that fight. And they fought. Man, and he had a great camp. They said Teddy Atlas said he had a and Beterbiev retired the guy.
Yep. Yeah, deep amateur pedigree, former Olympian. I mean, undefeated champion, just unseated the longest reigning champion in boxing. Retiring Adonis Stevenson, poor Adonis. By the way, he's actually doing surprisingly well. He doesn't have all of his memory back or anything, but yeah, he's doing surprisingly well. He can speak well. Yeah, he's doing very well considering what happened to him.
That's amazing. And they say I seen a video of him hitting the bag and stuff.
Yep. He's doing really well. In case you're wondering, Adonis.
Wait, but Turbia?
No,
what?
But no. He's talking about when Vosdick retired Adonis.
Yeah, Gvacic retired Adonis, but yeah, Beterbiev retired Gvacic, and that was shocking to me. And you saw all this success that Gvacic was having in the first half of the fight, but geez, man, his chin, his ability to slowly break you down, apply that pressure, just take away your will, man. Impose his will and take away your confidence. Just touching you with those heavy hands, round after round after round. That guy's a monster.
He's a mean son of a gun, Joe.
Yup.
Just mean, but also mentally tough, and he's a robot in here, Joe. It seems like
and he's a workhorse, man. This is a guy who always gets the most of himself in the gym. Go watch some of his workouts. It's sick. Like this guy, you never have to worry about this guy not being a professional. But unfortunately, it seems to be taking its toll on his body.
Hey Joe, what do you think about Tyson Fury going and sizing up Usyk over the weekend?
That's Tyson being Tyson, brother, the master of the mind games.
And saying he'll eat him up like he did Cunningham. He said he's too little for him.
But I will say this, Usyk, you cannot get into this guy's head. Usyk is that guy's a consummate professional, and he knows he's one of the best fighters in boxing. He knows he's one of the best pound for pound guys in boxing. He knows he can beat you on any given day. You can't shake this guy. He's unflappable. But credit to Tyson for doing it, for trying. I mean, did you see him photobomb Tyson Fury and Bob Arum?
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Usyk is gonna be the one guy that Tyson Fury gonna have a hard time beating, bro.
Everyone has a hard time with Alexander Usyk, and anyone who thought Anthony Joshua is going to be too big and too smart and just too good, yeah, man.
Hell no.
They learned an invaluable lesson, man. There are levels to this. I mean, Usyk can do it all in the ring. He can do it all. He can fight you on the inside. He can fluidly move it inside the pocket. He can use lateral movement and box you from mid to long range. But it's crazy. A lot like Vasyl Lomachenko. He'll slowly work his way on the inside to where he has you exactly where he wants you. And you don't know how it happens, when it happens, or why it happens. It just happens. And Anthony Joshua found out the hard way. He's like, wait a minute, this guy's right in front of me, and I can't touch him. What the hell's going on? Well, there are levels to this, AJ, and you're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, man, and start adding some new wrinkles to your fight game that no one introduced. That's the shocking thing about this. And this is my point about talking about UK trainers and boxers over there. There's so many disciplines and so many things that those guys don't teach you. Like they all fight like amateurs. Most of them fight like amateurs from mid to long range. 1-2, 1-2. That's it.
Yep, they fight. They basically what they are is they're point fighters, bro. Most of them.
Yep, that's it. I mean, there's so much that AJ still needs to learn. And unfortunately, when you're at this level of attraction and you're at the championship level, boy, your learning curve is very, very short, man. You don't have that luxury. Is he still going to pack in stadiums if he takes on two tune-ups while he's adding these new wrinkles? I mean, dude, you're used to selling out stadiums. Are they going to show up to see you shadowbox?
Right.
You've got to fight live dogs if you still want those kind of gates. So that's a real problem for Anthony Joshua at this stage of his career. He's not where he needs to be, and boy, it's going to take time. So in my opinion, if I were advising Anthony Joshua, I would say, you know what, dude? You better spend Christmas in the gym. If you're going to fight him in March, you better start now. And you had better eat, sleep, drink, shit, boxing. Like, even when you go home from the gym, you better be watching fight tape and you better be practicing on your own with shadow boxing all the stuff that you learned in the gym.
You know what, Joe? He just asked on his interview, why is everybody on my ass? I was like, what? Because it's December and you're supposed to be fighting Usyk in March, bro.
That's it.
AJ said, why is everybody on my ass? I said, bro, AJ, Ronnie's not going to allow that. Oh, but he
no, he won't, man. He's a hard ass. I mean, dude, just ask anyone at his gym. I mean, you've seen him at Willie Savannah's.
Mm-hmm.
He's a hard ass. He doesn't put up with that shit. He'll get on your ass, man, if you're not doing what you're supposed to, or if you don't show up.
And Joe,
once again, it's not enough. Look, you know what it's like, okay, fighting a guy like Alexander Usyk? It's like having 3 months to study for your what is the test that you take to become a lawyer? What's it called?
LSAT. The LSAT.
Yeah. So it's like having to take that test and only having 3 months to study for it. That's what he's up against here. That's why I'm saying, dude, even when you leave the gym, when you go home, you work on the shit that you just learned so it becomes muscle memory. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough time. If you start camp in January and the fight's in March, not enough time.
Bro, he's going to get stopped in the second fight, bro. He should have been stopped in the first.
But I will say this. He's got to come up with something more. Like, geez, man, Usyk is a bad dude, man. Usyk can do it all. And you know what? Everyone said he was too small. Oh, he couldn't hurt. No, man, none of those punches feel down. He's soft. He's a big guy.
He's 6'4", bro. How the hell is he not? How the hell is he not big enough for the heavyweight? I mean, I'm just looking at him. He's 6'3", 6'4". I mean, that's usually heavyweight height. Huh? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, and he didn't look all that much smaller than Joshua, but I mean, clearly Joshua's bigger, but he wasn't that much smaller though.
No, he's not a small guy. He was a naturally big cruiserweight to begin with. Gosh, and that skill set, that footwork, his ability to use feints to slide in and out of the pocket, his ability to control range with his feet and his jab, that sneaky left, man, that comes out of nowhere. He's a bad dude, man.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he has certain things that most I mean, it's very clear that most heavyweights don't have, man. And I think that I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, like I said, Fury. I mean, him and Fury is really the money fight. Over the rest of these other guys, man, like Wilder's pretty much out of there. Joshua.
I'll say this with the added wrinkle that Javen has added to Tyson Fury's game in being a confident pocket fighter and pressing the action. I don't think he has as much trouble as you think with Alexander Usyk. The size, his ability to move fluidly. I mean, dude, when have you ever seen that? A guy who's 6'10", moving that fluidly around the ring. And now he can come forward and fight you in the pocket and whoop your ass. That's a tough man. In my opinion, no one beats Tyson Fury as long as he stays focused and motivated. No one beats Tyson Fury. He's too good. He's too chameleon-like.
Now, we got a quick question in the chat. We could ask the panel this. We go to Jimmy. Javon says, what you think about Usyk moving back to cruiserweight for a Canelo fight? What y'all think about that? Jimmy?
I think that's a really good fight. I'm not sure if that'll get made, but that's a tremendous fight, a legendary fight.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see Usyk moving back to cruiserweight after he won heavyweight champion. After he's the heavyweight champion, to move down in weight and lose all that muscle mass that he put on to go make cruiserweight. I don't see it.
I think it'd be a good fight though, stylistically, because Usyk did struggle quite a bit against Bradis, and I'd say Canelo's a better counter puncher than Bradis. A lot of the tactics that Bradis did in their fight, and to a lesser extent what Tony Bellew did, a sort of a slick counter punching style, the ability to box on the back foot. I feel like it'd be a really, really good fight. Yeah, man, that's a really high level chess.
That's a weird fight, bro. Usyk versus Canelo.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't see that going. I don't think that's going to happen.
Guys.
I mean, but you know that's
and
like
he said the heavyweight titles will be on the line too. Didn't he say something like that?
No. He said heavyweight titles wouldn't be on the line. He wants to keep those, but he would fight him at cruiserweight if he has the championship still. If he does win the cruiserweight title, he'll move down and challenge him for his title. But look, guys. Look, guys. That's a tough matchup for Canelo, and I know Canelo's game, and he's the most confident fighter in boxing right now, and rightly so. And he's in his fighting prime right now. But that might be too much. I mean, guys, this isn't moving up and fighting Makabu.
No.
This is one of the best fighters in boxing. More technically proficient than Canelo Alvarez. Now, he doesn't have the same natural gifts that Canelo Alvarez has. He doesn't have better reflexes than Canelo. He's not as sound defensively as Canelo. He also doesn't have explosive power like Canelo. It's all accumulated, right? It's that steady drop that fills the bucket. But gosh, man, as proficient as Usyk is at controlling range, I just can't see Canelo overcoming that kind of obstacle. I know right now most seem to think he's Superman, but that's too much. Canelo, in my opinion, doesn't go there. Nope.
I mean, I'll say this.
Too much, man.
Canelo was fighting at middleweight not too long ago, and Usyk is the heavyweight champion, so the size difference would be monstrous.
Yeah. Here's what I say. If that fight ever happens, man, Canelo is the most fearless motherfucker in this generation, bar none.
Yeah, but he's a smart businessman, though. He's not going to do it. No way.
No, I'm just saying if it was to happen.
Yeah, but you're looking at all-time great stuff right there, brother.
Yeah, I mean, like we can always go back to Ray Robinson. Fighting Joey Maxson, moving from middleweight to light heavyweight, which in this time period would be like 4 weight classes moving up. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, you had guys back in that era that probably even before Ray Robinson's era doing that kind of shit. Guys don't do that no more. You know what I'm saying? I'll say this: if it was happen and Canelo was to win, then Canelo was instantly a top 10 fighter of all time.
Yeah, you know what, brother? You've got to put him in that category. You've got to put him in that discussion if he does something like that, but he won't.
But it's impossible. But that's why I'm saying it would be like guys got to understand, man. This is not light heavyweight. This is cruiserweight, and you're dealing with heavyweights. You're dealing with 200 pounds. The punch, when you're a big guy, you understand that a guy that's 200 pounds and up, their punches, even if they're not like, let's say, pound for pound punchers, there's a different physicality in terms of in the clinch that you're going to figure out.
That's
is way different. Way different. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Because I'm just saying, I'm speaking for myself. You know what I'm saying? Like with the heavyweights. You're going to clinch up and you're going to get physical, and it's going to be a little bit different than just doing what you do against 168 pounds, 175 pounders. That's why if he was to move up, that's why it's even still dangerous enough to him fighting Makabu to begin with, just because of the size difference. These guys are not. These guys are cutting from like 220 pounds to make 200. Man, so
You know?
Yeah,
So
man. That's why I genuinely don't believe that he's going to fight at cruiserweight. I don't think it's going to happen. I know if Makabu wins, yeah, he'll go for it. But he does. I don't think he beats Machunu. And that fight doesn't happen if Machunu wins. Forget it. Canelo's not stupid. I mean, if he thought Caleb Plant was tricky, try finding a cruiserweight who's got those same skills.
yeah.
Not going to happen. So, excuse me, guys, but yeah, what else went on this weekend that you guys would like to touch on? You want to talk about Dimitri Bivol?
That damn Bivol gets on my fucking nerves, Joe. Speaking of Bivol, he gets on my fucking nerves, Joe.
Yep.
He's too talented to fight like that, bro. He's too talented to fight like that, Joe.
He hasn't improved. He's a guy who I think has peaked. He needs new leadership. He needs new trainers.
He needs to fight Better Biev. That's a fight that needs to happen. Bivol Better Biev, because Better Biev's about 38 years old. He's got a history of injuries.
What's up, Jim?
Yes, bro. You good?
Yeah. How about you? My bad to interrupt, brother. I just ain't know that was you, man.
Yeah, you know, Dimitri Bivol has hit a wall. He still fights like an amateur, and he's not improving. Like, what's going on with this guy? You know, he used to knock everybody out. He was awesome, man. He used to be so much fun to watch. Now, it's like bad sparring watching him in the ring. It looks like he's sparring with his opponents.
Yes,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's what I tell you. It bothers me, man. I want him to challenge himself like against a Beterbiev.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on with this kid, but tell you what, he's going to have a very hard time if he has to fight Arthur Beterbiev or even Gilberto Ramirez. I mean, you know, what's going on with this guy, man? I don't know, dude. You know what? Even if he has to fight Joe Smith Jr. again, he's going to have a much harder time now.
They're saying that his next fights might be, because he's with Eddie Hearn in the zone, his next fights might be against Callum Smith and Joshua Buatski.
Well, I tell you what, man. The fight with Callum Smith is very interesting. Wow. That fight that quickly, I guess, well, yeah. It's not like you have to work Callum Smith up the pecking order of any division. He's a former lineal 168-pound champion. So, yeah, makes sense for him to get those fights right away. But with James Buddy McGirt, yeah, you're going to see a lot of improvement in Callum Smith. He's already not a guy who likes to fight, use his height to his advantage. He's a guy who likes to bang from mid to long range, from mid-range, rather. You're going to see him become more defensively proficient with James Buddy McGirt. You're also going to see him develop more tools in his arsenal, just a better assortment of punches to the body and head. You're going to see him become a more improved fighter over time. I like this merger with Buddy McGirt. You know, with that said, yeah, Bivol had better start focusing. He'd better start getting motivated for these assignments, because if not, it's going to bite him in the ass. He's going to lose and lose badly. I like the fight with Callum Smith, though, man. I think that's a great fight.
So how do you think that would go, Bivol and Callum Smith?
I don't know, man. That footwork of Bivol, the speed, and if he really gets up for this assignment, it's going to be tough for Callum Smith to overcome. But that sneaky left hook of Callum Smith that he always hurts his opposition with, it's like it comes out of nowhere. It's a fun weapon to watch, though, man. And you think he's going to jab you after jabbing you for several rounds. You think he's going to jab you, and all of a sudden the hook comes out of nowhere. And he always hurts his opponents, everyone he faces, with the exception of Canelo.
Now, do you think he would Now, do you think that a lot of people think that Bivol would beat Canelo? Do you think that's true?
The version of Bivol that we just saw on Saturday from Russia, no.
Okay.
I don't. The guy who fought Joe Smith Jr., absolutely.
Okay.
I think he's just his footwork, his jab is just too smart, too good for Canelo to effectively cut off the ring. Now, keep in mind, Canelo always has the most trouble against guys who use lateral movement and who fight behind an intelligent jab. Those are the guys who give him the most trouble. I mean, look at everyone that he's somewhat struggled against. They've all had that one thing in common. They all have a brilliant jab.
Facts.
So, Dimitri Bivol, say what you want about him. And Canelo, if he gets hit with that jab repeatedly, that thing feels like most 60-pounders' right hands. Right?
Right.
That's a sledgehammer that he has, and he uses it intelligently. He mixes it up with different intervals. He doesn't just use it as it's not like a metronome. He's going to mix speeds. He's going to touch you with it at times. He's going to feint, and he's going to push through the target at times. He's very, very smart fighter when we see a motivated version of Dimitri Bivol. But lately, it's looked like sparring when he's in the ring. His last two performances have been flat. And if that guy fights Canelo, Canelo beats his ass. Maybe even stops him late.
Yeah, I think it's been that inactivity, Joe. What he's had about 2 fights in the past 2.5 years, maybe 3.
That's it. And you know what? Shame on Eddie Hearn for not doing more with him. Dude, Eddie Hearn is a great promoter in the UK, and he's great for his UK fighters. But that's
Right.
it. He sucks ass everywhere else. I'm going to say it. He sucks ass for everyone else. His American fighters aren't as active, and his cards suck in America. And look what he's doing with a stud like Dimitri Bivol. He ain't doing shit.
Wow, Joe, that's a soundbite, man.
Yo, dude, use it. Dude, you record it, make a clip out of it, use it, man, because it's a truth. He's a terrible promoter when it comes to anyone who isn't a UK fighter. Terrible promoter.
Joe, are you gonna slap the shit out of Eddie Hearn too?
No, of course not. No, dude, don't get me confused with Oxnose, man. Okay.
Joseph Ellerby. So you about to slap the shit out of
don't get me confused with Oxnose, man. Look, I have a lot of respect for Eddie Hearn in the UK, but dude, outside of it, I'm sorry, game change. And the reason why he deserves all the criticism that he's getting is because of how braggadocious he is. We're going to change the game. We're going to change the entire boxing landscape in America. Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here, man. You haven't done shit. You haven't done shit. You don't, man, you don't have enough talent to change the game. Like, he doesn't have enough talent in his roster in the American market. And look at the matchups that he's purchased with DAZN's money. Man, he should be ashamed of himself, man. Paying through the nose. Premium inflated dollars for that fucking rubbish. Come on, dude. Paying $10 million for Mikey Garcia versus a guy running for congressman now. What's his name? Jesse Vargas.
Jesse Vargas. How much did he pay?
$10 million for Chavez Jr. versus Danny Jacobs.
How much did he pay for Sandy Martin for Mikey Garcia? How much did those guys get paid?
Oh, well, look, the days of the inflated DAZN purses are long gone. That's why Mikey fought Sandor Martin, because they weren't willing to pay him what he thought he deserved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look, free agency does not end well for fighters who aren't legitimate attractions. Right? And so no one has to work with Mikey Garcia. They don't have to pay him what he's looking for. That's why he's been so inactive. And if Terrence Crawford isn't careful, he's going to find himself in the same situation if he doesn't humble himself and sign a long-term deal with a promoter. He's a guy who as good as he is, and as much as as impressive as he is in the ring, he's just not that big attraction. And so, if he doesn't sign on the dotted line with Al Heyman, which is the logical progression because he's got the great majority of the talent at 47 and 54, or at least he did. If he wants to play the free agent market, he's going to be very, very hard pressed to get promoters to match the kind of dollars that Top Rank was paying him on a regular basis. I mean, guys, you tell me, does he really deserve to make $4 million guaranteed every single fight? Is he that big of an attraction? Does he sell those tickets to deserve $4 million regardless of who he fights? That's what he's grown accustomed to making, and he's not going to find it anywhere else. That's why Top Rank, they really didn't care whether or not he wanted to sign with them or not, because it wasn't cost effective. It wasn't working out. They thought for sure if they re-signed him and gave him that $4 million guarantee, just like they gave Tim Bradley, they could put together the big fights where it would be cost effective and justifiable. But they weren't willing to do that. They couldn't do that, right? For some reason or another, they couldn't get those big fights done. So it just wasn't cost effective to keep Terrence Crawford signed to Top Rank. That's why even though Terrence Crawford made that announcement, like he was dismissing the idea of re-signing with Top Rank, truth be known, they really didn't have any interest in re-signing him either. Now, they do have interest in working with him on a fight-by-fight basis if it makes sense, but that's going to take putting together the big matchups, right? But if he doesn't sign with somebody, it's going to be tough sledding for Terrence Crawford, because he's not Canelo Alvarez. Hell, he's not even Errol Spence Jr. in terms of selling tickets. So that's a tough one, man. Terrence Crawford had better humble himself and sign with somebody, or else he might find himself very inactive.
Yeah. And, hey, we know what I will say this, because I'm a Terrence Crawford fan. He kind of did that to himself, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why I say this is because, he should have marketed himself, man. He didn't have to sign. Didn't have to re-sign with Top Rank.
Well, look, I'll say this, and I feel really bad for Terrence because, I'm a fan of a lot of fighters, and I have a lot of respect for Bud Crawford and the way he handles himself in and out of the ring.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. He's a guy who's very disciplined. He's a guy who lives the Spartan lifestyle. He doesn't abuse his body between fights. And he doesn't play the fool on social media. He's a very respectful guy and a very respectable guy. Mm-hmm. With that said, my experience doing publicist work for several fighters, I came to realize there is no rhyme or reason, no matter what you do on social media. There is no rhyme or reason why fans gravitate towards a certain entertainer and not another. It's right. just the hard facts of the business. Just like in music, just like in Hollywood, it's the same in boxing. You know what, brother? It's like you could touch on all three marketing platforms that we all look for when doing publicist work with our clients. He could touch on all of those. Right. He could be eloquent. He could be funny, charming, kick some ass in the ring. That's still no guarantee that he's going to build a huge mainstream following like Canelo Alvarez. That's never a guarantee. So, I mean, and Top Rank knows this. This is why it was terrible what Bob Arum said, right? That, he needs to market himself better. Dude.
You're the promoter, dude.
Well, you know what? And once again, they did all they could promoting him. I mean, dude, look where he got his start on HBO, the biggest platform in boxing. And then he moves to the biggest sports platform in the world, ESPN. and he still isn't a big commodity, they've done everything they could. And, you know, Bob Arum was wrong for saying it because it's not their fault and it's not his fault. It just is what it is. I mean, think about how many talented female singers that are hot today that aren't as big as Taylor Swift. Why the hell does she have the kind of following that she does? Is her music really that good? Is she really that hot?
Yeah.
There is no rhyme or reason, guys. I found that out the hard way. And you know what? I had several fighters who were champions that I'm not going to name, but and they were charismatic, funny, took care of business in the ring. It didn't matter. You couldn't pay fans to come pay attention to them and see them fight. Fans gravitate towards some fighters and not others. And it's shocking, but it's just the nature of the business. Same thing with actors in Hollywood. Same thing with musicians and artists in the music industry. There's no rhyme or reason, guys.
That's true. So
Terrence Crawford, it is what it is. He's just not a huge draw. He just isn't. And it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. I mean, look at Errol Spence Jr. as a result, like in comparison. You can't tell me that Terrence Crawford doesn't have just as good of a personality as Errol Spence Jr.
Fact.
Is Errol Spence Jr. a geyser of conversation? Is he charismatic? Is he charming? No.
Not at all.
He looks like he's stoned most of the time.
Oh.
Not saying that he is. He just has that look about him.
No, I know. That's what he does, though. I'm not worried about Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Terrence Crawford. He sounds like, dude. Seriously. And look at EJ's response. Look at the fans' reception to EJ compared to Terrence Crawford. It's like night and day. Why? Yeah. Is he better than Terrence Crawford in the ring? Well, that's debatable. Is he more charismatic than Terrence Crawford? No.
No.
So why is he more popular? I rest my case. Honestly, there is no rhyme or reason, guys. Yeah. None. Why fans gravitate towards a certain fighter and not another?
Well, you know what? Well, here's one thing I can say, and what gravitates me towards Terrence Crawford. He got that old school mentality.
Oh, he's a badass, dude. He is cut from the same cloth as guys like Marvin Hagler. Yeah. Just ruthless in the ring. Lives a Spartan lifestyle, works as hard as anyone else in this business. But you look at Marvin Hagler, and that's another case. Coming up through a much healthier time. Look how popular Marvin Hagler became, and he wasn't the most eloquent, well-spoken guy. No. And he was in so many commercials, movies in Italy. I mean, geez, dude, this guy was all over the place. He was a mainstream boxing icon. Did he have more charisma than Terrence Crawford? Was he more impressive in the ring than Terrence Crawford?
Oh, he was. To me, he was. In terms of the in ring ability, yeah. But as far as his charisma, if you're talking about just being able to express himself, it's pretty much the same.
Yep, that's my point. I mean, the only reason why you can't say Terrence Crawford is just as impressive as Marvin Hagler is because he hasn't had the kind of opposition that Marvin Hagler's had. Right?
And probably never will.
And probably never will. It was just a much healthier era of boxing. You can't even compare the two. Like if you came up watching and falling in love with the sport of boxing in the 70s and 80s, boy, you had it made. So you look at this era, you see old codgers like myself and guys like James Gogi, Ronnie Shields, everyone who was around to love the sport and become infatuated with the sport back then. You look at this now, it's sickening. It's dog shit. And I'm a boxing lifer. I love boxing, but this is dog shit.
Well, look at the heavyweight division.
70s and 80s, even in the 90s.
Yeah, bro. Look. Well, you know what really tells the sport of boxing. I know people may not agree with this, but it is what it is. Because historically, everybody wanted to be a fucking heavyweight because that's where you get your motherfucking money at. When you look at the heavyweight division compared to like 20, 30 years ago.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even like the motherfuckers that outside of a select few of prospects, and I'm only going to name two of them, Sanchez and Anderson.
Yep.
And then
it's very top heavy, isn't it?
And I look at the main guys, like even the main guys, like, I mean, Tyson Fury, I mean, is he much better? Is he any better than a guy? I mean, he's a really good boxer. Don't get it twisted. But is he that much better than a guy like Jerry Cooney?
Jerry Cooney? Did you just say that?
Yes. I don't think
go watch Jerry Cooney, brother, because Jerry Cooney, all he had
was a left hook.
Was a good chin and a left hook.
But if you're talking about skill set, I'm talking about quality. I'm talking about quality. I'm talking about in terms, because you're talking about boxing ability. I'm talking about just overall as a fighter. I mean, I think he has a little bit more, but I'm just saying
he has a lot more ability than Jerry Cooney. Jerry Cooney was lucky to get the Holmes fight. He was they cultivated. He was very carefully crafted and cultivated into an attraction. Right?
He was. Yeah.
He wasn't that good. If it weren't for that one performance against
Ken Norton,
yeah, it's no big deal. Yeah, he doesn't get that fight against Holmes, and he doesn't deserve it.
Hey, Joe.
Look. Oh, go ahead.
Nah, tell my man that Fury will beat the dog shit out of Jerry Cooney.
Oh, it wouldn't even be funny. I mean, dude, Jerry Cooney. Jeez, man, it's not even in the same class. Like, honestly,
Tony catches them with that hook, bro. I mean,
yeah, but look, if that's the only punch that you have,
I mean, he got cut. But here's the thing, though. I mean, you have Wilder. Wilder only has one fucking whole weapon in his whole arsenal, and
but you're talking about a guy who's much more athletic,
6'7"
than Jerry Cooney.
Jerry Cooney 6'7".
Jerry Cooney was like Rocky Balboa, but big. I mean, but yeah, he wasn't that smart in the ring. He wasn't that versatile. All he had was a monster left hook like Rocky Balboa. That's it. You're talking about the living embodiment of Rocky Balboa in the ring.
Right.
With not as much heart. and not as much mental toughness.
Well, look. The point I'm looking at, man. I'm looking at Joshua, Wilder, Fury. Now look at those guys.
Yep.
You know, I'm just gonna be honest with you. What I look at, I see another. I just see guy. I mean, Tyson Fury's good, and the reason why it's good is because he can fucking move his feet. The reason why Usyk is very good is because he can move his feet and he has very good footwork. I mean, you look at the motherfuckers that box. I'm not even talking about guys even before the 90s. Just the 90s themselves.
Yep.
All them guys can move. Every last one of them can move. All them guys knew.
Oh yeah, it was a much deeper division. And say what you want. This is what. Oh, I'm sorry. Finish your point, sir. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Let me just finish this point too. Wilder is nothing more than another version of Michael Grant to me. Joshua is nothing more than another version of Frank Bruno, just a little bit taller. All right. I'm just saying, like, when this heavyweight division that we see today, like, I mean, the boxing at the end of the day lives and dies off of the heavyweight division, and the fact that there's not that attraction to the heavyweight division outside of, like, the blood, the war between Wilder and Fury. There wasn't really much going on in the division like that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It really wasn't it really isn't a deep division, and it's very top heavy. And I'll say this because Larry Holmes doesn't get the proper respect he deserves, or at least he didn't throughout his career. He does now, because in retrospect, and you see how shitty the heavyweight division has been in the last 20 years, yeah, boy, everyone looks at him now and says, wow, you really cleaned out a very deep division. I mean, dude, Tim Witherspoon nowadays.
I was about to say Tim Witherspoon. There you go.
He would be. Look, dude, even David Tua in this version of the division becomes heavyweight champion eventually. Knocks someone into left week. I mean, come on, man. Like the 90s, that was a great era for heavyweight boxing.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Morrison.
It was so deep. Even the B-level fighters, the fringe contenders, would put on
Oliver
great
McCall.
fights. Do you remember Oleg Moskayev versus Corey T-Rex Sanders?
Yeah, I remember that fight.
That was a great knockdown, drag-out slugfest, man. Heavyweight slugfest. Two behemoths just beating on each other. And it was very skillful, man. Dude, I mean, even the B-level fighters would put on wars. It was amazing.
Francis Botham, man.
Dude, that guy was cracked, man.
That dude was tough. I'm trying to think who else was really good back then. I forget, they called him the Dynamite. I forget his name. But Bruce Seldon was a really good boxer.
Bruce Seldon, you talking about Tony TNT Tucker?
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, there you go. Tony TNT Tucker. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very deep.
Oh no, I'm thinking of that's a different guy. Tony Tucker's a dude Tyson fought. But I mean, the guys that Tyson fought, like all them guys, like James Bone Crusher Smith, Tyrell Biggs,
dude, Bone Crusher Smith was a bad dude before he fought Tyson.
Thomas.
Yep.
Yeah. Seth Green Mitchell.
Was a very deep division in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. And then the heavyweight division just sunk. And all of these big guys said, screw this noise. I'm not getting punched in the face for a living. I'll play football instead. I'll play football or basketball. It's bigger money, and you're guaranteed a paycheck.
Well, you know what it was. You know what I was told. And there was, and I was getting some work in like back in 2020. Back in 2020 with a heavyweight boxing trainer. And he was telling me, because he was a guy that played football and whatnot. Back in the early 2000s. I mean, this was what he was telling me back in the early 2000s. What they was trying to do. Because he fought in the heavyweight division for a time in the season. He fought Big Baby Gerald Miller, Charles Martin, and a few other guys. He told me that what happened was because they couldn't find guys in the gym, like those.
That's it. You hit the nail right on the head. They couldn't find those killers. Sparring, man.
What they did was they started trying to pull guys off the basketball court and the football field and trying to teach these guys how to box. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And when I look at Wilder, that's exactly the type of guys these guys are trying to look for. And I guess the guys that you would say were traditional heavyweights that you would naturally train to be able to do all the things that we saw guys do in times past. Those guys, it almost like these guys became extinct. Like, I mean, like Ray Mercer, Tommy Morrison, like you can't find those type of guys in the gym. I'm not even talking about like Ali's and Joe Frazier. I'm talking about like those type of guys. You telling me you can't find a Frank Bruno somewhere?
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're more interested in playing football and basketball, man, nowadays in America, because it's just a much bigger mainstream product. Boxing has become such a fringe commodity in America. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad. If it weren't for guys like us, there would be no sport in America any longer.
Hell no. Unfortunately,
and I'm going to tell you about the business end of things just very quickly. I'm not going to go into my usual diatribe, right? That lasts an hour, but because guys like us, again, I'm not saying everybody, but the great majority of boxing diehards are no longer purchasing these events. They're pirating everything illegally. Yeah, boxing's in serious trouble. I know it may not look that way right now because of there's so many fights on different platforms. But look, you look at the sheer economics of it. On Showtime, there's no reason why they should be charging anyone for pay-per-views. Like, there's no reason. When you think about how much money they're making from their subscribers and their streaming app, why are they charging anyone for pay-per-view?
Bro, you're charging fucking charging almost $10 for your fucking app, man. Like, I don't want to pay another.
No, it's more than that. It's $15.
Is it?
For Showtime?
As an app?
It's $14.99. I don't know as an app, but their subscriber rate is $15, right? Now think about this. They have 29 million subscribers worldwide. Multiply that by 15 every month. Why the hell are we being charged to see anything on pay-per-view on Showtime?
Tell them,
and that just tells you how in what poor shape boxing is in America. When you still have to pay, when Showtime refuses to make a big guaranteed purse like $10 million, unless they have it attached to the pay-per-view revenue stream. That's not good. What that means is, and what that equates to, is no one is subscribing to Showtime for boxing. And that's not good, guys. That's why HBO got out of the business. And in my opinion, it's only a matter of time before they do as well.
Well, no, I'm going to tell you something. When HBO was a stable for really for 3 decades.
Yep.
3 fucking decades.
Yep.
I mean, all them great memories, all that shit went down the drain, man, because they couldn't find nobody else like them landing Manny Pacquiao.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. You know? I'll tell you what happened. And I said this on my radio show back when we had a podcast and back before podcasts were popular 10 years ago, right? I said, guys, when you look at the success, the critical and commercial success that HBO is having with their original series, like The Sopranos, like The Wire, and then Game of Thrones just went to another level. They're paying a lot of money for the production for Game of Thrones, but look how many people tune in. Now, when you look at the kind of purses that guys, that most prize fighters were demanding, and they were pretty meager compared to what prize fighters are making now, right?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And when you look at that, HBO still couldn't justify to their shareholders to pay for boxing entertainment any longer, invest money in that, because it just wasn't bringing in the ratings. So what pretty much blew it, and they alienated all of their talent because they started demanding any purse that was over between $3 and $5 million. They would demand that be attached to the pay-per-view streaming or the pay-per-view revenue stream. And Bob Arum was like, well, screw this. What's the point of having it on HBO then? No one's going to see it. If you're attaching a fight like Terrence Crawford versus Victor Postal on pay-per-view,
that's stupid, man.
It's like, why are you doing this? Because no one's going to see the product then. Like a fight like that would have been on HBO Championship Boxing. That's it. For free, for regular subscriber rates. So now you want to charge these guys? Yeah, forget it. No one's going to see the product. So Arum said that's it. If you're not willing to pay for this without the pay-per-view stream, we're going to go to ESPN. And he did. And as soon as Top Rank left, Golden Boy was at Showtime. Yeah, it was over. It was all over. They didn't have any talent. They stopped booking good fights. I mean, do you remember the dog shit that we got the last year of HBO?
Oh man, they're trying to promote Hebrew Hammer, and their best work was trying to get Kovalev, and Kovalev got destroyed by war. You know, I mean, they're trying to promote a lot of these guys from Europe, man. Like motherfuckers that wasn't even fucking worth watching and shit. That shit was pathetic. Bro.
Yeah, and that's what happened. So HBO, and unfortunately, I see Showtime going the same route. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be depressing you. It's just there's reason to be depressed, though, if you look at the business side of things. I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading the comment section right now.
Nah, but you know what? You got to be real about it, because I'm looking at the horizon. I'm like, well, you know what? You got to understand something, man. Like motherfuckers ain't doing no million fucking views in on their Showtime. I noticed this back when I was watching Strike Force and Showboxing back like 10 years ago.
Yep.
And noticing when I looked up the actual numbers, like, okay, this is doing like 600, 700 views, but it depends on who's fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember Nick Diaz and KJ Noons, that fight, because people wanted to see it, that fight did like 730 actual views.
Do you remember, though,
You know?
back in the 90s, back in the early part of the millennium, boxing was still doing every single time championship boxing and Boxing After Dark came on, it would do well over 1 million viewers.
Exactly.
Do you remember back then?
Yes. No, I remember hearing that.
Yeah, it stopped doing that, man. Yeah, after 2010, 2011. And that's when I said, oh gosh, guys, you know what? HBO is going to be out of the boxing bit, and everyone thought I was nuts. And I'm like, look, guys, when you look at the number of viewers who are tuning in, I mean, right now, and this was back when Bill Maher, Politically Incorrect, his show just came on, and it was a hot show. And I was like, guys, when Bill Maher is kicking boxing's ass, we're in trouble. And I said, you know what, man? Oh, geez. And you could see the road ahead, and it just slowly started to deteriorate. And as soon as Ken Hirschman left and Peter Nelson took over, that was it. That was the final nail in the coffin. A guy who wasn't a boxing guy. See, Ken Hirschman did a great job at Showtime. And he was a guy that brought back that philosophy to HBO. We're interested in purchasing matchups, not signing fighters. We are not in the business of signing fighters any longer. We want to purchase the fight if it makes sense, and that's it. And with that mentality, Ken Hirschman did a great job, but he saw the road ahead as well. As soon as HBO was bought out by Time Warner, that was it. Their shareholders wanted nothing more to do with the sport of boxing. That's why Ken Hirschman left, and the rest is history. Peter Nelson was not a boxing guy. He didn't give a shit. He was more about trying to produce things like, the preseason football show on HBO.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got the HBO Max app, or HBO Max app. I mean, it's kind of hard to see, there's no boxing content on HBO at all. You know what I'm saying?
None. And you know what? And you had guys like Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm, whooping the shit out of De La Hoya in the ratings, whipping the shit out of Triple G, just spanking the Klitschko's. And when that happens, yeah. And when unfortunately, you look at Showtime right now, the same exact thing is happening. The same exact thing is happening. We're having to pay for Gervonta Davis versus
and Isaac Cruz.
Isaac Cruz. Holy shit. And if you guys are wondering about the numbers, from what I just heard 2 days ago, I think they said it didn't even strike 100,000.
Well, here's the thing. The sources I looked up.
Don't say that, Joe.
Oh, my bad.
Don't say that, Joe. People telling me they didn't release those numbers because the same way Eddie Hearn doesn't release the streaming numbers. So why is it important? That's what I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, once again, as far as the DAZN numbers, I have the DAZN numbers. You guys want to hear them?
What
this is why the days of the inflated purse on DAZN are long gone. They're not paying through the nose, and they're not even focusing on the American market any longer. That's why I'm
Well,
telling
they're
you
smart
guys,
for that.
boxing is in trouble in America. It may not seem like it right now, but because of my knowledge of the business, I can see the landscape, and it's in trouble, guys. DAZN, after this year, they might not even have 1 million subscribers in America. Now they've got like, I think 8 million worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
But they may, after this year, they may not have 1 million. I mean, before Canelo's run this year, before his big fight with Billy Joe Saunders, and I think they added an additional 400,000 subscribers with that fight alone. And that put them over the million mark to 1.2 million. But after this dog shit and after Canelo's exit, yeah, you may see it dip below again to only 700,000 or 800,000 subscribers.
Bro. Hey, well, here's the thing though. What you just stated, I was looking into a lot of this, like some of the numbers, and I was having the same sentiments. Like, man, because I remember Bert Sugar was saying something. Oh no, was it Bert Sugar or Bob Sheridan? Or no, what's his name? The dude,
Colonel Bob Sheridan.
The dude that used to call the heavyweight fights back in the 80s.
Yeah, Colonel Bob Sheridan. Yeah.
Because I always heard, because you know how people they always were talking about boxing dying, and we was like, okay, yeah, it's boxing in a bad stage, but it's not dying. But one thing they all said, and when I looked at it, and I was like, you know what, boxing outside of America is always going to be there for these other countries.
It's a global sport, yes, and it's alive and well everywhere else but America.
But with America, because there's so much other shit to do, and of course you have the competition with MMA. That plays. I would say that plays like a 30. I don't think it's MMA. Essentially, it plays that big of a part.
No, it's a completely different audience.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Those people, the UFC, they can keep pumping out pay-per-views and do the numbers that fucking, like, they can do an average card and do the same numbers Tank Davis just did, 200,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They could do more than that with no-name guys. You know what I'm saying? They have their audience. Now
I will say this though about UFC, brother. I will say this for UFC. They have a greater percentage of their audience consists of mainstream and casual fans. They have a greater percentage of mainstream and casual fans tuning in. That's why it's much healthier than boxing right now, even though the money and the size of the audience is very similar. Now their pay-per-views every single month religiously do a little bit better than most boxing pay-per-views. And the reason for that is for their patronage, a greater percentage of mainstream and casual audience members. Now, this is why it's so important to sell these pay-per-views and sell these fighters to the mainstream and casual audience. Those are guys who only purchase maybe 3 or 4 every year.
Yep.
And so because they only, like, we're fucked. And the reason why so many diehards are illegally streaming these events, because we have to see every fight. We have to see every event. Those guys aren't like that, right? And so they don't mind paying for it legally. They don't want to go through the whole process of trying to find a good link, going through the headache, a bunch of pop-ups and shit. They don't want to do that because they don't care as much. They have no problem just purchasing because they're not going to have to tune in and see what happens next week. Diehard fans don't have that luxury. We're lifers, right? So that's why the majority of diehard fans are illegally streaming these events now. So that's why UFC, even though their numbers are comparable to boxing, they're at a much healthier state at this point.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this though. Let me ask you, hey Joe, how much of a turnout are you expecting this weekend in San Antonio on Saturday?
Guys,
for the Zurdo fight,
there has been no buzz at all. None.
I'm I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this card, and I want to see some easier
I
things.
love Golden Boys cards, and all the handful of them or the 10 that they've had this entire year have been lights out. And why? Because they have 80 fighters on their roster still with only a handful of dates. So they're able to pack their entire card with awesome matchups. And, say what you want about Golden Boy, Roberto Diaz and Eric Gomez are still two of the best matchmakers in boxing. They both were taught by my mentor, the guy who taught me about the business, Don Warwick Chargan. So they learned the right way. They learned how to properly cultivate their fighters. So you look at the job that they're doing with Jaime Munguia. Brilliant job cultivating this guy. They're not in any hurry because he's still a young man, even though he's a former world champion at 54. They're not in any hurry to stick him in with any of the monsters at 60 currently. And because, look at the job they did with Canelo. Brilliant job of matchmaking. Look at the job they did with a lot of fighters. Look at all the top guys at PBC right now. Golden Boy is the one who cultivated all of those fighters from the 4, 6, and 8 round levels. What's PBC going to do when all of those guys retire?
Nothing.
That's why when I look at the boxing landscape, I'm like, guys, boxing in America is in serious trouble.
And but see why? But here's the thing, though, right? And I'm glad that you're bringing this out and you're breaking it down from the standpoint you're in, because you actually see the shit, and you see, and you can, because you're around the business, you're from that standpoint. You can actually see it and you can actually break it down like number wise and whatnot. And I know that for myself, like as a fan, I noticed that, like I would say around 2010, I noticed a little bit of it. But the thing is, though, because of the hoopla between Floyd and Manny Pacquiao and some of the great fighters and the attraction that it was back then, you could say, people were saying, boxing is dying, but you'd be like, okay, we know it's in the dry spell. It's going to pick back up. There was certain things like during the mid 2000s, we could say, okay, there's a little bit of a lifeline here and there, but the pay-per-view model is what fucking killed boxing when a lot of these promoters, especially like Mayweather right now, have not evolved. I wouldn't say evolved, have not adapted to the times that we live in now. It's not even so much about having an app. Like you didn't have to worry about fucking watching Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman on fucking pay-per-view. You saw that on ABC Sport.
You're absolutely right. And boxing is never going back. It's never going to be as popular as it once was. Now, keep in mind, guys, for a very long time, for the great majority of the 20th century, boxing was the number 2 leading pastime in America. Can you even imagine that now? Where everyone is talking about the next fight. Everyone. The only thing that it wasn't bigger than was baseball. But boxing, everyone used to crowd around the radio when it was a freaking huge fight back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would even say during the 30s, it might have had a chance to with the Joe Louis aspect of it, it might have been in position to fight for number 1 if he,
it was neck and neck. But nowadays, because of so many mediums, right? So many channels, so many apps, it will never be it'll never be as big as it was.
No,
it'll never be as big as it was. And you know what? And let me just tell you, in case you guys just think writers and people within the business just like to hate on PBC for no reason. Part of the reason why we're going through this terrible phase of inactive fighters not wanting to fight the best, they just don't want to fight anymore because of the inflated purses that Al Heyman started paying everyone. It destroyed the industry. Okay. And look, I'm all for fighters making as much money as they possibly can throughout their career because they deserve it. Right. But when the health of the sport sacrifices, it's at a detriment to the health of the sport. That's where you have to draw the line. There has to become a happy medium, because ever since Al Heyman started paying these guys just inflated purses way beyond their market value. Right. I mean, guys, when you've got guys like Sean Porter, who's never been a ticket seller, and he's demanding $3-4 million per fight.
Oh, that's bad, bro.
That's a problem. Okay. And and Don Chargan taught me this when it first started happening. He says, you know what, Joseph, this is not going to be good for the health of the sport. And I said, why? Al Heyman's bringing fights to mainstream TV again for free, and they're great matchups. He goes, well, here's why. Because he's raising the bar in terms of payment per performance. And he goes, what that does when you inflate fighters' purses, they don't want to fight as much anymore. And they want to be a lot more selective with their opponents. It's bad for the sport all round. Promoters and networks stop making money. He says, I've seen promoters come into business and try this before, and it's never good. It never ends well. And the entire health of the sport suffers as a result of it. Guess what we're seeing now, guys? Because of the practice, the business practice that Al Heyman started back in 2014-15. Look at the ripple effect of it now.
Well, here's the thing. And I'm glad that you brought that up. What about...
Hold that thought for a second. Hold that.
Yeah.
So just to finalize everything, guys, that's why a huge percentage of writers, promoters, managers don't like Al Heyman and PBC. That's the sole reason why. It has nothing to do with anything else. Not race, not fighters, none of that. It has everything to do with the health of boxing suffering. Now, I'm sorry, as you were, brother.
My bad. I thought you was done. My bad for cutting you off like that. But here's the point, though, that adds validity to what you're saying. Since you brought up Al Heyman, and for myself, you know, what I've been seeing in the mannerisms of the fighters in PBC, that term businessman, right? Now, boxing's a business. Of course it's a business. But the business model of boxing the last, I would say 12 or 13 years, ever since I started hearing about Al Heyman, you know, like Floyd Mayweather would say, oh, I'm taking advice from Al Heyman. He's my advisor. I would say that 2014 date that you said, and of course, that's when probably he was starting to establish, his promotion, right? PBC.
Yep.
But that mentality was ushered in much earlier.
It was ushered in by Al Heyman. Okay, as soon as he started managing a lot of fighters and signing as much talent as he possibly could, and everyone saw all the money that he made Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's when it started. If you notice, Ken Hirschman, he didn't want to have anything to do with any Al Heyman fighter. That's why that's why Golden Boy had to move to Showtime. Right? He said, nope, I am not working with this guy ever again. If you're an Al Heyman fighter, go to Showtime. Because he was a pain in the ass. And HBO ended up always not making money on their deal, not justifying paying out such huge purses for the ratings that they were getting. Now, keep in mind, guys, as much as people don't like Don King and Bob Arum, look at the sport and the health of it was thriving. And Don King was a shiesty business motherfucker, but guess what? He loved the sport and he loved the fans, and boxing, they were thriving.
Yes.
And
there was structure.
I'll explain why. Oh, Don King was he was an evil motherfucker, an evil genius. He would encourage fighters. Hey, you're in Vegas. Hey, man, you just got paid. Go have fun, man. Go play the crap tables. Go see some shows. You know, live life to its fullest, man. This is why you fight. This is why you train so hard. And he would encourage them to blow their fucking money the same weekend that they earned it. I've heard stories of fighters risking losing their entire payday on the roulette wheel. And what that did, and Don King knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted to keep his fighters hungry and active. And so he encouraged them. And so he knew when they blew all their money at the casino and lived like a king for a week, well, he knew they would come back and they would have to borrow money from him. And so they'd say, hey, you know what? I need some more money. Oh, no problem, man. Hey, you need $60,000? Here, man, no problem. Have it. What they didn't realize that he was charging them an absurd amount of interest when they'd have to pay him back. So the next time they would fight, okay, you're supposed to get this amount. Well, you owe me this. I'm taking it out of this purse. Here's what's left over. Hey, go have fun. Live like a king, man. Hey, have a couple drinks on me and have a steak on me also, man. He would keep them in the hole. So guess what? They had to fight. They had to fight between 4 and 8 times every single year. Guess what? The boxing, the business of boxing and the sport was so much healthier because these guys stayed hungry and active. And yes, it's a terrible, evil practice that Don King did. And guess what? That's the same fucking thing that Dana White's doing over there.
Yeah.
Because right now, because of the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act, everything has to be transparent. Do you guys realize why UFC, you cannot say boxing over there? When a guy is boxing from mid to long range, you have to refer to it as striking. Do you know why? It's to keep it from being applied to the Boxing Reform Act. That means he can realistically, because they're not boxers, they're strikers, right? So they don't fall under, they're not protected. Their athletes aren't protected by that covenant. Okay? So that means, okay, everything has to be transparent in boxing. You can call up the commission and find out how much a fighter made, how much the gate was. All of that has to be revealed. Okay? Since the passing legally by Congress of the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act, right? And so what promoters make now is completely transparent. And on average, promoters make only 20% of both the revenue generated from the licensing fee, sponsorship, as well as the site fee. Okay? Only 20%. You give me another sport in which the owners and the networks only make 20%. Give me another sport.
I can't.
Exactly. You know how much UFC is making per event? On average, they're making about 65 to 70% of gross proceeds. The athletes in UFC are being treated like Don King and Bob Arum used to treat their athletes. That's why the sport is much healthier, but the athletes are only making between 30 and 35% of the gross proceeds. They're being paid drips and drabs. They're being ripped off, but they're hungry and they're active as a result.
Yep. You got cats fighting 3 times in 7 months, man. You don't see that in boxing with the top level guys, man.
Nope. That's the problem when you overpay these guys well above their market value. And once again, it's a very hard, it's a huge dilemma because you're all for these brave, gallant warriors getting paid as much money as they can because their shelf life in this sport isn't very long. It's, very few fighters actually fight past 10 years. And if they do, well, they end up suffering career or life debilitating injury, right? So it's a very, very big dilemma. You don't want these guys to get paid, but what about the health of the sport? There is no more sport if the promoters and networks cease to make money.
Hey, Joseph, can I say something too with that?
Go ahead, sir.
Isn't part of this also too is the lack of structure within these promotions and these sanctioning bodies, because when you look at the business model between, like, just in comparison to UFC, even though it is a monopoly, and I know as an MMA fan myself, I despise UFC. You know what I'm saying? The monopoly that they've created since 2000.
Yeah. Yep.
I really despise it, because they was really one step away from being bought out from Pride, had Pride not went under a long time ago.
Yep.
But thing is though, one thing I can say about the UFC is the structure, and even though monopoly is bad, the structure in the in just the order of things not only gives a healthy, like you said, like you're using the terminology, a healthy understanding to the fans. Like, even the most bird brain fan can think, okay, this guy's ranked number 1. He's going to be the next title contender. This guy's ranked number 2. He got to fight number 3 to get to number 1 to be the number 1 contender.
Yeah.
In boxing, it's almost a damn wild, wild west with these damn promoters.
Wild, wild west. That's a perfect analogy. Yep.
And then you have the WBC, and I'm going to call it what it is with the WBC. They're probably the worst of all 4 sanctioning bodies, because you have the regular belt, the silver belt. You have the super belt. You have like the situation with the 135 division. You have all these goddamn belts. Then you gave someone a belt through a damn email, but you're calling the dude that doesn't have that belt that you say is a legitimate belt. You're calling the dude with the other belt the fucking undisputed champion, but then you have a motherfucker that has the belt in the weight class that has WBC on it. So how the hell is he the undisputed champion?
Well, yeah, see, and that's there's so many big problems with the business of boxing right now. And here's the primary one. You don't have that big overwhelming platform like HBO boxing. It became the biggest platform of the sport, right? You don't have that guy like Lou DiBella saying, you know what, if you want to fight on the biggest platform of boxing, you're going to have to make this fight happen. See, you had a guy like that at HBO with one big platform. Now, obviously, Showtime was a big one as well, and they had a lot of great fights and a lot of great fighters, but it wasn't HBO. HBO was the benchmark in terms of production and terms of biggest fights available, right? Biggest dollars, right? You had that guy, though, like Ross Greenberg, like Lou DiBella, like Ken Hirschman, who were like, guys, if you want us to showcase your prospects, now this is him speaking with King, with Bob Arum, with the Duvas, America Presents, all of those guys, right? Goose and Tudor, yeah, all of those guys. He'd be like, you know what? We're not going to showcase any more of your prospects if you don't get this fight made. I don't give a shit if you don't like Bob Arum, if you don't like Dan Goosen, if you don't like any of these, if you don't like Don King, I don't give a shit. Get it done. We're willing to pay good money for that fight, and that's a fight that the fans want. That's a fight that our viewers want. And if we don't get it, then we're not going to showcase any more of your prospects any longer. He could hold their feet to the fire. Now, because you've got a promoter on one separate platform over here, another promoter's talent on another platform over here, and another, and it just, Every promoter has their own platform. So guess what? There is no network executive that's holding any of these promoters accountable for forcing the best fights. Okay? You don't have that any longer. That's what the sport is missing. And the sanctioning organizations, boy, they've just proven their unreliability in being, well, having that strength and mandating these fights. They've already proven that they're weak and they will follow the money, creating absurd amounts of money just to please everybody.
Yeah.
They're not holding these promoters accountable the way they should. Okay, so let me go back to a comment real quick, and I'm going to show the importance of this, because I just read this comment by gentleman Javon Soto. Thanks for joining us, brother. He says, politics are politics. We as boxing fans that just want the fights and the best fights, it's not our job what promoters in politics are. Well, that's where you're wrong, my friend. Look, the fans, and this is what makes this generation of fight fans and promoters and everyone involved different than a healthier time in boxing. Everyone back in the day, including Don King, understood that the fans were the real bosses of boxing. And the reason why I'm trying to tell everyone, right, about the business of boxing and what a detriment and what a sad state it's in right now, so that you guys understand why some of the best fighters aren't fighting each other and why the best fights aren't happening as often as they should. So you guys understand why. And don't just think this guy's ducking this guy. Okay, because that's not a healthy way to look at the sport. It's healthier if you understand why things are happening the way they are. Right? Because we are the real bosses of boxing. Now, a lot of fans don't agree with that, and they don't listen to that, and they don't understand that. But that's the reality. The health of this sport is determined by the ratings and the money. Who provides all of that? It's us, the fans. We determine everything at the end of the day, right? So if you're not purchasing any of these events, right? If diehard fans aren't purchasing these events any longer, what happens to the sport? The promoters and fighters have to change. Okay? That's what's happening right now. And the sport has to adapt. Hey, man, the same thing happened in the music industry. Fans stopped purchasing music, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fans started downloading them for free, listening to it for free.
Yep,
that flipped the music industry on its head. Well, look, if boxing doesn't adapt the same way, it's in trouble. And right now, it's trying to adapt, but I'm sorry, you need to get away from this antiquated bullshit pay-per-view model that doesn't work any longer, because diehard fans are streaming this shit illegally now. Look, everyone else has adapted. You look at the motion picture industry. They've completely adapted. Now going to subscribers. I mean, look, Warner Brothers, it's released in the theaters, all their movies, but they're also released at the same time. They're released to HBO Max. Yep. Everyone is adapting. So why isn't boxing yet? Why are we still having to pay $80 for a bullshit matchup that we didn't ask to see?
And think of this though, $80, bro. Back in the day, motherfuckers was worrying about paying $49.99 for a pay-per-view. You fucking double the fucking price, man.
Yep.
You double in this time period. Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
And then now you see fighters flashing wads and stacks of hundreds, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. What other sport? Now, what would happen if LeBron James started bragging at a press conference about all the money that he just made? What would happen to his popularity?
Get on helmet,
He would be torched by the media. Okay, that's what's wrong with boxing. These fighters, no one, that inspires no one. We want to be inspired as the real bosses of boxing. We want to be inspired. We don't want to be here about how much money you made per round. We want to hear about your willingness to die in the ring. We want to, now whether or not that, obviously fighters' health is paramount, but we want to hear that what a warrior has to say, right? We want to hear about the fight game. We don't want to hear about how much money you fucking made from the endorsements on your trunks. We don't want to see you, man, buying all kinds of fucking bling and shit and bragging to the guys who you're demanding $80 per fight on pay-per-view. We don't want to hear about that shit. In football, in the NFL, would you ever hear Tom Brady in a press conference talk about how much money he just made for that one game? Never. Never in a million years. He would be fined by the league if that happened.
Yeah.
And you know what? All this bullshit about fighters, this is what I miss about being a press agent. Like, I used to teach all of my fighters that I had how to talk to the media and what to say, right? After the press conference, this bullshit about, oh, well, I don't know. I have to think about it. I just want to get some rest, go on vacation, and I'll talk to my team. And no, you call out the next fucking guy. You call out the next guy. You create that buzz. Hey, you know what, man? I'm sorry, but I want to fight that guy. I just proved that I can beat his ass, and I'm gonna do it. I just need the opportunity, and he needs to stop being a chicken shit and sign on the dotted line. The fans deserve it. That's what we want to hear. When's the last time you've heard a fucking fighter talk like that at a press conference?
You haven't, man. I mean, you know what's crazy? Hey, think of this though. You heard Tank. I don't know if you saw the fight, but you heard Tank said, "Oh well, they're all easy work, right?" How the fuck is all them easy work, but you're not calling them out and you haven't fought these guys yet?
Exactly. That's my point.
You're not.
That's my point.
That's bro. See, shit like that is why. Like, I'm a big Tank fan, but after watching that fight and after him saying that shit, I'm starting to not become a fan of Tank, bro, just because of shit like that. I mean, I love the kid's talent, but shit like this is what's really pissing me off about a lot of these motherfuckers.
Say what you want about Tio. He was calling out Loma. Tio was calling
you know
out
what?
Loma.
Before he got delusional and big-headed and demanded an inflated purse, he had it all. I loved his enthusiasm, loved his charisma. Yeah. He beat serious ass in the ring. He was perfect. And that's why Top Rank was like, you know what, guys? We've got the next biggest star of the sport in our stable. Until this year. And he just flushed it all down the toilet. Now they have to start from scratch at 140. Okay, put that comment back on from Javon Soto. You see Crawford after he left Top Rank, all of a sudden calling out Errol Spence, and they said Bud was ducking PBC. Canelo, Haney, Bud, free agents want the big fights. Unless you can draw big dollars, good luck getting them.
Yeah.
Good luck getting them. See, that's the problem. Free agency only works when you're a guy like Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, Canelo Alvarez. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Why would promoters think about this from a promotional perspective? And once again, this is a reason why I'm going through this, so you guys understand why all of this is happening, right? So if a promoter doesn't have to work with you and you're not part of his stable, why would they use their annual allotment on a fighter that's not signed with them? Unless you give them options on your next 3 fights, it's not happening. If you're not attracting ratings or bringing big dollars to their platform, good luck getting them to pay you inflated purses. It's not happening. That's the problem with free agency if you're not a big attraction. And that's the problem Terrence Crawford's going to have if he doesn't sign and give options on his next 3 or 4 fights to Al Heyman. I promise you this. if he does not sign with Al Heyman, you're not going to see him fight Errol Spence Jr. I can promise you that.
Well, but see, and as a Crawford fan, I always thought that, man, like, even, you know, and here's the thing too about it. Most of these guys, man, like, okay, you could be top of your game, you could be really popular. I mean, you could be popular to a sense to the hardcore boxing fans, but you gotta understand something. You know, to make boss moves, you have to be a boss yourself. And a lot of these guys, including all these top great boxers that you claim is great and whatnot, they don't have that luxury, and they're not as big of stars as they really think they are, bro. And I think that's a problem that's going on, because guys have made so much money. They think they have a lot of pull and a lot more power and a lot more star power than what they really have.
Yeah. Geez, it really stinks, man. Gosh, you know what? I'm going to resort to an article that I wrote on Fight Saga several years ago, in which I talked about all of the very unhealthy trends that were started by Al Heyman and Floyd Mayweather Jr. And unfortunately, most young fighters, because he was the biggest moneymaker of the sport, he's the most lucrative fighter of all time. Everyone now is trying to emulate that path of progress. And on this article, I warn everyone, look, Floyd's an anomaly. It'll never happen again what Floyd did, what Floyd was able to do, right? Not his way. You can't do it his way. One, throughout boxing history, when have you ever seen a defensive-minded fighter become the biggest attraction in the sport? When have you ever seen it throughout history?
I mean,
never. Never.
Maybe Willie Pep, maybe. But
he was a little guy. He wasn't. I mean, he was maybe considered one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the sport, but he was never the biggest attraction, right?
No.
Right.
No.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
When have you ever seen? So I'm going to talk about these three trends, right? Now, the first trend that was started, right? And once again, Mayweather defeated the business of boxing, beat the business of boxing at its own game, right? Figured out a way to earn millions of dollars without taking life-altering punishment. Okay, that never happens, right? So now you get a lot of fighters that aren't willing to fight in the pocket and engage. You're getting guys who are what Manuel Stewart used to call cutie pies. Guys who used to fight from mid to long range, fight behind the shell, fight defensively, defensive-minded, and not willing to engage. Guess what? That bores the shit out of most viewers. Like, diehards are different. We appreciate all of that stuff. But mainstream and casuals, they want to see more fight in their fights. That's the way it's always been through healthier eras. Like, Emmanuel couldn't stand it when some of his fighters would really be proud of their defensive skills and their reflexes. And he said, look, if I see you slipping and ducking 2 or 3 punches and not returning fire, I'm going to make you run around the building until 10 o'clock tonight. He hated that shit. He said, look, guys, knockout sell. I cannot build you as an attraction if you don't knock the fuck out of guys in the ring, if you don't punish your opponents. He's like, you know, Floyd is an anomaly. He can get away with it, right? And everyone loves Floyd. Everyone paid to see him lose or win. But regardless, everyone had a strong opinion of Floyd, right?
Yeah, he built up a code of personality for himself. That's why, see, that code of personality that he built up for himself, being the so-called villain and whatnot. See, that sold a lot, and he did a lot of fucking shit and said a lot of shit that pissed people the hell off, and that's why that he was smart in doing that. But guys are not going to fall for that shit again.
Yep.
That That shit with waiting for motherfucking Manny Pacquiao for 5-6 years, and they seeing these motherfuckers who aren't even half as good as those guys.
Exactly.
Doing the same shit.
It's not going to work again. It's not going to work again.
Never
So
gonna work.
Okay, so another unhealthy trend that he started. He did a great job marketing his undefeated resume.
Yep.
Okay. He's an anomaly. Okay. Now you see these guys and these promoters and these managers not wanting to take on the best because they're afraid that their stock is going to devalue so dramatically if they have a single loss on their record. No other era has ever been that way in boxing.
Oh yeah, you're one loss, and you're damn it. That pisses me off too, bro.
That's it. You know what? This was never a trend in boxing before Floyd Mayweather.
Nobody give a fake. No, listen. Nobody gave a fuck. Listen, when I was watching boxing up in the 90s when I was a kid, nobody gave a fuck about an fucking defeated record. Only cats today and this time care about undefeated, man. Nobody gave a shit about that.
And I'll say this, Floyd, and once again, he marketed himself brilliantly, but it's not going to work with everyone else. Look, because Floyd, he was that good, right? Floyd was that fucking good. He had that rare combination: charisma, speed, reflexes, ring intelligence. He had it all. That was lightning in a bottle. That's not going to be replicated, guys. Not in my lifetime again. Okay?
Thanks.
That's it. Okay, so don't worry about it getting a fucking loss on your resume. It happens. It happens, guys. Sure. Okay, there's no shame in losing at the world-class level. It used to mean, before Floyd Mayweather, it used to mean that if you didn't have a loss on your resume, you weren't fighting enough at the top level. That's what that meant. Not anymore. Now people look like, okay, what's wrong with him? He's got 2 losses on his record. Nothing. It just means he competes at the highest level.
Yo, Joseph, think of this though, right? Right. The one loss in your damaged goods in today's era, right? Now I've seen,
dude. Now to the point where networks are now saying, "Wait a minute, he's got 2 losses on his record. What's wrong with him?" That's how bad boxing has become. See, guys, and I'm trying to tell all of this to you guys so you understand what the problems are. And the reason why I'm telling you guys this, you guys, whether you realize it or not, are the bosses of boxing. You have the ability to control and affect everything. So if promoters put together a fight like Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter, and it only does 150,000 purchases, shame on you. You're not doing your job. When a promoter puts on a fight that you actually want to see and you think is worthy of paying for, then you fucking do it. You don't stream it. You reward the boxing business when it does good, and you shame it when it doesn't. But no one financially supported this fight. So if you don't financially support the fights when they're actually made, then you guys deserve everything that you get. And I can't spell it out to you any more just directly than that. Because you guys are the real bosses of boxing. You affect everything. Right? That's what it boils down to.
Well, if I'm a boss of boxing, Errol Spence and Bud Crawford hurry up and fucking fight, bro. I'm tired of that shit.
That's it. And when it does happen, you guys had better purchase it. Okay? Purchase it. Do not illegally stream that. If you have to go over to someone's house, chip in $10. Do it like the old days.
Yeah.
Okay, and so once again, these guys, it's like these fighters, they've developed these bad habits because of the influence and the success of Floyd Mayweather. Right? So once again, that affects the fights that are made. These guys are so afraid to get losses on their record that it really affects the product that we're getting.
Well, think of this though, right? Look, I love Bud, right? I always say Bud. Look, I relate to Bud than most other fighters in this era. But one thing that kind of like irked me a little bit as a fan when he started talking about his losses, or no, he would start talking about his record and saying that guys in previous eras like a Ray Robinson is not on his level, and a fighter can think all that. Think he's the best all time. That's not the issue, everybody got their opinion, but it's just the problem is more the mentality that I've never seen before, that if you see a guy like a Roberto Duran or a Ray Robinson have double-digit losses on their record, and that makes them, and you look at that, instead of going and not knowing the first off, the conditions back then, you're fighting 15 rounds, you're fighting almost every other fucking month, you know what I'm saying? And you're fighting with 4-ounce gloves, and you have same day weigh-ins. You don't get to rehydrate back up where pretty much all the fighters do nowadays. You don't have that luxury.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And then you have to fucking put on a performance, or motherfuckers they're not gonna fucking watch your fights. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Yep.
And your mentality, and this, I know he's not the only one that thinks this. All these guys think this. I'm better than those guys because I have an O on my record.
Shit. Yeah, dude. You know what, man?
That mentality.
That's such an unhealthy trend, man. And once again, I just stated why. And you know what? And probably, like I said, the worst trend of all, right? The worst trend of all. And this is the biggest dilemma of the business of boxing. And I talked about this already, but the last thing I'm going to say about Floyd's influence, because before Floyd Mayweather and before he flaunted all of that money that he was making and just rub it in everyone's face, right? In any other era, when have you ever seen fighters demand millions for tune-ups? When have you ever seen that?
Yeah, Victor Ortiz.
Never, dude. I mean, come on. So these guys, they need to get more realistic realistic with their demands. Okay, they need to understand that if there's no interest in a specific matchup, where the fuck is the money supposed to come from? If there's little to no demand for a matchup, where's the money supposed to come from? So Teofimo Lopez demanding $5 million to fight George Kambosos Jr. Where the fuck was the money supposed to come from? I'm sorry, but before George Kambosos pulled off the upset, how many people were interested in paying for that fight?
Man.
Okay, look, people don't realize it took Floyd 11 years as a professional to finally earn a purse that exceeded 7 figures.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, and this is after he had already been on pay-per-view. He had a brief pay-per-view stint with main events and fighting Arturo Gatti, and he was the B-side in that matchup. And then he fought Zab Judah. Then he fought Carlos Valdemir. And he still wasn't pulling in big numbers or big dollars. It wasn't until he fought De La Hoya that he broke the bank. And thanks to the machine that was HBO Boxing and 24/7, boy, it just blew him up into a legitimate global superstar powerhouse.
Yep. Money
but
Mayweather.
you're not going to replicate that in this era of boxing. Like Canelo single-handedly is carrying the fucking sport in North America.
Yeah, he is. And look, I like I said, I was once a Canelo fan a long time ago. The Oscar De La Hoya shit, the shit that he was doing promoting Canelo Alvarez and some of the gift decisions I thought he had in one of the 3 fights turned me off of him. But what he's pulled off the last year, I mean, fighting 4 times, going after your champions in your own weight class, and then now you want to fight at cruiserweight. I mean, he's only. I tell cats on this panel or on my own platform, he's the only all-time great fighting right now in the sport of boxing currently. I mean, you can talk about Hall of Fame, but I always feel like Hall of Fame is bullshit in boxing because there's a lot of great boxers. One being Benny Briscoe, who's not in the Hall of Fame, who's one of the top 10 best middleweights you'll ever see in any
Good call,
era.
brother. Good call.
You know what I'm saying? So there's Hall of Famers. Terrence Crawford's a Hall of Famer. Lomachenko, he got a little bit of that in him. Don't get it twisted. But I'm leaving him out for this conversation. He's probably a Hall of Famer. Fury's a Hall of Famer. All right.
You know what? I'll say this, brother. If Canelo is remembered for anything outside of the ring, if boxing becomes a healthier sport as a result of him leading the forge, right? And trying to set a different example, staying active, fighting the best in any division, right? Living that Spartan lifestyle, getting the most of yourself in and out of the gym. If he's remembered for that, like I hope everyone remembers him for that. If it's not for his prize fighting, that he is, like I said, he is like our Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like if you want me to use a motion picture now, he's our only hope. Canelo is doing everything he can to lead the forge and create a different example. Fighting 4 times in 1 calendar year. That's fucking unheard of nowadays. Then you get these bitches, man, who refuse to fight for less than $1 million. Or what is it, Gary Russell Jr.? And I love Gary. He's a great fighter. But when you say $1 million is an insult.
Man, oh my God, man. Don't say that.
Like Sean Porter, a guy who's not a ticket seller. He said $1.5 million. What Bob Arum was offering him initially to fight Terrence Crawford, that was an insult.
He said that crazy shit. I remember that.
Yep. And this guy couldn't sell out my living room on a Friday night.
Hey, and shit, you know, that didn't have a belt, didn't have nothing to offer.
Bro, and think of this though too. I mean, you're telling me a motherfucker, bro. To me, if you're not a champion, and if you're not a guy that hasn't done great things already, right? And you're just a fringe contender that may have had a belt one time, what's wrong with 700,000? What's wrong with 600,000?
Look, if you don't flash your money and you're not stupid with it, that's life-changing money. Think about this. If I gave you guys $700,000 for one year, for one fight, like just for one job, dude, your life would change.
Oh yeah, you couldn't. Hey Joe, yeah, you wouldn't see me on YouTube for a while.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on, dude. That's and then these fighters have the nerve to fucking scoff at that like that's an insult. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Who do you think is paying your bills?
$1.5 million is the
Who do you think is paying for that? That's why I insist to all of you guys that you are the real bosses of boxing. And you need to tell these guys on the chat room, social media, you know what? How dare you, man?
All right.
When your fans don't make that kind of money and you're scoffing at $1 million. You're saying that's insulting. Well, you know what? Insult me, motherfucker.
But them motherfuckers back in those days, man, in the 20s, 30s, 40s, them motherfuckers was fighting to eat for the next fucking week, man.
Hey, what's happening then?
That's it.
You're fighting to eat, lads. How are we doing then, panel?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Paul?
Joseph, YB, boxing historian. How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing well, sir.
Are we
well,
winning?
man. You know what, man?
I tell you what, we are winning. It's fight after fight after fight after weekend after weekend, even midweek. I can't
tell
get
you what,
enough, to be honest.
November and December has been fantastic, hasn't it?
I just can't get
a lot
enough.
Of cars.
I just can't get enough, my friend. It's incredible.
That's
I've never seen it so right.
Oh, Inouye's fighting this week too.
Inouye's fighting on the 14th. He's fighting today. In
So
fact,
much stuff.
it's going
I know where
on.
to
It's going
look.
to be happening this morning.
God damn it, man! I gotta go to work this morning.
Oh well, I tell you what, and the reason why I get pissed off when fighters like Gary Russell or Sean Porter say that $1.5 million or $1 million is insulting, because I just called a fight in which there were a couple club fighters and opponents who were only making about $400 or $500 a round.
Yep.
And only competing in 4-round fights.
Yep.
I'll tell you what I did want to say, why I kind of come on to say, because you guys are talking about Floyd and the O and how we marketed it and, you know, whatever, and how much he got paid for tune-ups and whatever. And you asked, and it was asked, you know, if there had ever been a boxer that sort of done that or thingy. But I've got a thingy, sort of a theory where I think I know where Floyd got it from, although he put the sugar on it with, you know, marketing. And you should know where he got it from.
Sugar Ray Robinson, brother.
No.
Sugar Ray Robinson was a diva, man.
Not in the terms of the diva. Not in terms of the diva. I'm on about the O.
Oh, okay, the O. Okay, I'm sorry, in that aspect.
I
Okay.
just mentioned the sugar.
Okay, very good.
Not the candy floss.
Okay, where do you get the undefeated resume? What was it? Sven Aki? Shit.
No, but what happened? No, what happened is I always used to remember asking my dad and my granddad, who's the best heavyweight? You know, when I was very, very young. Who's the best heavyweight?
Oh, Marciano. Yeah.
And that's the thing, you see. He wasn't the best heavyweight ever.
No.
We know he wasn't. But, like Grandad and whatever this and that, it was always emphasized the fact, and we know he did fight, perhaps you could say bum of the club, old champions. Yes, they were very old, regardless. But he finished with that O. And I remember living through the early 80s when it's always stuck in my mind because what a facade and how important and how it was written in print and everything, because I used to subscribe to the magazines and everything and you know, and follow that shit.
And it was a big deal.
And the Larry Holmes thing, it was big. It was big focus. There was a big talk about it.
Huge focus.
It was crazy.
Yep.
So what I'm saying to you is Floyd, you know, he did look at that. He's learned from his peers, but he kind of marketed it. If you get what I'm saying, he put the sugar on it. You know, as his career progressed, obviously he had that. You know, the start of your career, you don't know what's going to happen, so to speak. But then, as you know, as you become a champion and you got all the power, everything, then you can go the avenues you want to go, so to speak.
That's an excellent call, Paulo. Excellent call, brother.
But Rocky Marciano was the guy who's forever hitting in history. And you can check the resume, but then you can also check other guys' resume. But the fact is, he finished with that O. And Larry Holmes, there was that big push for him to nearly beat. I remember it was months of talk that the O was always talked about. That's all they spoke about. Honestly, I was there. I know.
Yep, I remember. And that's why he truly believed
that 49,
that decision.
49 and 0.
Yeah, that he truly believes that was a conspiracy to keep him from breaking the Rock's record.
You think the Italian mafia? I think
to this day, they used to rule the truly believes it was a conspiracy.
I'm into the mafia side of the boxing.
How did y'all score that fight?
Huh?
How did y'all score it? The Spinks won.
You know what? I thought Michael Spinks made a solid case for beating Larry Holmes the first fight, but not the second.
Okay.
Yeah, not the second, but I think Larry did enough to remain the champion.
I thought so too.
But the fact is, and that's the thing, Spinks was the golden boy. Larry was the heel. If you get me, he was always the heel. He was always going to get the shit.
Yep.
Simple as that. I was there.
Yep.
I know. I followed that.
See,
shit.
and that's something.
Spinks was the Olympic boy. The
Yep,
Olympic
that's
brothers.
it.
He was loved by the white community and the black community, all the communities. If you get me, they liked him. They were quite, even though they were, you know, they were quite roughish guys, you know, street guys, but they were impressionable, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They had a good smile, etc., etc. But anyway, so Larry was the heel. But that oath, you could say that. I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but this shit happens in sport. But you read what you want to read in life, basically. Make your decision, make your investigations. I know my decision, but I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, of course.
I probably said it already, but
you know, that's a good call in bringing up Rocky Marciano and the Larry Holmes.
It is. That's forever in
you're
history.
Absolutely right.
You
know, it's funny though.
Because it carried over the decades.
It's funny though, man. Larry Holmes, he was never a really popular, well-liked heavyweight when he was active, when he was a reigning champion. Floyd Mayweather somehow, some way, and you look at Rocky Marciano, everyone loved Rocky Marciano. After his career, he still made a lot of money just showing up at these events, right?
Yeah.
And still being a part of boxing. Promoters would pay him a lot of money.
He was a humble champion.
Just to show up. Everyone loved Rocky. He was the most popular guy in the world, right? You look at Floyd, somehow, some way, he got everyone to despise him and still just made a killing. Like he got everyone to be so interested in his fights that you weren't impartial. You either wanted to see him fight well, wanted to see him win, or you wanted to see him get his ass whooped. But either way, you were tuning in. And you know what? Most mainstream and casual fans were really unhappy after they purchased the Floyd fight, and they were like, "Oh man, that wasn't what I wanted to see. There was no action in that fight, man. It was terrible."
Right.
But they still paid for it.
I'm not going to joke with you, guys on the panel. Obviously, I we followed. I used to follow boxing, whatever. But the period of Klitschko, believe it or not, gents, and Floyd, which they kind of coincided, didn't they?
Yep. I know where you're going with this, and you're absolutely right.
Exactly.
Right on the money, brother.
It was also the Schumacher era in Formula One. I went off them sports. As much as I love, obviously I kept an eye on a few bits, but I didn't, let's say, buy the magazine or make the subscription. Do you get me? I was off. Maybe because I was jaded because of the 80s and 90s, because they were so good and so stacked. And then you see all this shit and facade and just guys pimping fucking jewelry, and it's just not my shit. I mean, I like it and all that. I'm just saying it's not boxing. It's bullshit. I mean, the old champions did also show off and whatever, but I didn't like it because I've always been mad about the heavyweights.
Yep.
That's my
well, that's
passion,
what made Rock so popular. He was
that's the common thingy, but it is.
Yeah, that's what made Rocky Marciano so popular. He was an everyman, right?
3 big stars was, you got the heavyweight champion that I wasn't drawn to, and you got the biggest star in boxing, which he is probably absolute master of boxing. But I didn't like the shtick. You got me?
I hate that shit. There's no place.
I didn't like the shtick.
There's no place for it, man. If you're going to promote and publicize a healthy product, a healthy sport, fans want to be inspired.
Because I look at my other
fans want to be inspired. They're not inspired by seeing overpaid bitches. Oh, they're not inspired by hearing about overpaid bitches when they've got to punch in and punch out every single day or 5 days a week. They don't want to hear about that. Right? They don't want to hear about that. They want to hear about Ooh, they have to walk through fire, man. They want to see a fighter walk through fire to hoist up that belt. They want to see you fight.
And mind you too, you know, since we're talking about this part of the subject,
a
lot of those fighters from back in the day, they were those working men that had nothing that you could relate to.
Yep.
Not saying that some of these guys aren't like that nowadays, but these guys are really pompous with the shit they do.
Yep.
Look, Sugar Ray Robinson, Now, let me say something about Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah, the root story is always
real quick. Let me say something, Paulo, real quick.
All right, boss.
Let me say something about Sugar Ray Robinson. Now, I remember I used to talk to my grandfather because he lived in that whole Ray Robinson era, and he told me about how he met Ray Robinson. You know, and Ray Robinson, you know, for guys that don't know, he was the one that ushered in that entourage era into sports.
That's absolutely right. He was a diva, man.
Pink Flamingo Cadillac too, BH.
Yeah, no, I know a lot about, you know, Ray Robinson. He was that type of dude. But one thing he was, even with all the money he made and the shit he did, he was the type of dude. Yeah, he fought a lot.
He brought all that to London, though.
And he was a guy that was real quick. He was a guy that was relatable, real quick. He was also a guy that was really relatable because I remember my grandfather told me, like, I think one of the bars that he owned out in New York at the time, he went over there and he had a discussion with him. He said, you know, the dude was really down to earth and was a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, that guy was, you know, he made $1 million in one fight at one point. You know what I'm saying? And he was a relatable guy. When I look at guys like, because even H Money has said this on the platform when he with Tevin Farmer.
Yep.
Tevin Farmer, you know, he on his TikTok doing his little thing on social media, talking about he opened up a new TikTok. I guess H Money, according to what he said, that he questioned this dude. It's like, man, aren't you supposed to be in the gym training? Aren't you supposed to be? Aren't you a fighter? Aren't you supposed to be wanting to fight all these other guys? And Tevin Farmer, I guess, responded and said, "Oh man, I made all kinds of money. I don't have to fight again."
Exactly. But that's the problem.
And this guy's 31 years old. What do you mean you only fought 30 times in your professional career? What do you mean? What do you mean you made all the money? You don't have to go back to the sport, man. Like, what the fuck? How? First off, you were starting up all this TikTok. The only claim to a fame that you have is boxing. So why the fuck would you leave it in your prime?
Yep. So yeah, he's basically a semi-retired fighter now. I don't know. I don't even know if he's coming back. But you know, and on your same kind of your same idea. Do you remember back when Cam Newton was one of the biggest stars in the NFL?
Yep. Yeah.
Do you remember the big deal the media and the fans made in the Super Bowl when he fumbled the ball and didn't
dive on
immediately
it?
dive and jump on?
Didn't dive on it, Joe.
He didn't show that heart, that toughness.
Oh shit! Don't bring that up to me, Joe.
Okay, so you remember that?
Oh shit, Joe!
And
he
his
looked at the
career,
ball, didn't dive on it, Joe.
And his career wasn't the same after that. His career was never the same after that. So once again, being the real bosses of boxing, we need to hold these fighters accountable. Say, look, guys, we don't want to hear about that shit. You want to talk about that? You want to flash around your fucking money that you're being overpaid? Well, then guess what? We're not going to purchase the next fucking event, especially if you don't fight someone that we want you to fight. That's it.
Right.
And you know what, Joe? Cam Newton said after that game, "I'm young. It wasn't worth getting hurt about."
Exactly. And he was never as beloved or adored by the fans and the media after that. It tanked his persona.
It tanked it. He never was as good either.
Nope, he never was as good, brother. And no one treated him the same way. He wasn't Superman any longer.
Oh man, damn, Joe.
That's my point. And you know what? More media outlets need to start holding these fighters accountable. You know what, dude? I'm going to start going to these fucking damn events again. I'm going to start being a fucking beat writer again. Start working these damn events so I can actually act like a real journalist, ask real questions about the fight game and about the business. And so you don't get these fans with cameras just kissing their ass like Ellie Seckbeck.
Man, fuck Ellie Seckbeck. That fucking faggot, huh?
Hey, Joe,
all he does is kiss their ass.
What lengths
Joe, you got to show me the ropes on these questions, man. I'm gonna start. I want to go to these events, Joe.
Hey, man, I hope you don't do it.
And because
I just hope you don't do it and they kick you out, bro.
Hold on. What did you say, Joe? I couldn't hear you.
I said because I'm an old codger and my health sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to, brother. I'm gonna need you to beat our beat reporter from Fight Saga because you need to stand these guys up, man. You stand these guys up. You know, give them praise when they deserve it. You know, don't be mean, but be real, man. Ask them. Say, hey, man, do you really think flashing all of this money inspires fans? Do you really think it does? Do you think you gain new fans as a result of it? Do you think that's helping your ratings? Because from what I saw, I only saw 4,000 people that paid tickets.
Oh, shit. Who was that, Joe?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Who only had 4,000 people there, Joe? Oh, you don't want to. Oh, Joe, don't do that, Joe.
No, but dude, it's
but they be giving. But you know what? I be hearing stories. They be giving tickets away, man.
Oh yeah,
I've been hearing
paper houses, man. They have to pay for some houses, man. Just have her look. I remember working one of the first fights that I ever covered was Holyfield and Frezakendo in the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. And they were giving tickets away to try and put a decent, respectable crowd in there. Because Evander's, it's funny, even though he is, you know, ATG heavyweight, one of the most well-known prize fighters in the 90s, he really wasn't a huge draw on his own unless he was attached to another great fighter and a great matchup. But if you put him against someone like Frezakendo, yeah, he really didn't draw that well. And so, yeah, they papered the shit out of that place, man.
Supposedly the tank.
Go ahead.
Say Joseph. Supposedly at the tank fight, free tickets were given away to make it look the attendance more respectable. That was written in the English press, like discussed in the forum sort of thing. I want to say press.
The tank fight?
Yeah, the tank fight.
Yeah, from what I
have you heard anything on that?
Yeah, from what I was told 2 days ago, it didn't even break the 100,000 mark.
I'm on about that and the arena seats.
Oh, the arena seats. They did actually. They
give a lot of parties, you know, just
well,
fill it up.
Look, and that I can see. That is all public record, and this is one of the great things about the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act. Promoters can no longer lie.
Corporate seatings, you know, just to fill the.
Promoters can no longer fabricate or fudge numbers, right? So all you have to do is call the California State Athletic Commission. You know, and you know, you just ask them, okay, well, what was the live gate? How many tickets did they sell? How many comps were made? How much were the fighters' purses? And they have to disclose all of that to the media now. And the fighters. Everything has to be transparent since the Boxing Reform Act. That's why I can tell you that actually ticket sales were quite healthy at the Staples Center. They put in, I think, the official number from when I called. I think it was like 15,500, and they comped almost 2,000.
How many were giveaways and how many were actually purchased? That's the thing.
Comp for 2,000. So
yeah, complimentary. Yeah,
they got
2,000. But when you have Gervonta Davis fighting a relative unknown and a guy from the East Coast, right? a fringe big attraction. Once again, he's not Canelo, right? But when you get a guy from Baltimore who's putting in over 13,000 paying customers, right?
Right.
And he's fighting a relative unknown, a matchup that no one asked to see. That's actually quite impressive.
It is.
It always is. Yeah, definitely.
Because Staples Center is huge, man. It holds 21,000.
Yeah, that's my city. That's where I'm from. I'm from South Central Hold on. I'm from South Central Los Angeles. You know what I mean? I've been to Staples Center more than 100 times, going to Laker games, Clipper games. Man. You know what I'm saying? And for Tank Davis to put in that many people in Los Angeles, which is one of the best cities in the fucking world, that says a lot about Tank Davis. No matter where the fuck Tank Davis goes, this guy is a major attraction in America by far.
Yep, he is a big attraction. You can count on one hand, guys, how many big attractions there are in boxing. I mean, legitimate ticket sellers.
Yeah, he's legit. Tank is legit.
He's turning into a legit guy. Absolutely.
And I'm not even a Tank fan. Think about this. I'm a fan of Devin Haney, but you know what I mean? I got to give Tank Davis his credit when he deserves it. You got to understand, this kid came from nothing. He came from a foster home and a group home. Yep. Both of his parents was hooked on drugs.
Yep.
And this kid became a boxer to change his life. And Tank Davis, he's one of the brightest stars we got in boxing today. He really is.
Yep. I will say this, though. They need to get him off that antiquated pay-per-view model. They have to. Okay? Because I'm sorry, he's not going to continue to build his brand with shitty pay-per-view numbers like only 90,000.
Where you see 90,000? That's fabricated. Whoever said that. It's been a lot of channels, just hating on Tank. These guys are full of shit. You know what I mean? People complain about the LDBC and using false narratives.
No.
Let me finish. I've been listening because these guys turn around and do the same thing as the LDBC, and these guys are hating on Tank Davis or Earl Spence and PBC fighters pushing a false narrative. That's exactly what's going on. These are false numbers that a fucking clown put up on YouTube to hate on Tank Davis, bro. And I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to allow anybody to hate on my American fighter like that. You know what I mean? Somebody like Tank Davis who's trying his best. He's trying his best. He changed his life. Tank Davis, against all odds, this kid could have ended up in a fucking penitentiary or he could have been dead already. But this kid is doing the right thing. He's training. He's taking boxing serious. He just beat a top 10 in fucking Isaac Cruz, but they act like he didn't do shit. And now people coming up with false narratives, coming out with false pay-per-view numbers. But when Terrence Crawford, when he did fucking 70,000 pay-per-views with goddamn with Victor Postal, nobody was talking about that. But when Tank Davis do it, they try to make a big story about it, bro. You know what I mean? And these are false numbers, bro.
I love your enthusiasm for Gervonta Davis, and rightly so, brother.
He's bigger in the UK than most American boxers, actually.
I hear you, H. I hear you, brother. And yeah, I'm a fan of Tank Davis
Joseph,
also. Yes,
Joseph, he's actually in the UK. I think he's actually bigger than a lot of American boxers that are more successful than him. And I'm not even joking. If you go and ask an 18-year-old,
Tank Davis is big time, bro. Casual fans that don't even know anything about the sport, they call my phone and they talk about Tank Davis.
No, you're absolutely right.
No,
when he fights,
he has got that. Yeah, for the
listen. When he fights, you can always see if a fighter has juice. If he's trending on Google,
definitely has the juice.
Okay, so yeah, you're not exaggerating. Tank Davis is becoming a big time player in boxing. He is. And you know what? Fighting a relative unknown in Isaac Cruz and getting over 3,000 paying customers, that's huge. That's huge when he's never fought in the West Coast and he's not from there. That's huge.
And one of the biggest markets, Los Angeles, California, which is one of the biggest cities in America. New York, Los Angeles. And this guy's doing numbers in LA, bro, where the Lakers play at. The same stadium as LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard. And that's what he's doing.
Yep. What I'm saying though is you need to get that, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. They shouldn't have him on the pay-per-view platform, the antiquated pay-per-view platform just yet. You need to get his brand to a much broader audience first.
Well, Tank Davis is he's been on pay-per-view 3 times already.
I know.
And every time Tank Davis fights, he's gonna be on pay-per-view until he retires now.
And you know what? In my opinion, it was too soon.
Well, he's doing more pay-per-view. He's doing more pay-per-view buys than Terrence Crawford.
Not this last one. But once again, it was a better matchup.
That came out. There's no official numbers. You got these bullshit ass YouTubers that don't know shit about boxing. Motherfucker was just saying, these same people were saying Earl Spence faked the injury to duck Manny Pacquiao. Think I'm gonna believe what these motherfuckers say?
I don't pay attention to YouTubers, brother. I don't even talk to those guys.
So where's the source? Where's the official numbers that Tank Davis, those were his numbers? Because I know Showtime ain't released nothing yet.
No, the guy who I always get the numbers from, he always gives me accurate numbers, and I end up finding out from multiple sources.
Yeah,
like I said, I
out.
talk to people within the business.
Yeah, but Showtime ain't put nothing out. Nobody, Leonard Ellerby, none of these guys put anything out. Mayweather Promotions or Showtime, Steven Espinoza ain't put nothing
but there's
out.
a reason. But H, there's a reason why they haven't though.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, I don't know the reason, but I know they ain't put it out there yet. But I mean, so people want to point at Tank Davis pay-per-view numbers. Let's pull up Terrence Crawford pay-per-view numbers.
No, I know. Look, Terrence Crawford's never been a big draw. He's a big regional draw in Nebraska, but he's never been a big ticket seller. We talked about this already on the show. Look, the same guy who gave me the actual figures for the Charlo twin bill last year in October, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the same guy who gave me these numbers, right? Okay, he told me, and I confirmed this with Ronnie. He told me that the number for the Charlo twin bill during the pandemic, without a live gate, was only 74,000.
The Charlo, and Rosario.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
the
that
twin
was
bill was only
pandemic,
77. Exactly, it was during the pandemic without the live gate. Not a lot of publicity. It was on Showtime though.
Yeah, Showtime pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was, but it was promoted by Showtime. They even did like a little preview for it, the little docuseries that they did. I forgot what it's called. What do they call it? It's not 24/7. What do they call it? All Access. Thank you. So they did that, but you're absolutely right. And it only drew 74,000 purchases. And I confirmed it with Ronnie that it was right on the money. So this guy is telling me, okay, that it did over 90,000. That's it. It didn't even break the 100,000 threshold.
Well, I'm gonna wait until I get some official numbers from Showtime, Steven Espinoza, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, so once again, though, understand this, H, and I know how YouTubers can be, right? I know how fans can be
all day and lie on fighters.
Exactly.
They life.
They have a dog in the hunt. I don't. I'm all business when it comes to boxing.
Yeah, there's certain channels, all they do is just hate on PBC or PBC fighters. Anybody that's associated with Al Heyman or Floyd Mayweather, all they do is going to hate on Earl Spence. They're going to hate on Deontay Wilder. They're going to hate on Tank Davis. They're going to hate on anybody that has something to do with the PBC.
So, yeah, I understand that there are a lot of fans like that, right? But I guarantee you the guys that I talk to, and myself included, we have no dog in the hunt. We are all business, and we treat all fighters the same way. We give respect and praise where it's due, and we're critics when it's due.
But
right?
I can tell you this, Tank Davis, he's a bigger pay-per-view star than Terrence Crawford is. I know that.
Oh, of course. He's a much bigger attraction.
Crawford. And I love Terrence. This ain't no shot at Terrence Crawford, but Tank Davis, this kid is big time. He's the cash cow in the lightweight division. I think right now between him and Kambosos, because Kambosos, he's big time. He got Australia behind him. So Kambosos might be the cash cow now, though, because he's Australia. that motherfucker get that money over there. He could put 80,000 people in a stadium. Can't nobody else do that.
Well, we'll see what happens when he fights. His tune-up, right, is voluntary, because I can't see him fighting one of the big dogs at 135 right out of the gate.
Let me explain this real quick. Javon said the reason why PBC is hated because they in-house fight. They only do in-house fights. I mean, shit.
Everyone does in-house
Everybody
fights.
does that. Matchroom does it. Top Rank they do that. Teofimo just fought against Lomachenko. That was an in-house fight. Everybody does that, bro. They've been doing this since the beginning of boxing. At one point, to get a shot at a world title, you would have to sign with Don King because he had all the fucking belts.
Yep. So yeah, this is nothing new, and Paulo knows this. This was a business strategy devised by the mob when they were controlling boxing, when they had all the champions. See, they understood, like, there's just such a huge misnomer in Hollywood and in bullshit where they paid fighters to take dives, they paid off refs, they paid off judges. That's bullshit. They understood that if you rigged the game, just like in Vegas, they treated the fight game exactly like they treated their casinos in Vegas. If you rigged the games, customers would stop supporting it, stop playing. Same thing in boxing. If they thought the fights were rigged, right, they would stop paying for it and stop financially supporting it. They didn't want that. So what they did was they ended up just collecting as many champions as they could, and they monopolized all the belts. And at that time, it was only one belt. It was the NBA, which became the WBA after that, right?
Right.
So in order to, and they devised this business strategy, which promoters still use today. If you wanted a shot at their champion, you would have to give them options on your next 4 fights, at least. You had to start working with them, or else you didn't get a shot at the title. That's how it worked.
So this narrative that, PBC, they're the only ones that's doing that, that's a lie.
Everyone does it, and it's nothing new to boxing.
It's nothing new to boxing. Let me make this thing clear real quick. Now, you got people that complain about the LDBC, that the LDBC, they're pro-PBC. Then you got these other fans, they're, fanboys of fucking Anthony Joshua. They're fanboys of Eddie Hearn. Those fanboys. And all they do is hate on PBC fighters like Tank, Deontay Wilder, Earl Spence, Charlo. That's what they do. So these boxing fans on YouTube, most YouTubers, most of them, they're not real boxing fans. They're not. All they're trying to do is push a narrative, so I don't get involved in that. I try to keep it real as possible. Tank Davis, he deserves his respect. Tank Davis, he beat Jose Pedraza, knocked him out. Tank Davis was the youngest champion in boxing when he did that. Tank Davis, he beat Leo Santa Cruz. Leo Santa Cruz was on the pound-for-pound list at one point. Tank Davis, he beat an undefeated fighter, top 10 at 140, Mario Barrios, who had the WBA regular belt, who was a title holder. And then Tank Davis comes back and he beats Isaac Cruz, who was a top 10 lightweight in every sanctioning body, who's ranked in the top 10. And just
number 9. Yep. Number 9 on the ring.
Yes. So he's still in the top 10 even after he lost. So we got to give Tank his credit. And Tank is so much of a star. He's so much of a fucking star. Now Isaac Cruz has become a fucking star because of his performance with Tank. Because he fought Tank.
Yep.
That is true.
That's true.
Yeah. Because he also did well in it. He did well.
Scott Cruz gained a lot of new fans that night. You're right. You're absolutely right.
And that's because he fought Tank. And Tank made him a star.
Right about that.
I'll tell you one of the best entrances. Tank.
What'd you say, YB?
Oh no, I was saying Ryan Garcia even calling out Isaac Cruz because of Tank.
Yeah, Isaac Cruz is trending, bro. He's one of the hottest names in boxing. Him and Kambosos. You know what I mean? Overnight, Isaac Cruz became a star in Mexico, just like that.
That's true.
YB, did you see his entrance Tank did when he fought? I know this is a bit vain. When he fought Liam Walsh in London, coming in with the Michael Jackson stuff.
Oh yeah, I saw
they
that.
did the Thriller. That was amazing. But once again, Floyd had to take the limelight, didn't he?
Oh yeah, but it's not. He's a promoter. It ain't about Floyd. No, it ain't about Floyd taking the limelight. Was Don King taking the limelight from his fighters when he was being flamboyant and talking and promoting his fighter? No, Tank is a star because of Floyd Mayweather.
That is true. That is true. Oh yeah, Floyd's the
before. Hey, hold on, Paolo. Before Floyd Mayweather got Tank Davis was a nobody. All he was doing was hanging around Adrian Broner. Floyd Mayweather made him a star because Floyd Mayweather is a good promoter. He's doing a great job with Tank Davis.
He and Leonard are doing a great job with Tank. Absolutely.
That entrance was quality.
It's all about entertainment. And where did he learn that from? Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
Who's putting on?
I'll say this: the fans in the UK, boxing fans in the UK, they are the very best in the world. Like, they're so supportive, even when their man loses.
And the Mexican fans too, though.
They'll still come out and support him his very next fight. It's like they're not fair weather. They are the greatest, rowdiest, beer drinking, awesome, like the best sports fans on the earth.
I think Mexican fans are some of the best.
I'll tell you
what, let me tell you something about
Mexican. Can I just say that the most loyal ones? Can I just say the most loyal ones and actually that invest the most? I'm being serious. Is the Mexicans. They are the most passionate.
Let me tell you.
They'll follow you to the.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm on about that aspect.
If you follow a certain narrative, they absolutely will. But you quit on your stool or you duck somebody.
Oh, De La Hoya, man.
They will turn on you. They will turn on you just like that, brother.
It's the same here. They all like that. That's everywhere, unfortunately.
Like Mexican fight fans, they will boo your ass.
I think the Mexicans, they really are.
They will boo your ass.
In my opinion, they are, because it's the national sport there, more or less.
That's
what I'm saying. It's number one sport in Mexico.
It is
boxing.
Absolutely
La pelea. It's boxing. In England, there's although boxing was invented in England, the Queensberry rules and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They've got other sports ahead, if you get me. But in Mexico, it's number one. It's boxing, then soccer.
Yep. In my opinion, okay, and I've been to so many events. I love the Mexican fight fans. They're supporting the Mexican demographic in America, the Hispanic demographic. They're currently carrying this sport up on their fucking shoulders, right? But I will say this.
That fact.
I will say this. Pound for pound, the British fight fans are the loudest, most raucous, rowdiest.
In the arena, everything. Yeah, you don't beat them because of the cold weather. It comes from the terraces, the football terraces. I mean, it's a different ball game because that's terrace football, soccer mentality.
You know what? I never thought of it that way. That makes a lot of sense.
No, that is.
Actually.
I know it is. I live it. I know it. That's what it is.
That makes a lot of sense, man.
It's that terrace mentality. They'll stand there.
I never thought of it that way, but that makes perfect sense.
It is. They're crazy. They are. They're amazing. I just love going. I go to shows. I just love going just for the atmosphere. Even if the fights are shit.
It almost reminds me of.
The atmosphere alone is worth the money.
Yeah, you know what? What it reminds me of is, have you ever
fucking Coldrum?
Is Young Bill still in the queue? I don't see I can't see anyone. I just see the lightweights. Is Young Bill still in the house, or did he leave us?
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been to a college football game, brother?
Yeah. I've been to
England.
I've been to Bedlam, OU versus Oklahoma State, and I've been to
Okay, so you know how awesome the atmosphere is at a college football game. It's not like the NFL, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's the kind of fervor and the kind of mentality that British fight fans always have for their fighters. I love that. I wish, man, more boxing fans were that way. Because you go to a college football game, and I'm not a huge fan of the product, but the fanfare, the colors, the loyalty, the how feverish fans are, how diehard they are. you know what? You can't replicate that, man. And you know what? It's when you go to a game and you see a packed stadium of 100,000. That's fucking crazy. It's awesome.
Crazy.
See, I love that atmosphere. That's what boxing needs. Not to be stuck in some sterile casino. The biggest fights should be in front of diehard mainstream and casual fans as well. Just a packed house full of just rowdy fans. That's the way it should be.
When do you think? When do you think America will have another 100,000 fight, as in capacity, like they used to in the old days?
No.
I know there was no television though in the old days. I'll tell you why.
Mobiles. I'll tell you why.
They used to have 120,000 fights.
I'll tell you why. No,
Sharky days and all that.
Because even with a say they had a stadium as big as like Wembley, right? That was 120,000 capacity.
Yeah.
Even with that kind of live gate, it still can't match the numbers that the casino site fee is willing to throw at you, right? It just
from the spectacle point of view, like shoes.
From
I remember
business
watching Cesar Chavez 120,000.
Yeah, see, those days were gold. Unfortunately, promoters ruined everything. You know, and once again, it's hard to argue with them.
Azteca Stadium, biggest 130,000 or something.
Yeah, you know what? It's like you can't argue, and it's hard to argue when casinos are willing to throw that kind of money at you for a major matchup. Like, it's hard to justify turning down that kind of money. I mean, it would be nice if every big-time matchup was in front of a packed stadium of at least 60, 70,000 fans, right? That would be ideal. But when you look at the gate produced by Canelo Alvarez and Billy Joe Saunders, that didn't even crack 10 million at the gate. And that was over 70,000 fans. Right? Canelo could have easily fought at the MGM Grand and made $15 to $20 million from the site fee. So you leave a lot of money on the table as a promoter and a fighter if you put it in big mainstream venues. Unfortunately, it would be better for the health of the sport, but it's really difficult to justify leaving that kind of money on the table when a casino is willing to double your live gate, right?
I'll tell you what though, Joseph, I want the biggest question in boxing answered. Who's going to fight Kambosos? I'll just say my answer is it's Haney.
Okay,
that's the biggest
opinion,
question in boxing at the minute.
Okay, in my opinion, and I've talked about this a couple of times since he won, right? If I were advising him, and this is what I think is going to happen because Lou DiBella is a very shrewd and knowledgeable guy. What I would do,
I know what you mean about him keeping it at home and this and that, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be that. I really do think it's going to be. Say, I got Haney first or Loma, although I don't like the look.
I hope so. That would be ideal.
I don't like the look of Kambosos, although I know he had to go home, you know, because he had a child born, whatever. I don't like the look that he left. That he went to see Tank, he went to see Haney, but he didn't want to see. He didn't want any Aloma.
Yeah, look, in my opinion,
I know he might have been in a rush, but you know, and if he had gone, I think he would definitely not be fighting Loma unless he's paid well to give the belts away. Because not give them away in such, but boxers know their ability. If you get me, they know what they're looking at.
In my opinion,
they know in their head.
Yeah, look, in my opinion,
what they can do and what they can't, so to speak.
He fights someone like Francisco Vargas, or like I don't know, James Tennyson, Miguel Vasquez. He fights someone like that. Juan Rene Tellez. He fights someone like that in his first fight in front of his he takes a victory lap, and that's his next fight. Now, in the tail end of 2022, in my opinion, I think he fights Vasyl Lomachenko. And here's why. I think Bob petitions to the WBO and Paco makes him Kambosos' mandatory challenger from the WBO. That's my guess. If I had to guess, that's what's going to happen.
So none of the top 5 boys get it.
What are you talking about? Lomachenko is going to be fighting him next year, I think. But you mean initially?
What, straight away? What?
Straight away?
No, I'm on about straight away.
He's going to do a victory lap. His first, and he's going to
about the now.
He's going to take on someone like Francisco Vargas, right?
So you're saying it's Francisco. You're going for that one. You're not going for a top 5.
No, not at all, man. He's going to be fighting someone who's number 20.
Jesus Christ.
Number 25. You could see him fight someone like James Tennyson. I could see that.
So you're thinking from a different spectrum there.
I'm just thinking of just the business first. That's logically whenever I try to give you guys a prognostication of what's coming ahead, it's always going to be from a business perspective. And why? Because that's what motivates these guys to pick and choose who they fight. It's business first.
So you think Haney and DAZN and whatever's not good business? What do you reckon? I mean, they're going to come with a big whack.
Well,
Dak.
I don't know if I want to get into this right now, but in my opinion, Haney's going to demand too much money. In my opinion, he has to humble himself if he wants this fight.
Wait, demand too much money? How much fucking money does he want?
Well, he's already grown accustomed to making $3 million per outing. To fight the man right now at 135, he's going to demand at least 5. And that's not happening.
Yeah.
Because he's not a big ticket seller and he's not a big ratings draw. He's going to have to concede especially if he's expected to. Now, I don't know if that fight even happens in Australia. If he chooses to go to Australia and he gives George Kambosos pretty much the massive lion's share of the gate local promotion and just makes his money on the licensing fee with DAZN and distribution rights, right? He may get that fight, but right now he's grown accustomed to making way more than his market value dictates. So that's going to be a problem for Haney getting any of the top guys, because already it's a very risky endeavor, right? Already. It's a very tough sell. It's a very tough fight. Even if he were a big attraction, you would still see a lot of fighters turning down Devin Haney because it's a tough outing. You may lose, right? Very good chance you will. So, yeah, if and then on top of that, he wants $5 million. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So if he wants that fight, he's got to be very, very humble and very intelligent about this, right?
He will be, because it's a long term.
Well, I hope so, because this could make him into a star if he humbles himself and takes the low money, but looks at this as a career opportunity to put him on that next level.
And that's
if
why
he does that,
envisage.
If he does that, then yes, he could get that fight, because Lou DiBella has a very good working relationship with DAZN as well as Eddie Hearn. But if I had to bet, yeah, you're going to see George Kambosos take on in his first fight some guy who's in number 20, who's in a good style matchup. That's why I picked.
Tennyson.
Francisco Vargas or James Tennyson. Yeah.
It's good to have a different angle. Well, I mean, because here we are thinking he's going to fight one of the top 5 straight away, and it's not. We don't. That's why I'm To me, that's.
And once again, diehard fight fans are going to cry about
I
it.
can't wait for the announcement of who he fights.
Yeah, and once again, diehard fans are going to cry about it in America, but they're not going to give a shit because it's going to be in Australia. He's a hero down there right now. Look how the press treated him when he arrived.
And
once again, so if you're thinking in terms of business, right? You don't give a shit what the American market thinks. It's like, look how the American media and fans torched Joe Calzaghe for staying in Wales and the UK for the great majority of his career.
The problem with Joe Calzaghe is he was disliked in the UK, and he was only liked
when he fought Jeff Lacey.
No, he was only liked. I mean, I followed his career from day one. Right, he was only liked in Wales, which is obviously a small country in the UK.
Yep.
In England, he was disliked. Why? One, because he was Welsh, half Welsh to start with.
Yep.
He's half Welsh, half Italian, isn't he?
Yep.
That's a hell of a mix, that dragon. And yeah, so he wasn't liked in the UK.
Yep.
Because in the UK they were busy following their and building up their boys, and they weren't. They had, say, at the time it was Richie Woodall. He did. He admittedly did get the WBC belt. He is a WBC super middleweight champion of the world, but he was a basic sort of jab, basic sort of boxer, and Calzaghe whipped his ass. So so there was always that thing, the Welsh guy, in England. So what I'm trying to say about that is, in terms of promotion and whatever, it wasn't easy for him, because it was out of Wales. People have this perception, thinking, oh well, he didn't have the UK love. He only had Wales, so it's hard to come out of Wales there in terms of all aspects, promotion, everything, unless you went to America. But I mean, that wasn't quite going to happen. Start his career there, whatever, and build it up there. So anyway, that's the reason, really. But he wasn't that particularly sort of liked it. It's a shame that he's one of those that didn't get a kick. But had he been English, believe it or not, if he had been born a mile across the borderline and been English, he would have been. The money he could have made would have been endless. Can you imagine him as an English guy? With the marketing that they give here, mediocre sportsmen fucking $1 million contracts, like for juice, for drinks, anything, and they're fucking mediocre, like tennis players and like Tim Henman and all that. They're one fucking shit, but they're filthy rich. No, true. They got $25 million. They got $25 million fortunes. They haven't won a single Grand Slam. But because of the English and because of the marketing power, the machine, they make fucking loads. And then you've got Calzaghe, because he comes out of small Wales, he only ends up with, say, a 10 million fortune, as in the end, when he should be having a 200 million.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, that's
the nature of the beast.
Yeah, what I was specifically referring to, though, was a comment that Calzaghe stated after he fought Roy Jones in New York City and Bernard Hopkins in Vegas. He was like, wait a minute, everyone for years had been telling me, well, you're not going to be taken seriously until you come to fight the big boys in America. And he's like, what the fuck, man? I've got bigger crowds, man, in Wales.
Yeah, he did.
What's the big deal? What the fuck was the big deal about coming to America when boxing is a fringe sport in this country now?
Yeah, in Wales he fought to 70. Well, one particular fight, I think it was his average 50,000 every.
Yeah, and in Cardiff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, and that's what I'm referring to specifically, is what he said about what the fuck is a big deal. Well, George Kambosos is going to find that out right? He just fought in front of 5,000 at the Hulu Theater, not even the big room in Madison Square Garden, right? And he took the title from the incumbent champion. He's going to fight now in front of at least 30 or 40,000 people, fighting someone like Francisco Vargas. And they're going to love him for it. And he's like going to be, you know what? Why would I want to fight in America again? Why would I want to fight there? I'm the A side here. I've got the lion's share here. I'm the big attraction here. Everyone loves me. Why the fuck would I want to go fight in Vegas again or in America again? That's going to be the big dilemma moving forward, right? For anyone who wants to try and fight George Kambosos. That's going to be the dilemma. So that's what you're looking at. That's why I said Haney is going to have to humble himself if he wants to get that fight. Because the fight is worth so much more in Australia. Because you think about this, even if Haney fights Kambosos, there's not going to be a huge site fee in any casino. It's not a big, it's a big diehard fight, but it's not a huge fight when it comes to mainstream and casual awareness. It's not Spence versus Crawford yet, right? In Australia, it would be Spence versus Crawford like, right? So that's the difference. It's the different market. It's a different area. And so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. And that's why I'm making the prediction that I am.
Yeah, that is a absolutely different prediction, that one. It's good to see, really.
Think about this. What were some of the top, some of the big Australian fighters in recent memory?
Recent
guys who weren't shit, right? Guys who weren't shit in America, right? Jeff Horn,
the school teacher.
Daniel Gill.
What about Anthony Mundine?
Anthony Mundine.
Mundine.
Yep. So you look at the big commodity that Tim Tszyu is becoming.
Facts.
Right? That's what George Kambosos is getting ready to experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's like night and day from what he's going to get in America. So that's what you're looking at. If you want to take the title from George Kambosos, you're going to have to humble yourself. You're going to have to depend on the sanctioning organizations to mandate that shit. And unfortunately, WBC is not going to mandate a fight against their franchise champion. So, yeah, he's going to have to take short money, humble himself, and pretty much concede to everything if he wants to get that fight with Kambosos.
He said he wants to fight. He said he wants it. He's willing to do whatever it takes to fight.
Of course he does. I just hope that they can manage something and work something out to where he gets this opportunity because he can beat Kambosos.
Yeah, it's possible for sure. He got the skills to do it. He got the size advantage over Kambosos as well. But we can't underestimate George Kambosos.
No, not at all. He's a live dog in any fight, man. Yep.
Yeah, he's a live dog. He has great skills as well. He just shocked the world and beat the #1 lightweight, Teofimo Lopez. George Kambosos, he is the undisputed champion. The WBC, they said it. Mauricio Suleiman, soon as he beat Teofimo, they came out and said Kambosos was the undisputed champion. You know what I mean? And Kambosos, he calls himself the undisputed champion. He said, I'm the undisputed champion. He said Devin Haney has the WBC regular belt. That's what he said. He called Devin Haney the regular champion. And on top of that, after Lomachenko beat Richard Coleman in a post-fight interview, they were asking Loma, are you going to fight Kambosos next for undisputed? Do you want to fight Kambosos for undisputed? They're already pushing it on ESPN as an undisputed fight between Loma and Kambosos. So no matter who let Kambosos fight next, it's going to be an undisputed fight. Even if he fight Tank, it's still going to be considered an undisputed fight. That's why Floyd Mayweather, all of a sudden Floyd Mayweather, he's calling Teofimo Lopez undisputed. He said T.O. was undisputed. He never said that until Kambosos beat T.O.
Then Floyd start calling him undisputed, brother. But go ahead, my brother.
No, those are all very good points. I'll say this. This is why, even though Lou DiBella is saying through the media that, the three biggest fights that we're interested in is Haney, Lomachenko, and Tank, right? There's a reason why Gervonta Davis more than likely will never get this fight. Because one, Floyd's never letting Gervonta Davis fight in Australia. No, he's not going to. Two,
well, Stephen, I get a quick rebuttal. Stephen Espinoza, he said if the money is in Australia, they will go fight in Australia if the money is there.
Absolutely, but here's why. And I'll explain why. There's no way Gervonta Davis is taking short money in Australia. He may have a lot of juice, right, in America. He may be a blossoming star in America. In Australia, he's not gonna take short money. But Floyd Mayweather and Gervonta Davis will never take short money.
It's the belts they after. It's not about the money with this one. It's the belts, because then you get the money after the belts.
See, you're thinking like a fan, brother. Though, I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. Floyd will never concede now that he's on pay-per-view and now he's got mainstream juice. Yeah, this is the reason why he's not fighting any of the other top 35 pounders, because he doesn't have to. He's like, look, if we can put in 15 and a half at the Staples Center, right? And make right, then fighting Isaac Cruz, why the hell do I have to fight Devin Haney? Why the hell do I have to fight Vasyl Lomachenko? Why do I have to fight any of these guys? I don't have to. And Leonard Ellerby said as much. If you listen to what he's saying, right, he's actually telling you guys the reasoning behind it, right? He's like, look, I understand Haney is a great fighter, and I understand Haney is making as much as he can. I applaud him for that, making $3 million per fight. But is he going to get that much fighting Gervonta Davis? No way. He's not. It's not cost effective. He's not worth that much. We're not going to pay that much. That's the problem. So Gervonta Davis, Floyd will never allow Gervonta to take short money anywhere. He's always gonna promote him and publicize him as the A side. That's it. That's the reason why he's still on pay-per-view. Was that a pay-per-view fight that we just saw? It shouldn't have been. But Mayweather's going to keep him on that antiquated pay-per-view model because it's the way. It's like if you're used to fighting on pay-per-view and then you either reduce the price or take him off that platform, it creates a persona that you're not as big as you should be, right? And Mayweather's not going to do that. That's why I'm telling you, there's no chance in Hades he gets a fight with Kambosos unless it's in a big casino site fee. It's in a casino. It's in Vegas or something. That's the only way he'll get that fight. And he's going to have to give Kambosos at least 50-50 in order for that fight to be. Huh?
Haney.
What about Haney?
Are you referring to Haney in that?
No, I'm thinking to Gervonta Davis.
Oh, yeah, I don't think Tank.
The only way Gervonta Davis is able to get that fight with Kambosos is if it's in America, in a casino, and he concedes to a 50-50 split. That's it. That's the only way that fight happens. But as far as Gervonta going to America, that's never, or to Australia, that's never happening, guys. Never. Like, I don't care what Stephen has. He's talking about Showtime's willingness to produce a fight in Australia. Oh, of course. Of course he'd be willing to go there. But Gervonta and Mayweather won't. That's the problem. That's the problem with when you look at the business model. And it's been very successful for Mayweather and Gervonta Davis and Leonard Ellerby up to this point. They've done a great job cultivating and nurturing him into a blossoming attraction. But it's not great for the fans, is it?
Do you think it would be a January announcement, and when we'll find out?
Yep.
Like a mid-January, somewhere along there.
Of course, they're going to announce it within the next month, guaranteed.
Yeah.
But it's going to be, guys, don't be shocked and don't be disappointed if it's someone like Francisco Vargas or James Dennison.
I must say, it's fascinating to see who it is. It really is, because it's there's so many options.
Yep. So it's interesting though. I'm just like, after November and December, I'm just really happy to see guys in the lightweight division finally fighting. It's been wonderful, man, seeing all of this. Like, why did we have to wait this long to see these fights materialize? So now you've got two guys who are outgrowing the 35-pound division, and it sucks. Like, they should have been fighting this entire time, right? So now Lopez is never going to fight at lightweight against that competition, and Haney has got one more lightweight fight in him if it's a big money fight. If he can't land the Kambosos fight, my guess, he's going to move up. He's not going to be able to wait around all year, man, for Kambosos. If he can't land the fight in the first quarter, he's going to move up, because that's how difficult it is for a big kid like Haney to continue to make 135 pounds.
He said that after the fight too, Joe.
Yep. Well, once again, and guys, look, if you haven't already noticed, right? If you haven't already noticed, most of my prognostications they usually come to fruition, right?
Yeah.
And it's because of everything that I've experienced in this business. Like when I told everyone that Isak Cruz was going to be more of a handful and more of a problem for Gervonta Davis than most everyone thought, right? Most people were picking, knockout within 3 rounds. Oh, this style's tailor-made for him. I'm like, well, you're going to see he's a hard guy. He's a tough kid, right? I also told you guys that Kambosos was going to be trouble for Lopez.
Yeah, you said that he was having trouble making weight. You said he was trying to make weight for all these pushbacks. You said all these date pushing. You said you said he's going to be. You said he looked emaciated.
Yep.
You said the date changed for 5 different times. Was too much on Lopez. You said don't be surprised if he struggles and goes 12 rounds with this guy.
Yep. I also told you that. What was the most recent one? Told you that Lomachenko was going to go the distance with Richard Comey.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, he would hurt him, but he's a durable fight veteran. It's hard to. That's what made the Teofimo Lopez knockout so spectacular, right? Because no one does that to Richard Comey.
Right.
So anyway, most of my prognostications come to fruition.
What do you reckon to Conor Ben? What we're doing with him, Conor Ben?
Conor Ben?
What are we going to do with him?
You know what? I truly believe.
Let's match make him right now, because at the end of the day, that knockout's gone viral.
Honestly, I truly believe, and this is such a brilliant strategic move.
I've just bought the news. Sorry to interrupt you, but I've just got the newspaper this morning from work, and he was in the back. He's in the back, and this is how the press is. Ben buys new Mercedes for buys new Mercedes to celebrate win or whatever.
Oh Lord!
Do you know shit like that? But that's what I'm trying to say is the press. He wasn't showing us, but
no, of course. See, that's different. That's different. So if I'm Eddie Hearn,
what are we doing?
If I'm Eddie Hearn, I love the idea of Adrian Broner needing money, Adrian Broner reaching out, wanting to fight on a different platform because Showtime and PBC aren't interested in him. He's a pain in the ass. To get him acclimated to the American market, I love the idea of taking on Adrian Broner at 147 pounds.
I think Conor might beat him, now, because
no, not Mike.
Broner hasn't
thrown not Mike.
He will. He doesn't throw hands anymore. He just doesn't.
Now,
his last whatever fights, he just does not throw any hands.
No,
he's just there fucking about.
Yeah, look, in Adrian Broner's a very tough, durable guy, right? He's never been stopped.
But his activity's deteriorated incredibly.
But he's a shot fighter, dude.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Conor
Sure.
Ben, if he becomes the first guy to stop Adrian Broner within the distance, yeah.
That's a good measuring stick for
Look,
now, isn't it?
and so
Definitely.
if I'm Eddie Hearn, from a business perspective, I'm all over that. I will pay Adrian Broner A-side money just to
Bring him to the
make that
UK.
happen.
Bring him to the UK.
Just
We'll
to get
fight
him to
there.
the UK and just put him against Conor Ben. I'm going to pay him more than I'm going to pay Conor Ben.
Because that sells loads here.
Yep.
I'm not saying a small stadium, but definitely a 20,000 arena.
Oh, yeah. You could have it
Easily.
in Manchester Arena.
Oh, they will.
What's
easily.
it called now? What's Manchester Arena called now?
Last time I used to remember it's the 9X Arena, but
yeah,
it has changed. I'm not sure. It used to be the 9X Arena.
You could have it there. You could have it the O2. I mean, dude, yeah, that's a big arena fight. Conor Ben.
Or the O2, yeah, the O2 also.
Yeah, Conor Ben, son of the legend, against Adrian Broner, 4-division world champion. If I'm Eddie Hearn, I am all over that like white on rice.
That knockout's done him wonders.
Yep.
It does. It really
and once
does.
again,
it gets the extra views.
And once again, what did I tell everyone about that one too? I said, look, that's not crafty matchmaking.
You've won.
Yeah, you remember what I told you? Guys, he's a semi-retired fighter. He's going to knock his ass into next week.
His dad prior to the fight, you know, that the pre-interview just before the fight was incredibly confident. It's like, you're going to see different things. We've been working on the head movement. We've been working and cutting the ring and this, and it's like, we're going to blow him away. It's going to be a statement, and it actually happened. Because normally, if you come out with statements like that, you've got to fulfill them, haven't you?
Yep.
And in fairness, the son did.
So I'll say this, and once again, I say this all the time, right? Eddie Hearn is a terrific promoter and matchmaker when it comes to the UK. He is great in the UK. He is a great promoter in the UK.
Yeah,
but in every other market, he sucks ass, dude.
Yeah, he does. He's a UK promoter, yeah, but he's just on the globe trail because of DAZN.
Well, I'm sorry, but
he's the face that they're using.
But changing the game, brother. Like I said, that's the reason why, in my mind, he deserves all the criticism that he gets. Because when you start beating your chest saying that you're going to change the game, you're going to change the American market, you're going to change boxing in America, you're going to change boxing all over the globe, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm like, you know what, dude? You're great in the UK, but you just suck ass and don't get it in other cultures.
It's hard to take over America. It's too powerful.
Yep.
There's too many adversaries.
But I tell you what, guys, this has been awesome, man. This huge marathon boxing discussion. And I love chatting with all of you guys. But I'm going to have to go and get something to eat. I'm starving. Plus, I have a 7 a.m. publication waiting for me for Fight Saga. So I'm going to have to bid everyone an excellent evening. And is Young Bill still on the air, or did he leave? Is Young Bill still here? I guess he's gone. Nonetheless, guys, yeah, it's good talking to all of you, Paulo. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, take it easy.
Maybe next time we can talk about some more music as well, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, did you ever listen to my recording, Red IV? Did you listen to my album?
I did listen to that.
The Odyssey.
Yes, on
what did you think
on YouTube? Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, musically, who's singing?
That's me.
Is that you singing?
That's me singing. Yes. You didn't recognize the voice?
Yeah. I've not 100% sort of thing, because you are in singing mode, aren't you? I mean, you've got it's because it's hard sometimes to distinguish a talking voice to a singing voice.
Of course, you pronounce everything differently. You open up more when you sing.
But yeah, it's good stuff, my friend. I mean, I like that sort of stuff.
Here's a little tidbit, and this is a fun fact, right? So if you listen to it again, I'm actually doing, and of course I never would say this when I was in the band, right? Or when we were in front of people. I would never say this in front of anybody. But I can say this now because the band's broken up and I'm not with that label. In the studio, I actually did all of the music. I recorded the bass, recorded both guitars, recorded the drums, and did all the vocals, and I wrote that song. Yeah. So none of my other band members were doing a damn thing. I recorded all of that myself.
It's quality, that is.
Thank you, man. I even did all the leads and everything, man. So, yeah, man, I ducked out of boxing for about 5 years and wanted to pursue music. And let me tell you, the music industry is just as brutal and fucked up as the boxing business.
Do you know what country? You know what we're on about the music, the boxing fans, Mexican boxing fans. You know, being sort of more, most loyal and,
dude,
in my opinion,
boxing fans and Mexican fight fans are brutal and judgmental.
The Mexicans, the live experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Argentinians,
absolutely.
Argentina.
But dude, Argentina.
South Americans,
God, yes, man.
Argentina,
yes.
South
and in
America,
terms of music too, man.
because they're hungry.
Yep, and music as well.
They're not spoiled. They're not like, they don't turn up. Well, you know what I mean. They don't turn up with all.
Of course.
Show me what you got, sort of thing.
Yep.
Over there, they're hungry. They show that love. If you get me.
Yeah, in music.
You know what I mean. If you play a gig or you got in New York or something, they all like fucking right up their asses, sort of type of people. So, you know what I mean.
Of course.
As a stuck up, basically.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, always a pleasure, Paolo. Always love your knowledge and your enthusiasm, brother. Your love for the game. Always a pleasure.
Good fun,
so have a good night, my friend, and we'll speak. And if anyone is still listening, guys, don't forget to tune in to Real Boxing with Coach Ronnie Shields tonight, I guess, technically, at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be talking to Ronnie Shields again.
For sure. I'm going to make sure we check it out, bro. Y'all go subscribe to Joseph's channel right now. War a Week Radio on YouTube. War a Week Radio. Check him out, brothers.
H Money, and thank you so much for always being the gracious host. And I will speak with Ronnie tomorrow about paying your channel a visit. Just get together a time and the duration, and I'll let Ronnie know. Okay.
For sure. Appreciate that, Joseph. Thank you, brother.
Anything for you, brother. God bless you guys. Have a good evening.
For sure. Hit the like button, everybody. Subscribe to the channel, man. Y'all go subscribe to Joseph, his YouTube channel right now. War a Week Radio. Man, it's one of the best channels on YouTube, man. And we got some boxing coming on later. And actually in a couple of hours, we got Inoue, pound for pound, one of the best fighters. Actually in a couple of hours, man. He's going to fight in Japan. So we're going to cover the live commentary in a couple of hours.
What's that on DAZN?
I think it's ESPN Plus. That's what I'm thinking.
Plus,
I'm thinking ESPN Plus. You got Inoue fighting. He's pound for pound one of the best fighters in boxing. He's a warrior. So much power. He got skills as well. He can box. Inoue, man, he's a great fighter, bro. So I'm looking forward to that.
What,
and that's
today
going
or
to be
tomorrow? I thought it was tomorrow.
Shit, in a couple of hours.
Okay, now I thought it was tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So, man, hey, make sure you get you a couple hours of rest, get you some sleep in, because we got to go live for this Inoue fight, bro. You know what I mean? So
it's very important.
Yeah, we got to get up early for this one. So, Paolo, man, I want you on the live. So make sure you get you some rest right now if you can. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be live in a couple hours.
Come out punching.
Oh yeah, man. I got Inoue by the knockout, man. That kid he got a lot of power. Yeah, he's explosive.
It'll be early finish.
Yeah, so
but you never know. But he's explosive, and
you never know what can happen in boxing, man. That's what we thought with Kambosos, and look what happened.
I know, wasn't it? But I knew.
You know what I mean? Shout out to T.O., man, and I still got a lot of love for T.O. as well. But all of
them.
You
Yeah,
know,
we love it all, don't we?
yeah, we just love the sport, man. So we got Inouye coming up in a couple of hours. So I guess we gonna wrap this one up. We gonna end this show, and we gonna come back live in a couple of hours to watch Inouye. You know, so Inouye, he's pound for pound one of the best. He's a top 5 fighter. Shout out to my boy Soto, Javon. Shout out to
He's in my pound for pound. In fact,
oh yeah,
5.
for sure. Wizard, what up, Wizard? I see you, my boy Wizard. What's good? You know, shout out to everybody, man. Pounds, I see you, Pounds. Hit the like button, y'all. My boy Fall Back starts at 7. We gonna go live earlier though. Starts at 7 a.m. I'm gonna go live an hour before that. So
He's
I'm
a
gonna go live
pound
an
for
hour
pound.
early,
You have
like I
to
always
watch
do.
pound for pounds. He's a pound for pound guy, isn't he? You can't miss pound for
Yeah,
pound.
anyway, we can't miss it. So
He's a
get
pound
you
for
some
pound.
rest, Paolo, because I
See you
want you
later,
to be
then, my friend. See you
yeah,
later, everyone. Bye.
I want you to get some rest in so you can get ready for the live, bro. Have your alarm on so you can get up so we can do this fight.
Yeah. We're
For
on
sure,
it.
my brother Paolo,
We're on
man.
it
I
like a
appreciate
car
you, man.
bonnet. We're on it like a car bonnet.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be up. So I'll be going live in like 2 hours from now. Well, is it like 2?
We'll be up like a buzzy bee.
Maybe something like 2 hours or 2 hours and 30 minutes from now. So everybody hit the like button, subscribe, man. We out of here, y'all. Peace.
See you later.